City Council meeting. And Anne Marie, can I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kim.
Here. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Renagi has the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as at a closed session, I'll ask our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, any report this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the one item listed on the agenda. No public comment was given prior to the closed session. No reportable action was taken. All council members were present.
Thank you. And then I'll ask our city manager, any additions or deletions to the schedule, the agenda this evening?
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started tonight, how many people are here for public comment? Okay. So before we get started on public comment, I think our city manager, Dave Kiff, and Megan Garibaldi have some information to share.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that we saw in public comment for tonight's meeting, and we've seen over the last few meetings comments relating to the neighborhood congregational church project. And I just wanted to make clear that I've advised the city council to not publicly discuss or participate in discussions relating to that project, because the council is also, one of their jobs as council members is to sometimes sit in what we call a quasi-judicial capacity. We don't yet have an application for that project, and so we don't know exactly what public hearings, if any, may come before the council at a future date. And to protect the city from liability relating to concerns of due process, I have advised the council to not engage in expressing their opinion or doing anything that would make them appear biased. And so we certainly appreciate all the comments that are coming in, but I wanted to explain to the public why they may not be receiving feedback from the council.
I would second what Megan said and also add that at least in staff's role, we have a different role, obviously, than the council. And we will strive to provide the fairest, most transparent information about any application involving the neighborhood congregational church, so that when we have it, and it's a public document, we'll share that. We'll let people know we'll share it. Again, with a goal of both protecting the process and being transparent. So you have our staff's assurance of that. And with that, we turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open it for public communication. So we have until 5:50, and I'll give everybody 2 minutes, and we're gonna go back to our agenda starting at 5:50. So please come forward.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I really needed 3 minutes because I have 3 topics that I want to talk about. The first one is Zoom. I know it's a broken record for me, but in the July 12th issue of the Indy, there is a framework for the city council to initiate Zoom again. And I beg you to read this column. It was by Jim Grossberg, who is a Freedom of Information attorney and a First Amendment specialist. He wrote this. There's a pathway. Other cities are doing it. July 12th, Indy, please read this and let's get Zoom up. Why do I care about Zoom? Well, last meeting, I couldn't be here physically. There was something very important to me that you were discussing, and I did write in a letter, but I really don't have confidence that the letters are particularly paid attention to. What was the topic? It was the city treasurer. I am appalled at the treatment that has been handed to her. And if you read, interestingly enough, in today's Stu News, that would be today, the Stu News, I already forwarded the article to Dave Kiff. If you want, I can forward the article to all of the city council members. But this is why you cannot take away her responsibilities. And I wanted to weigh in on that, couldn't do it. no Zoom. So I really would like to see Zoom on top of all the COVID issues that are coming up. There's so many reasons. Please give that a second look. And the third topic I'm up here to talk about is Visit Laguna. I have been speaking for 2 years about the fact that we need to have them not advertise Laguna to the local areas. They are continuing to do that, despite their protestations that they're only marketing to the high-end hotels, you know, the high-end publications for the hotels. But enough is enough. I mean, I don't think I know you've seen what's been going on in town this summer. This is ridiculous. And you know, I live in the South with the beach there, and it's just a zoo. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Kevin Harrison. I've lived in Laguna for almost 20 years. Thanks for having me. I'm here to talk about the growing crisis that is the overcrowding of our beaches, roads, and neighborhoods. I do believe it is a crisis and it's changing the face and the feel of Laguna. I believe this summer we've reached a tipping point. Every summer we say it can't get any worse, yet it does. Crime is up, trash is out of control, lifeguards and police are being stretched to their limits, and we're paying for it. This has become Laguna's new norm. Our town's reputation as a quaint 5-star beach town is in jeopardy, and this is when people move out and property values drop. Lagunification is what they're calling it. This is according to the Malibu City Council and Carmel City Council. This is friends that are active in these city councils. This is what they're calling it. They don't want it in their towns. We are becoming a cautionary tale for California beach towns. We are cannibalizing our town and with it, our quality of life by asking more and more people to come here and wanting the money and wanting more people and thinking it's going to improve our town. So why is it happening? We know why it's happening. Social media exposure, never-ending development. We're losing the sand on our beaches in Orange County, over-marketing our town. But the genie is out of the bottle and it can't be pushed back in. Signs, stickers, awareness campaigns, we know that's not going to do much, won't have much of an effect on anyone. The simple root of the problem is that we have too many people swarming our beautiful, too small beaches. There is a solution, and it's done all over the US, it's done all over the world. It's time to start controlling local neighborhood parking near our small community beaches. In Europe, the beautiful city beaches, permit parking only, or 10 to 15 euros an hour at the meters. New Jersey, you have to have a permit or you have to buy a day pass to go to the beach. Hawaii, they do it. Montauk, the Hamptons, Nantucket, they've been doing it for 50 years. Wrightsville Beach just implemented it, right? I'm almost done, right? So my solution is either implement more expensive 2-hour meter parking. We know we can't control PCH, or adjust the permitted parking in the neighborhoods. Right? Get rid of some, make it local permits only from noon to 5 p.m. Right? In Woods Cove, we already do this, but it's at nighttime. Just make it from 12 to 5 from June to August for half the parking places in the neighborhoods. It'll
Okay,
cut it
thank
down.
you.
Okay? Again, this is not exclusionary. This is just basic crowd control in our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint, a carefully prepared and timed PowerPoint. So you're going to hear a lot of next slides without any discussion. So my name is Kathy Yurka, and I'm here to talk about the Olympic Cottage project. Next slide. I just want to point out, Council had asked for an update on this project, and I wanted to follow up. Note that the project plans state repeatedly that the project is primarily oriented toward the precise reconstruction of exterior features. Work will be in kind and based on photographic and physical evidence. Next slide. And I want to point out that the developer received a parking reduction of 54% for this project. Next slide. And which includes the botched coastal liquor rehab. The most significant failure is that the plans call for a sloped porch roof. Next slide. That's a central character defining feature of the cottage. Instead, it was built with a flat roof. Next slide. The windows are not in kind. They're cheap Pella windows. Next slide. Next slide. This is photographic evidence of a wood paneled door. Next slide. This is the door. It is now painted on the right. It is ridiculous. It's cheap, hollow core, upside down Dutch door. Next slide. The lights and the hardware are totally contemporary. This is the one thing staff fixed. Next slide. It's not perfect, but it's much better. Next slide. The cheap contemporary stucco work is unchanged. Next slide and the next slide. Next slide. This is the report from now fired Mark Weiner. The lighting, sorry, the slide, previous slide. The lighting was supposed to be changed. It was never changed. The door casing was not changed. The front door is ridiculously inappropriate. The porch is wrong. And staff say that the regular building code supersedes the historic building code. It's the opposite. Historic supersedes state building code. Again, 54% parking reduction for this project. You have a lot of leverage, and I urge you to fix this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Chris Katsamanis, and obviously from what we're hearing from the residents here, we have reached a tipping point, probably surpassed it in the terms of the amount of visitors we get. For every visitor, we might as well give them a $4 bill for every man, woman, and person, because that's what it's costing us. So why on earth would we have Visit Laguna be able to advertise to locals, Pacoima, East Los Angeles, etc., when the hotels themselves can do the advertising and they can advertise to whom they please, like in Europe or wherever, China. Let them determine what they want to advertise, but keep that $1.7 million and do something to mitigate it. The other thing is the beaches. We should have a law that says you cannot put up 4-post tents because that completely ruins the view. If they have a 6-foot high umbrella, 6-foot diameter, I guess that's okay. But you need to consider that. And you also need to write more citations. I find it ludicrous that I look at the citation amount that we get, $11,000 a year out of 6.5 million people. Now that can't be. There are many, many more people that disobey the law, whether it be smoking, littering, illegal parking and so on. So I do not understand what's going on. Well, I think I do, but I don't want to say it. So anyway, get with the program and please help the residents. We have reached the tipping point. Thank you.
Chris, could you, did you say $1,100 that, what was this figure?
No, I saw $11,000, I think, for citations
For a year.
for a year. And if I take a
For
look at
beach
that,
citations you're talking about?
that all citations, there is one line item in the budget.
Thank you.
And I just find that
Okay,
absolutely
thanks.
insane.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I wanted to let you know that on July 11th, I received the data needed to start the TOT audits for the past 2 years, and I hope to have them completed by October of this year. I have also 2 requests. One, I would like to attend the interviews for the new audit firm. I'd like to see firsthand that they are in fact independent. There's an element there that's a judgment, and I would like to be there. It's part of my statutory responsibility to ensure that audit and accounting are done on a base which is consistent with GAAP. Secondly, I would like to place a LAIF alternative on the agenda and get that approved in the investment policy. Ideally, it would be something like CAMP. So, and the reason I would use CAMP, it would be for bond proceeds. It's set up differently than LAIF and can set up sub-accounts, which are helpful because sometimes you need to segregate bond proceeds within a single bond issue. Thank you very much.
Laura, just a question for you. Are you asking that you be involved in the interviews and making a decision on the auditor, or just placing your input for the auditor?
I would like to be involved at any level the council would like me involved in. I'm considered a subject matter expert at the county level on that type of thing.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't been involved in that process, so I don't know.
I
Okay.
have in prior years before we had an audit committee, I was involved in listening to the presentations of auditors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bill Curlin. I'm the managing director at Laguna Playhouse. And first and foremost, I want to say thank you for your service to the city and for your support of the arts. It's really crucial to all of us in the arts community here, which is a big part of our economy. Our building is owned by the city, and we are working right now with your facilities master plan, your staff and consultants. In fact, we have a follow-up meeting this week, and we're anxious to see where that will go. We do want you to know and be aware that over the last couple of years, we at the Playhouse have had to spend a little over $300,000 on the building for emergency things, including electrical work, roof repairs, water damage mitigation, and a retaining wall. HVAC, mold damage mitigation, and all of this has been on an emergency basis that was not part of our budget. And we're really doing our best to preserve the legacy for the long term, to keep the Playhouse going for many years to come. We're the oldest continuously producing theater, professional theater on the West Coast, with our first production being in 1922. So we have a lot of bragging rights right here in Laguna Beach, and we want to keep that going for many years to come. We, of course, very important for us, our ticket sales only cover 40% of our operating budget. So things like the tourism marketing district funding is really crucial to us, and we hope you'll support it, and we hope it'll grow, actually. We hope everybody does well and it'll grow. We also want to let you know about our youth theater programs, classes, camps, and productions by the kids. And we have a good relationship with the city there. We're part of School Power program, and some of our camps have been at the St. Catharines facility. So we're grateful for your help in that. Of course, parking is always an issue. Anything you can do to help with parking, we'd be grateful for. And that's my time. Thanks. Hope to see you. Come and see Camelot.
Okay.
Previews tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alex Monda. I've been wanting to come speak for a few weeks, but we've removed the Zoom. And I kind of want to talk about that. And I have a whole list of things I'd like to talk about, but I probably won't get to. But I think the Zoom thing is important. I think it's a little ridiculous that we let one Zoom bombing take out the whole Zoom thing for us. There's a lot of folks here that want to talk. I think people, have things going on. Maybe they have something that, they can't get here. I think we really need to bring that back. And I think just one Zoom bombing is kind of absurd to, throw our hands up after that. And so, and other folks up on the dais have plenty of opportunity to get their message out. And I think it would be good if, folks not on the dais had their opportunity to come up here and speak their mind. So we really need to bring that back. The other thing I'd like to talk about is really around kind of transparency. And so we've had a lot of fun things go on in this council, and I want to bring it back to the body camera situation that I, was very much involved with. I'm sure you guys heard my testimony. If you go on YouTube, the amount of body cameras out there, it's every day. Every day another body camera is being uploaded. Constantly, this and that, almost identical situations to the one we had in this town. And so I think it's a little absurd. And I really want the folks at home, because we're coming up on election season, to think about, the folks that voted to share the body camera and the folks that voted to not share the body camera. And then think about all the stuff you see in the news and body cameras being released. So that there was clearly a right and a wrong on that one. And I think the folks, as we come up to the election, should really consider that. And the other thing I want them to consider is, if they're willing to hide the body camera, what else could city council be hiding? I think that's a very, fair question. The other thing is, if we talk about, police and crime, I think if we had a crime map, I think that would really go a long way to see where the concentrations of crime are. So we can actually, put to spell any rumors that Laguna is a safe town or not safe town. We could actually see those hotspots. So very much support a crime map. And then finally, my last point, I very much support Ms. Parisi, the treasurer. I think what we had last council was kind of honestly disgraceful. And I would encourage all the folks at home to look up how the voting went on that, to understand just exactly, who's in charge here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mary Locatelli, longtime resident. Can you hear me back there? I was told that people couldn't hear me last time, but Michelle mentioned that in today's Stu News, there's a guest column written by John Morlock. and I want to spend a few minutes talking about that. John is a past California State Senator serving District 37. He's a past Orange County Supervisor, a past Orange County Treasurer and Tax Collector, and a certified public accountant. In this piece, John raised some questions about the role of the finance director in a number of recent decisions. He made a few observations and he came to some conclusions. John questioned the role of the finance director in suggesting the outsourcing of investments, in the unilateral decision to change audit firms 1 year ahead of the contract expiration date, and in the provision of incorrect information on a bidding firm questionnaire. John discussed the following observations: that the council has seemed to focus on what he called the shiny object in the room, which is outsourcing investments. And he thought maybe under the circumstances, it may be more urgent to restructure the finance department. His reasons: the annual tardiness of the financial audit that's been going on for some time now, and the contribution to that tardiness caused by the inability of the finance department to produce timely financial statements. And finally, John offered some conclusions. First of all, he said that pursuing outside investment management of cash seems like a weak argument for achieving higher yields. And now remember, this is coming from a man who was the elected Orange County treasurer for 12 years after succeeding a man who put Orange County into bankruptcy by chasing higher yields. Secondly, John concluded that unilaterally changing outside independent auditors seems like a poor management decision and one made under false pretenses. And finally, he thought that adding certified public accountants to the audit committee would likely confirm his observations. These are serious questions, observations, and conclusions by an extraordinary qualified man. We're lucky to have them, and we didn't have to spend a lot of money on consulting fees to get his insights. The residents deserve a serious answers from the council on the issues that he's raised. Thank you very much.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jordan Manning, and I'm here to talk about some abuse that is going on in our community. I moved to Laguna about 10 years ago, and this community has shown me nothing but kindness, compassion, love, and hope. And above all, open-mindedness for the last decade, which is a proud reason I can say I love Laguna Beach. Over the last year, I was informed of some concerning behavior from someone who claimed to be a resident here in Laguna Beach and appeared to be operating a business here in Laguna as well. His name is Jason Garza, and his business is Locals for Laguna Beach. I was first introduced to his behavior via social media when I witnessed him sharing screenshots of conversations he had with members of this community. But I became all too familiar with his bullying tactics on July 9th of this year, when he began harassing me via social media for having proudly worked with Visit Laguna Beach. After this experience, I made a post on social media, and the response was shocking. Over 100 messages of people who live in Laguna with not only similar experiences, but in many cases had worse harassment that lasted for weeks or months. This trend of his bullying usually pointed towards women in our community. The heart of his tactics lie in people getting to sign up for these local cards. What are these, you may ask? Well, it is a way for him to dominate and intimidate who he deems to be acceptable as a local in Laguna Beach. His methods were simple: weaponizing social media to punish those who refuse to be a part of his scam. He not only bullied many businesses in this community for not wanting to be a part of this scam, but then he would turn to social media and have his followers harass these people or our businesses in Laguna for making these fake stories. The best part, he has operated this business in our community without a business license. I urge the council to do something about it. And I really urge you guys to think about who you're listening to when they come up and talk about Visit Laguna Beach, because they've done nothing but harass people who try to align themselves with Visit Laguna Beach, which I think completely defeats the message of compassion and love that we have in this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin O'Malley. I'm a local ocean operation business here. I've been so for about the last decade. And to piggyback a bit on what Jordan just spoke about, there's a lot of stories that I've recently heard of Jason's behaviors towards locals and local businesses, myself included. And I don't want to spend all my time focusing on what he has done within the community, which I feel is not only aggressive and fraudulent. I'd also like to spend time talking about like the most important thing, which is our beautiful beach community. And I was born and raised in Mammoth Lakes, California. We have Visit Mammoth. So many of the same issues here in Laguna are parallel to what happens in the Eastern Sierra. There's always issues, workforce housing. I mean, I could go on forever, but I'm wearing this trucker hat, not out of any, I'm not trying to be inappropriate here, but kindness and compassion and recognizing that these are public spaces that should be available to everybody. Like that's what I'm for. I'm the dork who picks up trash. I don't post about myself picking up trash. I ask people if they need a picture taken of them. We all deserve these beaches. And I think that education and resourcing funds from the city to have like our tide pool educators, something in that realm would be of such benefit, because people don't want to come here and just solely disrespect our city and flood the city. They just want to come see the beauty. So I'm really advocating for people, redistributing funds for the city so that everybody can visit, everybody's welcome, as long as they're respectful. And some people need education. And again, also to go back, anybody or any entity that is bullying here in the city should not be able to do business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I just want to read a little speech that I wrote that directly relates to the two previous speakers. Hello, my name is Kristen, and I am so grateful to call Laguna Beach home. In the last few years, tensions between locals and tourists have become more palpable and disruptive than ever. But for this speech, I will use the terms residents and visitors, as I feel those portray a kinder message. Our small community is definitely overwhelmed by the influx of visitors we receive, but I'm not here to speak on ways to solve that issue. I am speaking to address the attitudes of some residents towards visitors and fellow residents. Certain individuals are rallying groups together and inciting aggression and division when we need to be showing kindness and compassion. The land that you were born on or your grandparents were born on does not grant you more privilege to it than somebody born elsewhere that has to drive to visit the beach. The way I see it, visitors will come to Laguna Beach regardless. They will come for Pageant of the Masters, they will come for sawdust, they will come for the notorious charm of this city, and they will come for the healing energy of the ocean. When they come, I use my social platform to show them my favorite places to shop, art galleries to see, nonprofits to support, restaurants to dine at, and events to attend. But because of my social media presence, I have endured bullying, harassment, threats, and even stalking by residents who disagree with my approach and who think I should be fighting the visitors as they do. But rather than fight a battle that can't be won, I'm choosing to be kind, and I'm doing my best to have a positive impact for our community. The world can be filled with so much hate, and it breaks my heart to see it here in our very hometown. I can't solve the trash problems and I can't solve the traffic problems, but I can be kind. I can smile at visitors. I can relax while stuck in traffic and just be happy that I live in one of the most beautiful places on the planet. I can stand up here even though I'm so nervous my voice is shaking and talk about kindness. I'm pleading with residents to think about their words and actions. You have a choice. What kind of person do you want to be? An angry, judgmental, entitled person or a kind person? Laguna Beach should not be torn in this us versus them mentality. It's up to you to live with a kind heart and focus on positivity, regardless of how busy your surroundings may be. In closing, I encourage our leaders, our tourism board, our radio stations, our business owners, and our residents to be more vocal about kindness. Let's keep Laguna Beach the peaceful and relaxing haven that it's always been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Kemp. I'm here to speak about the 72-unit development at the Congregational Church. But first, before I get started, I wanted to enter into the record, there's over 100 letters from residents objecting to this proposal. And yes, I understand a plan formally has not been set forth, but I'd like to get this into the record. Thank you. Each of you here, the city council members, are in your positions because one of your most important jobs here is public safety. Keep us safe, right? Keep our streets safe, keep our kids safe. So on that thing, we insist that the city of Laguna Beach provide to the public, in collaboration with the developer and hopefully at the developer's cost, a traffic study before formal plans are submitted to the city. The key word here is before. After all, why would a responsible developer submit formalized plans for an enormous 72-unit complex in a residential neighborhood with children in these streets without first providing a formal traffic study to the public, especially on Glen Eyrie, which we know is always adversely impacted? We are in a residential community only 2 blocks from the high school. There are 800 plus kids at the high school, and 75% of them walk daily to Ralph's, PCH, Orange Inn, etc. We deserve to know how traffic will be mitigated. We have spoken with affordable housing developers, and a project of this size could easily have 100 to 200 trucks per day in the middle of their construction. Even at the low end of 100 trucks per day, that situation is 500 trucks per day and 2,000 per month. That's 24,000 trucks per year passing through this corridor. This is a fleet of semis going in and out, up and down PCH from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday while our kids walk to and from school. With 800 kids at the high school alone, their lives will be put at risk as they commute back and forth on foot, on bike, and on e-bikes through PCH, dodging semi, trucks, and bulldozers. The kids are our most vulnerable in this location. We insist on a traffic study at a bare minimum, in addition to other logical studies, before this project even hits your desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, my name is Aaron Peluso. I prepared a visual. You can pull it up. I'm here to talk about Visit Laguna and provide some information about their practices and what they've been doing. So who is Visit Laguna? I got off their tax return that their mission is to promote Laguna Beach, California for the community, to market Laguna Beach as a year-round meeting and wedding destination, partnering with the arts, retail galleries, restaurants, and lodging to stimulate the economy and support the village lifestyle, which sounds pretty good to me. I'm all for that. The tourism marketing district was set up during the depths of COVID during a shutdown. And there were concerns about the practices of Visit Laguna resulting in a lot more day trippers. At that meeting, the then President Johnson said that there wasn't any evidence to support the claim that Visit Laguna attracts additional day trippers, and she pointed to studies saying that day trippers hadn't increased very much. So I think that we can all agree that that is no longer the case. I live in the neighborhood above the Montage. Treasure Island's my local beach. So I went on Visit Laguna, do a little digging and see what they've been doing in regards to social media and if it might have had an impact on my local beach. Next slide. So these are the first 2 posts that I found. The one on the left is pinned to the top of TikTok. It has 750,000 views. The one on the right is Instagram. That one has 1.3 million views, 2 million views in total. And, you know, I got in an argument with somebody online and they said, the problem isn't Visit Laguna, it's TikTok tourism. Well, this TikTok post is the most popular post by a 3-fold margin relating to Treasure Island and Laguna Beach. I wish I could stop there. I continued to dig a little further. Next slide. These are 9 additional posts that were made about Treasure Island, an additional 1 million views, 3.1 million in total. And I'm just here to make the argument that, next slide, Visit Laguna has failed in its mission. It's been promoting our beaches and natural spaces with reckless abandon and not only targeting overnight visitors. The organization needs to be replaced with some version of a stewardship organization. And that should include all stakeholders, including the hotels, but also including the residents and other stakeholders.
Okay.
Of note.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, City Council. Once again, my name is Greg Viviani. I'm a 3rd-generation Laguna Beach local resident, born and raised in this delicate, once peaceful and clean town. I have grown up going to the beach my whole life, all over the world, and mostly this amazing coastline has been what I call home. It is very sad for me to say, but what the hell are we doing about our MPA, our Marine Protected Area? It seems Laguna Beach has forgotten about the negative impact from trash, massive crowds, vandalism, illegally parked vehicles, public drug use, and much more that has caused harm to our community and coastline. A community and town comprised of many environmental groups that are in place to protect this incredible environment. I urge the City Council to completely restructure and rename Visit Laguna and their board of directors, and the way this tourism marketing cancer has ruined this town, environment, community, and ecosystems due to the irresponsible, mass destructive social media marketing tactics. I also urge the board of directors to remove all environmentally harmful content from all their social media platforms and website that Visit Laguna oversees. Moving forward, this organization should be set up to a stewardship type organization comprised of residents within and people within our community and history that promotes how to respect, clean, and be a responsible tourist in our town. For those that are visiting, yes, the beach is for everyone on the planet, but only ones that are picking up their trash, being respectful and courteous to others and the residents who live in these delicate areas and have for decades. Enough is enough. Also, for the record, any rumor about me being a bully, threatening or harassing people about this situation is completely false and a lie. If you know me personally, you know I may be stern and stubborn, but you know I care about this coastline community and town with all of my heart. For Visit Laguna or anyone to use these allegations to silence me or anyone when we are trying to hold Visit Laguna responsible is absolutely unacceptable. I do not condone violence, bullying, or any threats of any kind. If my words come off as a threat for those of you affected, you are mistaken. I'm very passionate and very motivated to help protect this small town, residents, and those that I care about. I feel that it is very unprofessional and biased the way Visit Laguna has handled the concerns and input from the local community. I'm almost done. Some people affiliated to Visit Laguna have started an anti-bullying page, literally that consists of bullying, and those showing the factual effects of this destructive tourism are trying to be silenced by that same group of individuals in cahoots with Visit Laguna, to my understanding. Visit Laguna is supposed to be representing the town and community. One would think that this nonprofit should be asking for help from within the community and residents of how to correctly represent this town, not brush us off like we don't exist.
Thank you.
Good evening. I've been here a generation longer than Viviani. I went to school with his father, so I know how it's changed. I ask each of you council members, how many of you have been down 1,000 steps lately and see the abhorrent conditions at the bottom of the stairs lately? Do you condone having 20 trash cans and a narrow walkway where over 25 people are standing all day long to go to the bathroom? This county changed it from two bathrooms to one bathroom. It's despicable what you do, put humans in a line for 25, 35 people in line waiting to go to the bathroom in the walkway. So every person that walks down to the beach or walks up from the beach bumps into the people waiting to go to the bathroom. It's really quite embarrassing for these people to have to stand there. And most people don't last it long. They just go in the water. They just go in the bushes. They go in our bushes. They drop all their trash around our neighborhood. We have no protection for parking. And we spend, what, $1.7 million on Visit Laguna to bring more people. I bring the fact of Yosemite has 2 million visitors a year. We have 6.5. At what point are you going to start caring about the residents again? We have not been represented properly by the city council. It's all just kowtowing to the commercial development. I think their money should be put for our inconvenience of what we put up with. I can't even drive into town. I live on the south end of town happily because it's worthless trying to go into town. It's a crawling caterpillar going in town every weekend. What are you going to do for us? At what point are you going to stop spending this $1.7 million? Put that money towards programs for the residents, the 40% people that live here, not the people that are second homes that don't live here and don't take the vote. You got to do something for us. It's gone on too long.
Okay, you guys, if you agree on something, we don't clap in here, but if you agree, just go like this. We'll see your hands. Thank you.
And whistle.
How y'all doing? My name is Jimmy. Most people around town know me by Feng Shui Jimmy. I speak on behalf of the musicians. I'm only been in town for 6 months, and while I do appreciate the beauty of this city, I do notice a few things that are a bit perplexing. I noticed that there are art galleries filled in throughout the city, every bunch of storefronts, and this city loves art, and a part of art is music. I see at the same time, I see zero music studios or outside of Sound Spectrum really zero places that actually represent and cultivate a place for musicians to call home, and to make a living for their family outside of just performing for tips or small fees that usually just include food or enough to get through the day. Us musicians are struggling. I also noticed during my tenure that I've been staying outside Brook Street this pretty much this entire time, and with the Friendship Shelter, ASL, which is in Laguna Canyon, and even Be Well. I've had a run-in with Laguna PD, who's been more than helpful, Laguna Fire Department. But all of these shelters turn me away because I have a newborn son. So I've been forced to live on the streets just because I have a family, while these shelters provide shelter for pedophiles and addicts, which I don't see how, if they could help those individuals, that they wouldn't be able to help a full-size home. I would just, my music is all about peace, love, and community. So I thank the city for welcoming me, but I've noticed a bit of these problems. And, while my voice isn't as powerful as these people who have been here tenured, the new people also love this place. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 2 minutes now, not 3? 2 minutes now, and it beeps. All right. I love Laguna Beach. I know a lot of you do not love Laguna Beach. You just say you do. I love the coyotes. They were here before you. I love the seagulls. They were here before you. I love the children because they're innocent. There's a disconnect that the adults have in Laguna Beach towards loving their environment. They care about the dollar bill. There is no love between one human towards another here with adults. Very small percentage. I would say 4%. 96% of this population is sick and addicted to the dollar bill. Addicted. Dollar bill is great. I like money. But to be addicted to the dollar bill and not love your fellow human being who is next to you, love your neighbor, to be afraid of your neighbor, is sick. This is a sick community. You're all sick. You need to start loving each other, or bad things. I mean, look at Donald Trump. Look what happened to him, I mean, that's who you chose to lead the country. Donald Trump. You think that's healthy to vote for Donald Trump? What thing did he say is loving? What does he say that is loving? What? Give me one thing that he says that's loving, and you voted for him. And he's going to win again. That should tell you. You're talking over me.
Okay. Hey, you just talk to us. Just address us.
Talk to you, but they're talking over me.
Yeah, no, but
they're talking over me. I can't talk to them. Mayor who does absolutely nothing for this community. Nothing. You do nothing. It's been the same. You cut down the trees that give oxygen to people. You cut them down. Does that make sense? Please tell me how it makes sense to cut down all the trees. Tell me how it makes sense to let all these people from Saudi Arabia and the Middle East to cover the females. You think that's healthy? No rights for females? Abused at home?
Okay. That's it.
That's healthy, Mayor.
Your time's up.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're not healthy. You're very sick.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council and fellow residents. My name is Karen Phillipson, and many of you know that I wear a couple of hats in this little community of ours, and I do love Laguna Beach. I also need to tell you that I'm very proud to be a part of the organization called Visit Laguna Beach. More importantly, 38 years ago, I was elected the founding chairman of the board, and we put together a business model that we thought was healthy and a good representation for our community at that time. Do things change? They do. Are we responsible for everything? No, we're not. But I will say that I appreciate all the feedback that we're hearing this evening, because this is all about partnering to make a change and make a difference. So hearing these comments this evening will be very helpful. I can't fix things in the past, but our board is committed to going forward to try and remedy and help and be a partner going forward. Remember, when the resident's happy, the guest is happy. The people that come here love Laguna Beach, and they come here because they want the same experience that you're having. So if you're not having a good experience, they're not in a good place either. So we would like to be on the path of fixing things. However, I do want to bring up a couple of things that I think are important about Visit Laguna Beach. And thank you, everybody who brought up comments. One of the first things I will say is that the funding, it's important to realize that the city does not fund Laguna Beach. It is or Visit Laguna Beach. It is a self-assessment that is done by the lodging establishments, and it is done by our guests in the hotels, not the day trippers, just the guests in the hotels. All of this led us to being good stewards to help our community grow. And in the hospitality business, is that me? That is a constant evolution for us. And we are trying desperately to make that better, which in 2021, we came and introduced Leave No Trace. That is a program that helps educate anybody visiting or anybody that lives here. Very fundamental, very important. And since I only have a few minutes, I want to go on to mention that we also do a training program, which helps every new employee understand how to be a good steward in your own community and help train and educate the guests when they come to visit. I'm going to go off in 2 seconds, and I want to be sure that we're all here, but we're here to be partners. If we've made some mistakes, if we've done things that were not appropriate, remember the tourism business, this is a global issue, and we'd like to solve it appropriately for our own city. So I look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just come up. My name's Sharon. I don't have a speech. I don't have a piece of paper, but I'm mad and I vote. And I wanted to, I'm going to just spell it out what I'm mad about. I'm pretty sure everybody's sick of hearing complaints, but I'm going to tell you mine. I got 3 of them.
Could
One
you
of 'em-
speak into the microphone a little bit more?
Am I
Or
talking
move it
right?
closer to you?
Pardon me?
Move the microphone closer to where you're
Like
speaking.
that?
Well, a little closer to
Okay,
your.
talk
where you're
into it. How's that? Shall I go?
Yeah, go.
Better.
Okay, I'm mad about Visit Laguna paying a bunch of money to encourage people to come here. We got plenty to encourage us. It's called the ocean, the pageant, the festival, the restaurants. We don't need to be encourage anybody to come here. I live on Crescent Bay Drive. It is like a nightmare in the summer, a nightmare. We have a little park down there. People park everywhere. They park in the fire zone. They park in people's driveway. We used to have a parking meter lady, but it's just a free for all. Trash, trash, trash. And here goes my other complaint. People that are on the internet, they bring businesses down here for events. Marry me, divorce me. You know what I mean? I'm the same, and they put up a big project with lights, and then they put the fake, what do you call it? Fake roses in the ground. The ground gets wet. You have to pick them out one at a time. Who does that? And they had the park rangers come, and that helped a lot, reduce it. But it's all the time. And the other night I went down at 9 o'clock and people had a tent and lights on and, action. And, 2 other things. The pool, $1 million swimming pool. Give me a break. We pay for that. And maybe it's because I don't have anybody that goes swimming in it, but, and then this other thing over here on Glen Eyrie, this, what do you call it? Like a project right in the middle of town that we can't even move as it is. It takes 40 minutes. What if there's an accident?
Okay.
What if there's a fire? What if you have a heart attack? What if your dog gets sick and you're trying to go get some help?
Okay. We
Is
gotta,
that it?
yeah, we gotta move on. Thank you, though.
All right. I was.
We hear you. Thank you.
And I vote.
We got it.
Hello, my name is Christy Miller, and I'm here to thank all of the public services staff. The sheer amount of interactions numbers that I saw for the entire staff over the 4th of July weekend was staggering. I don't think we actually thank you enough, so thank you. A little emotional because I actually really do feel what they do is important. Anyway, what I want to talk to you about is the amazing life. They're crazy. They're amazing. 22 people they saved over the 4th of July weekend.
Could you speak into the
Over the
mic?
4th of July weekend, 2,200 people. My husband and I went down to Webb's Cove and he dove in before me, and a very kind gentleman stopped me from going in and pointed out the riptide. And I was so appreciative. My husband was helping a woman in by the lifeguard, was helping somebody else. I hate to be a bit, but I really do care about this. And it made me think, I remember a time when there used to be flags. The flags used to tell us of the water conditions. And I think that beachgoers get a better sense of what the water conditions are. It has to help the lifeguards. So I'd like to suggest that maybe we go back to that system. Anything we can do to take that pressure should be a good idea.
Thanks, Christy. It's good.
Hello, everyone. Pat Minna, South Laguna, Ground Zero, 1,000 Steps. I grew up inland. We had a pool at the plunge at the high school, 25 cents. Yeah, that's how old I am. We got to go to the beach once a year. It was cool. We went to Oceanside because, you know, I lived in San Jacinto Valley. No one owns the beaches. No one does. And we've worked really hard to live here. Now in our retirement years, you know, the house is paid for. We didn't live off the equity. I just want to live in my house. I want to get inside my front door. I want to get inside my garden gate. And I just want to shut everyone off because it really is out of control. And I understand California is a really cool and bitchin' place. And quite frankly, I'm so pissed off at the government. I am not going to leave California. I'm not going to go to Texas or Tennessee or Idaho. I'm going to fight to restore California into sensible common sense. I'm going to read a definition, and the definition is a buzzword these days. You know how entitlement's such a buzzword? By the way, I was called an entitled biatch last week. The definition is disruption, radical change to an existing industry or market due to technological innovation. No industry is immune to digital disruption. We should not be spending 1 red cent on promotion with public dollars for Laguna Beach, the cool and bitchin' town it is, the beautiful town it is. Everyone that comes with their cell phone and their social media is free, and they already take care of it for us. So let's have this disruption and stop that nonsense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have 2 speakers and then we'll make some comments about some of your comments. Go ahead.
Hi, Council. My name is Terry Ann, and I've lived in Orange County for 24 years, 25 years, and 1 year in Laguna Beach. Been coming down here for many years. And what is most appalling to me, and I'm sorry I came a little bit late because the traffic was so hard getting in, is the crosswalks. Why are there not lights at all the crosswalks, especially on Glen Eyrie? I mean, it is so dangerous driving. I have never, I don't know if there's any other city like this, honestly. And also just on PCH, and I think maybe there's some issue with PCH. Laguna Beach doesn't control PCH or something like that. But Glen Eyrie, where there's crosswalks, we need lights, you know, and they should be flashing red when somebody crosses. I have seen so many near misses. I've almost been hit. I've almost hit somebody. That's just, to me, like just common sense. I know there's been people, you know, hit and killed and all of that, but, and I agree with, you know, the other comments. I don't need to go into social media and all of that. And I think that maybe that definitely needs to be looked at. But I really want to see some changes with just crosswalks in general. So thank you.
Good evening, Council. Paulette Adams, longtime resident. I want to talk to you about our Visit Laguna monies. And I'm grateful Karen came up, or Catherine, whichever, from Visit Laguna, and she's open to suggestions. For the public, money is earmarked for the arts, going to the Playhouse, the college, and the museum. And 8 years ago, I spoke here and asked why there wasn't money marked for supporting our local artists. We talk about housing and work-live spaces. And I spoke that evening, and it was a good conversation with Rob Zerschmied, understanding where I was going. They promised they'd look into it. Sean Pochel suggested that they could make a living by selling their wares on the second floor of Wells Fargo Bank or the museum gift shop, which everyone knows that would be impossible. I said to earmark the money the same that they'd be giving to the others for a retail space with walk by where our artists could demo and sell their work, because it's all about experience. We don't need another boring art gallery. And this would help them afford to stay living here. And I think it's going to be an easy restructure. You guys make an amendment and money is set aside, and it will benefit the local artists. And Visit Laguna, do a story on the local artist. Do a story on a business that the owner actually lives in this town. Start focusing on the residents. We seem to be helping everybody else. I think that's all for now. I'll take questions, comments, and concerns.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close the public communications and we'll go to council and city manager comments. And I'll start with our city manager, Dave Kiff.
Actually, I don't want to take Councilmember Whalen's thunder, but I think he's going to talk about the Heal the Bay report card. I was going to punt that to Jeremy, just to give a briefing on what that told us.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. Let me pull this up quickly. A very quick overview of the Heal the Bay, which is a nonprofit organization located in Santa Monica, annually release what they call their beach report card. And what it does is it focuses on the bacterial pollution levels along West Coast beaches, California, Oregon specifically. And their goal is really to provide clear and accessible water quality information to the public so that the public can make informed decisions. What they do is they take the results of oftentimes complicated water quality sampling and convert it to a to F letter grade at that beach so the public can understand. Before I summarize the report, I would like to just identify for the public and the council that the full report is on the city, linked on the city's homepage right now under the news section. It's a riveting 68-page read. Quick summary, the sample size in California, 500 locations are sampled. Of those 500, 20 belong to Laguna Beach. Overall, the grades were lower this year, and that's really attributed to the high amount of rainfall that we saw during the evaluation period. I think Southern California was 196% the historical average of precipitation. That said, Laguna's grades actually fared pretty well across the board, with Emerald Bay making the honor roll and Laguna Beach maintaining an A and B grade across the city, except for Liso, with its outfall that's certainly impacting. But if you look at this table to the left, you see beaches that received an A and B. You can see during summer, which is our dry months, winter non-storm, and then when rain events do occur during the winter, you can see that Laguna Beach's grades really remained above the county, Southern California, as well as the state. So just this last slide, and I do apologize for the small text. I'm happy to share this with anybody who would like, just follow up after the meeting. But these are the grades across those timeframes at each of the 20 locations you can see. And I really think as you're looking at this, I would like to acknowledge city staff, specifically Mark McAvoy and his team, Richard Gonzalez and Reza Jafari out there making sure our diversions are in place in the right times of year or building culverts before storms. There's a lot of work that goes there to prepare and to reduce runoff into the ocean. And then lastly, acknowledge the efforts of this community, the residents and the business community who are taking meaningful steps and thoughtful steps to be aware of what they're discharging down the street into the storm drains. I think all of that in culmination certainly yields these higher scores. By all means, there's still work to do, council, and staff is not patting ourselves on the back and saying job finished. But for today, the scores look pretty good. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Jeremy, thanks. Anything else, Dave? Okay. Councilmember Wise.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to recognize the lifeguards at Aliso who stopped the fishermen from fishing in the marine protected zone area, and they did an outstanding job, as I read. I want to recognize Liz Avila, who's worked tirelessly on this transition from waste management to CR&R, and really playing interference on a number of complaints that have come about the rates and about why we're doing it. And we did have a lot of reports on it. Still, that information didn't get quite out there, but some of the businesses saw a slight increase. Most of them saw a decrease. All of the residents saw a slight decrease. So I think we're going to be in good shape there. And I know it's a difficult transition because you get kind of tied to a certain garbage truck, and my grandson likes garbage trucks for some reason. So, so Visit Laguna, I also wanted to mention that I think a lot of people here have spoken about over tourism. And this is from an LA Times article I recently read a couple of days ago about Carmel. This is a quote from one of the residents. "We're losing this place day by day and week by week from people who want to modernize us, who want to take us to a new level, when who want to stay exactly where we are." I don't think there's anything wrong with staying exactly where we are. I also want to say there's some similarity between affordable housing and tourism. They both seem to be insolvable problems. The need for affordable housing is infinite. Council has taken steps. Alex sponsored a couple of those along with Mark to do something. We still don't have a funding mechanism that's vital to tackling affordable housing. And even though it's an impossible job and we don't have a lot of room for affordable housing, we have to try. And the same thing applies to trying to manage tourism. I know my colleague Mark is on Visit Laguna's liaison, and I'd love to hear about what they can do and why they didn't implement No Trace Left Behind, the education program, to help signage for helping people understand what a precious place this is and to pick up their trash behind them. This is the ocean. This gave us, we were born in it, really. We're made of ocean water. We're 3% salt, just like the ocean. So that's my take on that. Sorry to rant. I also wanted to ask city manager about social media. Do we collect social media information from the public on a regular basis? And is that provided to you, city manager, and to others?
I'd be happy to get back with you on that. It's
Okay.
something I'm aware of right now.
Yeah, I wondered if we monitor social media so we can feel the pulse of the community. I also wanted to make a comment about Zoom. I know we met city manager Jim Grossberg, who's a First Amendment rights attorney, and Megan, and I'd love to hear back about your thoughts about that. That was a few weeks ago. I'm sure you've given a lot of thought, and I do support bringing it back. People like MJ Abraham, others go out of town for the summer. Others have COVID, like John Thomas, who want to be here but can't. Others have children who can't be here. So I think Zoom is a big benefit, and we've already determined that. Council has mentioned that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Yeah, I'd like to start off with addressing some of the concerns this evening regarding Visit Laguna and the issue with over-tourism. We've received many letters or emails, I should say, regarding the issue over the last several weeks. And I had the opportunity to actually reach out to a couple of the loudest voices, and they were probably the ones that had the most detailed data that actually they brought to the conversation, which I appreciate because I do think that they were accurate and had some really valuable input. So I offered to them, the start of a conversation and asked if they would join the conversation and we could all get together. And I also talked to the board at Visit Laguna and asked if they would be open to facilitating some discussions regarding the organization and how it could move forward and be better stewards of Laguna Beach. Mayor Kemp and myself had a conversation. She actually spoke at the last board meeting at Visit Laguna, and we had an idea that her and I would form a subcommittee and look in and do a deep dive and really see what solutions are out there that would allow us to better manage or manage to the best of our ability. Beyond Visit Laguna, I do think that there's some actions that the city could take, and we've discussed that with the city manager, just some of the low-hanging fruit. Some of it was brought up this evening as far as citations for littering and a few other things that, if it became evident that these citations were being written, it might have an effect on how the folks that are joining or visiting us, they might think twice about how they handle or litter, right? So I was encouraged with the conversation that I had with the folks that I reached out to, and they were very willing to join us in these discussions, and I look forward to it. And it's going to take us a bit of time to get through it. The world Visit Laguna is what's called a DMO, a Destination Management Organization, and these organizations across the globe are starting a transition, and they are transitioning to stewardship roles. And you heard Greg this evening talk a bit about that. And the reason being is because the world is experiencing this issue with over-tourism, destructive tourism. And so it's not unique to us. And fortunately, I think that there's some great templates that have already been tried as far as destination stewardship and the semblance of some of these policies and ideas. So I look forward to working with Mayor Kemp on some of these and Visit Laguna. And of course, the community will be involved as well as other stakeholders. And with that said, I'll ramble off my quick list of folks that I talked to this week. As mentioned, we did have a board meeting that Mayor Kemp spoke at with Visit Laguna. Bob and I participated in a town hall with Dave Kiff regarding revenue enhancement, and I really enjoyed that, and I look forward to more town halls in the future. Coastal Greenbelt Authority meeting. I had a nice meeting with Steve Britton from LCAD, Andrew from the Sawdust president regarding some of their future use of the grounds and the ability to leave the booths up for a couple years at a time. Christy Miller, Judy Mancuso, Lisa Barrett, Mary from the Montage. I spoke with several of the managers of the resorts regarding both revenue enhancement and the issue with over-tourism. Kurt from the ranch, Mark Christie. I had a conversation with John and Paul from the Surf and Sand regarding some challenges that they're having with the remodel at the Surf and Sand. Kathy Yurka, Hannah from Rivian, and George Dubin, as usual, several times a week regarding opportunities for artist housing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Councilmember Whalen?
Just a couple of things. One is, appreciate all the input from the community. And I think a lot of the comments that were brought up will be addressed in the context of item 17 on the agenda tonight. So I'm going to hold a lot of my comments regarding that for that item. And then just wanted to report that relative to the pool, I had a meeting with the Sensible Laguna folks, and then Mayor Kemp and city manager and Michael Litchi and I were up, and we met with the school district yesterday, a couple days ago, to talk about where they're at with their project, and they're moving ahead. They're now looking at a slightly smaller pool, probably 45 meters instead of 50 meters. They're wondering what kind of participation, if any, the city would have in it. So we're going to be exploring, what kind of community use, under what circumstances we might consider utilizing that facility. So more to come on that. And that's it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to start my comments by recognizing the loss of Elizabeth Brown, who was a giant in Laguna Beach. She was involved with the Laguna Greenbelt and was part of the efforts to save the canyon and protect 22,000 acres of open space that we're all able to enjoy today. So she's no longer with us, but I think her legacy will live on in the open space that will be preserved forever. So I wanted to recognize her. This morning, I met with our arborists, along with Greg and Barbara McGilvery and Bob Borthwick, to discuss how we can get city bureaucracy out of the way of planting trees. That was the subject of our meeting. And so I'm hoping there's an item later on the agenda related to an urban tree plan, but I'm hoping we can do more as it relates to planting trees. And then I appreciated all the comments on Visit Laguna. The one thing I will say is that we're in sort of a complicated situation. Next year, the 5-year period for the tourism marketing district will be up for, it'll expire. So the question will come before us whether we, assuming that the hotels choose to assess themselves, whether we move forward with that. That's a point of leverage where we can look at things like stewardship, or we can look at, what the specific marketing strategies are and guidelines. But what really makes this complicated is that half of the marketing district funds go to the arts. So 1% is going to the arts, the other 1%, the other half is going to Visit Laguna. So you can't have one without the other. So in a world where you defund Visit Laguna, the art funding would go away. So it just creates a complicated situation. It's not to say that there aren't ways that we can work through these issues, but it's a complicated situation, and one that I think requires creative thinking and collaboration. And as Karen said, partnership to figure out how we can come up with a solution that mitigates the impact of visitors. Because we know that if we lose what makes Laguna Beach special, residents are not going to want to be here. And also people who stay at hotels who we do want to come. We want people to stay at our hotels. So anyway, those are my comments for tonight. And I'm hoping that we can do more on moving towards stewardship as it relates to Visit Laguna, because I go to the beach just like all of you, and it is out of control. I get that. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a few comments this evening. First is, so we had an interview with ABC7 last week, and there was 2 parts. One was about the crows. So there's that. That already played. But what the second one was, we gave an interview about visitor impacts, and they came to us and asked us for, an interview. So I gave one, and I said, and hopefully they're going to run it tomorrow night. And if we do, we'll put the clip on. We'll put it out in our email blast so you can see it. But what I said was, the festivals are open. We'd like people to come to our festivals. Welcome to come to the beaches too. But when you come here, you have to follow our rules. If you're smoking on the beach, you're going to get a ticket. If you're parking illegally, you're going to get a ticket. If you're drinking on the beach, we're going to ticket you. So just treat the beach here in this city as if you lived here and it was your city. So hopefully they'll run that, and I'll show it to you. I mean, I don't know how well I'll come off, but I'll show you. The content is actually, I think, there. And Visit Laguna, I'm not going to talk too long about it because city attorney, I'll get in trouble for a not agendized item. She'll tag me on that. But Mark mentioned that we did meet with Visit Laguna. The reason for that is, well, a couple things. One is, I told them a couple of weeks ago not to geotag the beaches. They were cooperative. They took the geotags out. I have to say though, most people that come to our beaches don't know anything about Visit Laguna. I can guarantee you that. I see them walking with their coolers and stuff. They don't know anything about Visit Laguna. Having said that though, I think what I said to them was just in general, kind of what we're doing to improve our city, because we're doing a lot of things, commercial maintenance ordinance. We're going to do the promenade. We're going to fix up the adjacent streets. We're going to work on our landscaping. We're doing some stuff with our businesses, try to make it better, but we have a partnership with Visit Laguna too, and they need to do their part. And I think what we need to get to is a better strategy that kind of reflects the town that we live in. We're an environmental community. We're an arts community. We have some nice businesses and restaurants here, but we're also a tight-knit community. So that's kind of the messaging that I think that we want to get out. I met with Diane Dixon, who is our assemblywoman, and she had a legislative update. Wasn't much because I don't know how we go in California from a huge surplus to a deficit, but that's what we've done. So it's not a lot of money sloshing around. But I did talk to some of the coastal cities about their beach impacts, and Newport Beach said the same thing. Huntington Beach said the same thing. Seal Beach, and then I know our city manager Dave Kiff is called Dana Point, same thing. La Jolla, same thing. So, I know that we all are very protective of our community, but we're getting this everywhere, and I don't think we can necessarily expect it to change because it gets hot inland and people just pour in here. It's a problem. And so today I talked to Dave Kiff. And Mark mentioned we're going to propose a subcommittee to work on this because we have some really good ideas, I think. But, one of the things I talked to Dave about is, a lot of this is about enforcement. And it's not a knock on any of our, agencies here. It's just that we have a lot of people here now. So, if the message gets out that, hey, you come here, you drink, you're getting a ticket, you smoke, you're getting a ticket. If you come down with giant tents, you're getting a ticket. The idea would be, to get out. Just like on social media, things get out, you get this out, you get this messaging out, and people sometimes think, oh, maybe I don't want to come there if I'm going to be up to some shenanigans. Let's see what else I have. I want to thank, speaking of the hotels, I want to thank the Surf and Sand. So as you know, the Surf and Sand's been under renovation, and they're really good to their employees. They're paying their employees through the renovation, and they're loaning those employees on their dime to us. And this is something that Councilmember Oriole worked with the Surf and Sand, which has been great. So if you go to the Hortense Miller Gardens, you'll see a lot of their good work. They also worked this last week on Heisler Park. They went to Crescent Bay Park, and I think they went to Village Green Park on Friday, and they're there this week. So if you happen to go through the park, it looks pretty good. I've been walking every morning, and they've been doing a really good job, and very nice people. So yeah. I want to also mention Elizabeth Brown. Elizabeth Brown was a towering figure in our community. We're going to be recognizing her at the August 13th meeting during public comment or during extraordinary business. And Mina Brown, we were going to try to do it this tonight, but Mina Brown, her daughter, wasn't available, and she wants to participate. Certainly, we would want her here. And then somebody mentioned the Glen Eyrie traffic. I think we have done studies on Glen Eyrie. We'll have to go back and look at our Glen Eyrie studies, but there's been some money spent on those. I'll have to go back and look. On the pool, one thing Councilmember Whalen mentioned that we had a meeting, and I know the school district is planning to have an outreach meeting. I don't know when that is. I think they're maybe next month. I don't remember, Bob.
Sometime in August.
Sometime in August. So they're going to be reaching out to the community as well. And with that, I think that concludes my comments. We'll now go to our consent calendar. Council,
I have a question for you and Bob, because I know you met with the school district. Are you saying that this 45-meter pool is the council decision to go ahead with the pool 5-0 is going to be obviated, or are you looking for some, you're looking for some workarounds and agreements, because there's no kiddie pool anymore with 45 meters either. Right. Okay.
Right. No, it's more a question of what their project's going to look like and whether we want any use in it, right?
Yeah.
Morning lap swim.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Noon lap swim. Okay. Thank you.
kind of an update, what we were, okay. And with that, council, on the consent calendar, we have 14 items. Councilmember Orgel has to recuse himself on number 7. So does anybody want to pull anything?
Number 9.
Okay, hang on a second. 9?
And number 9.
Okay, 9 is George. 10, Bob.
4 and 5.
4 and 5, Alex. Anything else? Okay, we have 4 and 5, 9 and 10. Anybody from the, we have to come to the microphone.
My name is Chris Katsoumanis. I'd like to pull number 7.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I guess we should wait to get back.
Can I state for the record, or help Councilmember Orgel state for the record, his recusal
Oh, yeah.
statement for number 7? So Councilmember Orgel is recusing himself from that item on the, due to the business interests and source of income and personal finance, except financial interests in the conflicts of interest codes under the PPC regulations. And so when that item comes forward, he'll leave the dais.
Okay. Well, let's get a motion on all items except for the balance of the consent calendar, except for 7.
So I'd move approval of 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, and 11 through 14.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 We're missing George on the vote.
Can I clarify, did that include 10? And if so, can we go ahead and read the title into the?
No, 10's pulled.
Okay, perfect.
10's pulled, yeah. Okay, Mark, if you want to leave, we'll go out, we'll get a,
Isn't that item 7?
Yeah, we're just gonna do 7.
he can't vote on it.
Oh, so but we have 4 and 5. Oh, you're going to start with 7 is what you're saying.
We're just
Got
gonna-
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, let's. Is everything okay over there? Okay, all right. Okay, we'll start with item 7. Get who pulled this. Chris, did you pull it? Okay, come on up.
How much time do we have? 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, City Council, I'd like to just briefly review the history of this ordinance 1625. This was hastily generated by the City Council as to compete with Measure Q put forth by LRF around May of 2021. In the July-August timeframe of that year, a petition was qualified to put the ordinance to a vote or have the city rescind the ordinance. This effort was led, I believe, by Mo Horniker, who at that time was an employee of the group that had taken over most, if not all, of his properties in Laguna in early of June 2021. So Mo was a full-time at-will employee of the MOM group. So it was this group that must have financed bringing in out-of-state personnel to gather signatures, which was successful and qualified it to go into a referendum or to have the city rescind the 1625. Then a curious sequence of events occurred. In May 2023, there was an illegal occupation of the MOM Hotel and the 14 West by armed guards led by Mo Horniker. Now, this resulted because apparently Mo had a meeting with the city manager at that time and showed her something that said that he had the authority to do so, which was nonsense because the city manager, as well as the city mayor and the others had the same information. Then, of course, all of a sudden, then we get to the point where Dupois was gone, the community development director was gone, and the city attorney was gone. It seems to me like the threat of a lawsuit may have been the impetus for all of this. And the threat of the lawsuit would have only been by the MOM group because they had every right to sue. The police must have seen felonies taking place when they went to the two residences or the two businesses, but they did nothing. So I think this 1625 or 1675, you owe it to the residents to let us vote. And as far as the cost, you have spent money foolishly to the tune of millions of dollars.
Okay,
and
thank
the
you, Chris.
lawsuit, would make no difference.
Thank
We
you.
would like to have you let us vote.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Council, any comments? Can I get a motion then?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's 3-1. Okay, we can welcome Mark back.
Back.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Renagi, I think you pulled item 4.
Yes, the question I have here is in the staff recommendation. There's it talks about how we for City Hall, we potentially don't it might not be a good idea to do the destructive testing because of the facility master plan. And so I wanted to get staff's perspective on that.
Good evening, guys.
Yes, good evening, Council. Tom Perez, Assistant Director of Public Works. So the thought was the proposed scope of work for the destructive testing is affecting City Hall North, which is included in the seismic analysis of the entire City Hall building. So staff wanted to point out the fact that this building is also being considered in the facilities master plan. And so if the destructive testing went forward, there's a construction cost estimate right now of around $6 million to do the seismic upgrades to this building. So the question was, we could not do the destructive testing for City Hall, complete the seismic analysis for the 2 fire stations and put those projects out to bid for construction while pausing on City Hall.
How much money would that save?
So we were, I believe we were estimating that to be around $250,000 for not performing the destructive testing and then additional design work that's yet to be done, and then the construction costs themselves.
Okay, thank you.
So I was kind of hoping that we can establish, or, the needs assessment's a part of this, right? So if we're looking at City Hall and we better understand what our future uses are going to be and what it would take if there was a renovation of City Hall done to accommodate the various departments right within, and have a discussion, do we want to move what's across the street into this building, so on and so forth. And so I think this is what you're maybe be talking about, Alex, is that if we were to go ahead and do the testing, and then if we just did go ahead and do the retrofit for $6 million without having this conversation regarding a potential, renovation of that it could be just wasting a whole lot of money. So the question is how do we move forward with the needs assessment to really understand what we need in the future in the most cost-effective way?
Yeah, Councilmember Orgill, as we're all aware, you and Alex are the ad hoc committee for the facilities master plan, and that will an update from that ad hoc committee will come back to the council in the future. And right now, the work for the facilities master plan is ongoing. And so, if there were a change of programming of services at City Hall, it could obviate the need for the seismic upgrades in the future. And so, cognizant of that, staff wanted to at least pose the question to council of, do we continue on and finish the design we're marching along on now, which is to upgrade the City Hall complex to essential facility standards for seismic analysis, or do we pause that now and wait for the outcome of the facilities master plan?
Well, it's City Hall, there's this building and there's north. So what is this building complete? Has the size of tier 3 been done on this building? This building's not going away, guys.
No, so what we've done, we work together with our consultant. So this building, City Hall building, there are sufficient records. So we have sufficient plans where we don't need to do the destructive testing. So the destructive testing is all within the City Hall North.
The
building.
north.
Yes.
You know, have we spent any money on it already?
On the
north?
destructive testing?
Well, on the
analysis, yes.
analysis of the north,
Or
right?
the
So we're kind of
design,
mid,
yes.
I guess my point is we're kind of midstream, right?
Yes.
So we've already spent some money on it. I don't know where Mark and Alex may be headed on this, but I would just say complete it. I mean, the assumption, there's a lot of assumptions, right? That you'd complete a master plan analysis that would say, do something different with that building or knock it down. I mean, that could be a long way off or never happen. So, I mean, I hate for us to kind of get midstream on these things and then pull a plug on them because, you know, we think something else is going to happen down the road. So I'd be in favor of us proceeding with this, but.
So the amount of money that's necessary here is $250,000 to complete the fire stations and City Hall? 250,000, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was just for this building.
The 250,000 you mentioned.
The savings would only be, it would only be if we stopped on this building. The plan would be to continue to complete Fire Station 2 and 3.
Well, that would be 250,000. It said 250,000 complete fire stations 2 and 3. So if City Hall would be extra, that would be how much?
No, so there's no additional destructive testing required at stations 2 and
Okay.
3. So all of the work to complete 2 and 3 are within the original scope of work. So there's
Okay.
no additional money for the stations. The $250,000 savings would be if we stopped work only on
I
City
see.
Hall.
Okay, and what are we spending to do all of the work? That would be the additional $361,000, or what percentage of that would be spent to do all the work that Bob suggested?
The proposed destructive testings, 110,000. The other 140 would be what's included in the existing scope of work.
So it'd be about 150,000, okay. The 250
Yes.
is what you're saying? Okay.
Total, yes.
And that would do everything we need to make the full assessment, okay. And we have the money available? Okay, I could see doing that, so I agree with you, Bob.
Help me understand.
Why not finish it?
250,000 for City Hall North or City Hall?
For both. We're treating, in the assessment, we're treating City Hall as one building. So although there's
Even
a
though they-
City Hall North.
And we have
the
plans
police
for City Hall,
department.
but not for City Hall North. So how much money have we put into City Hall North already in this tier 3 assessment?
That, because we're tracking them all together, but we've probably roughly 150 to 200.
And so hypothetically, if, because I mean, we don't have $6 million in the CIP for this in the next 2 years, right?
Correct.
So in 2 years, if we were to, after the facility master plan comes back and we look at the needs for what City Hall North could be, at that point, could we, is there a reason why spending that $250,000, let's say we came to the conclusion, you know what, we're going to keep it exactly the same. At that point, is there a reason why it wouldn't, or why we would look back and say, oh, we wish we spent that 250 now, or like right now, as opposed to in 2 years when we're able to make that decision? Is that gap between doing the tier 3 and then the destructive testing later, is that a problem?
It would likely result in some increase costs just for cost of labor
for
going up.
inflation.
And then also we would essentially close the existing contract and open a new contract. So we would be subject to whatever pricing at that time.
From a work practical perspective, it's not like that would be a huge challenge to just restart again.
No, the biggest concern I would have from an engineering standpoint would just be any code changes, but those could be resolved.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this. Anybody want to talk on this item? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any further comments?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think if we had $6 million to spend over the next 2 years, I would be open to doing this now, and then being able to make that because it would allow us to be in the position to spend that money to upgrade those facilities. We don't have that. So I see saving $250,000 and waiting 2 years, because by that time we'll have the facility master plan come back to us, and that I think would allow us to make a much more informed decision and not spend money for an analysis that could potentially not be worthwhile. So that's where I'm at with this.
To be clear, the $6 million, the anticipated expense to bring it up to seismic standards. And I'm assuming that's the lower of the standards, correct, that you're talking about?
The $6 million is the current rough order magnitude cost to meet the seismic standards required for an essential facilities classification. And so we say 6 million, could be 6.2 or 5.9. The plans aren't far enough along to get beyond about a $6 million estimate at this time.
Yeah, when we met with Griffin, I remember they were talking about a couple different categories. In the higher tier category, they were just talking about, you were there, and just how absorbent it was and how costly it was. So I just want to be clear on the $6 million, very, very rough figure. That's just for the seismic, and it doesn't include any other.
Yes, Councilmember Orgel, I think you're probably referring to things like ADA upgrades or other more modern requirements in the code, and you are correct. There could be additional costs related to that that we'll continue to look at and assess.
Office reconfiguration, different uses. Yeah, right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask this question. I mean, look, does that 6 million exceed replacement cost?
No.
I mean, if you knocked it down and built a new building of the same square footage.
No, when the tier 1 was done, the engineer put together some numbers, and a complete replacement was estimated around $27 million.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're not going to do that. So to my point, I think completing the tier 3 and then having an alternative that we can move on to renovate that building, which is in all likelihood what's going to happen with this, makes sense. But anyway, we ought to have a call for a vote, see where we go. So I would move the recommended action.
Can I just ask one more question, Bob?
Yeah, of course.
So if we did this study, and if we later decided when the buildings were up for renovation, if there was an expansion or additions to the building, would this information still apply to that change?
And yes, and there would be maybe some chance if we're moving walls or changing shear walls that some changes would be required, but for the most part, it would apply to the shell of the building.
I'll second Bob's motion.
Can I just ask one more question? When can, because I think fire stations 2 and 3, that's a priority. When are those bid documents going to go out, and when will we get estimates on what's going to happen there?
So we're expecting the 100% plans to be complete this fall.
Okay.
Then we would be getting that bid package ready. So maybe towards the end of the year, we would be able to have some bid packages ready to go.
So that'll come back to the council probably, hopefully as soon as you get that, to give us options about how to proceed.
Yes. So typically we would bring it back to council after bids are received.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, 4-1. Okay, Councilmember Renagi, I think you also pulled 5, right?
Yeah. So I've been going back with, I've had a lot of emails or back and forth with Chief Calvert and Jim Bears on this. And so the one issue I wanted to highlight was this 3-hour limit for golf cart parking spaces citywide. And at first I was trying to understand what the reason is for this, but what I've learned, or is Jim here?
Good evening.
Good evening. So this is the question that I asked in my email, but 3-hour parking spaces are typical for our on-street parking for cars in Laguna Beach. Is that accurate? And can you explain the nuances of that?
Correct. The majority of the on-street metered spaces, whether it's a single head meter or it's via a pay station, have a 3-hour time limit on the space. There are exceptions for various reasons. So some of the spaces have a different time limit. For example, Cliff Drive, that's a 10-hour limit on those metered spaces. Lower Cliff, that's a 4-hour limit. The frontage road, that's a 10-hour limit. We have some 4-hour spaces on North Coast Highway sprinkled throughout town. We additionally have a few of the metered spaces are 1-hour spaces, and that's because maybe the adjacent businesses came to the city and they wanted to have a higher turnover, to get more clients in or customers. So they wanted the meter to be 1 hour rather than 3. But the vast majority of the meters are 3 hours.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions, council? Okay, I'm going to open the public. Did you have one, George? Did you have a question? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and
I'll move the recommendation.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to number 9. I think Georgie pulled this one.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions about this item that I wanted to ask David, I guess. David, the other David, Community Development Director. I imagine. So I was just interested in the revenue impact of this and what kind of, you talk about cities confronted several instances of staff error on community development projects that require additional process and fees to correct. So, Megan, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll jump in, and then I think David would probably speak more directly to the revenue impact. But the idea was, on occasion, we run into an issue where there was, a mistake over the counter or something happened, and we want to be able to help the resident fix the mistake and remediate the problem. And so the request is to waive their fees, because sometimes what happens is the original application was more expensive, is cheaper than what they have to do to remediate.
Yeah.
And so the scenarios are not, given the volume that community development experiences, this is a very small, narrow issue, but it complicates things to have to go through effectively and often through the city attorney's office to get to council for a request for the fee waiver. So the hope is that this will actually drive costs down and that you'll see savings on that end.
I completely understand. I just wanted to know the revenue impact, number one, and would we provide a report of this? These number of mistakes are probably concerning after a while because that could cost some money, and they certainly cost inconvenience to both staff and the homeowner.
Before David goes, I'd be happy to always provide a report to the council on an annual or semi-annual basis as to what's been waived. And
annual's fine, I think. We just want to know that, we're not. It tracks the mistakes you've made, and we want to see those go down, right? Of
course.
Okay, that's all I had. And I think it's necessary and appropriate to do this. I don't have any other comments. And
I had one comment. I think the city staff error makes a lot of sense. I did raise with the city manager and the city attorney the second half of that, or when the public interest is served, which is I'm not quite sure. It's an amorphous kind of concept, right? As opposed to error. We made a mistake. We got to give the fees back. So I was in talking with the city attorney today. I just wondered if we should put a limit on that, and what made sense on the public interest waiver. And what made sense to me was maybe something that was tied to the city manager's signature authority, like
That makes sense to me.
75,000 or something.
Yeah.
So it's not,
Yeah.
inadvertently $250,000 or something.
I think
that's a good idea. Yeah. And I would ask David, what is the estimate you would have of your first year of waiving fees? What would that be? Just
So I can tell you over the month that I've been serving as a director, we have not been confronted with having to issue a refund or issue a waiver on a perceived error, I would say. So to answer your question, do we have a calculation or a number that we've been tracking? I don't have that information for you at the moment. But in terms of reporting and providing information over a course of a year, as the city manager said, that's something that we can do. We can track that data and that information and present it to the city council.
Thank you. I'll
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this? I don't. No? Okay, close the public hearing.
To Bob's point about the public interest, could we add a provision that that this waiver could only occur with the concurrence of the city manager and the city attorney? So that kind of adds a layer of oversight, because the two people who we appoint, that I think that adds an extra layer of accountability. So that's what I would propose.
I think that's good.
Well, could you make that for a certain level? Because I think that adds then another level of complexity when it's a $5,000 or $2,000 fee, maybe anything over 10.
Go ahead, Megan. You have something?
Actually, I was just going to ask for clarification on this, the $75,000, which I think will help with this question. Is that intended to be both for the public interest and the staff error, or just public interest?
Public interest.
Public interest.
Public
yeah.
interest.
Error is
Yeah.
error.
Error.
Yeah.
So understood.
Yeah.
And so I think on that latter, the public interest exception, I think to Councilmember Whalen's point, I tried to define it earlier for him and I found it to be very difficult to define. So I understand wanting a check in there because it is hard to define. If it provides you any comfort, it is very unlikely that our office would not be involved for the fee waiver. The fee waiver in these instances, they typically come to us anyways.
So I would move to approve the recommended action with an added provision that if it's if it's a public interest under that purview, then that would it could not exceed the city manager's spending limit of $75,000. And I would add a second provision that this waiver of fees could only be done with the concurrence of the city manager and the city attorney.
I think that would go in section 2 of the resolution then. So I'd second that.
Can I just chime in my little geekiness? Should it be just generally the city manager's purchasing authority so that every time you change that purchasing authority, it doesn't affect this resolution?
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Anne Marie.
So I will amend my motion accordingly.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, good. All right. I think consent item 10, Councilmember Whalen.
Yes, that was. Oh, 10, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just really had a question on 10, which was on page 4 of 6 of the report. And this may be David Contreras again to answer, so we've got 2 incentives there, which make sense to me. I think they're good incentives that staff came up with here. The first one, 1A is limited to $300,000. The second one is reimbursing entitlement fees for paint and signage projects for a 12-month period. Also a good idea, I think. But there's no dollar limit on it. I imagine, is that fairly small dollar? Do we have any idea of what we might be waiving there or reimbursing?
It's hard for us to calculate because it is a new program, but excuse me, the overall cap was set for 300 for both those items. That was the intent of staff based on the
both
feedback.
items. Okay. Okay, so both those items would aggregate 300,000.
Correct.
Not to exceed. Got it.
The cost amount for the signage or individual painting project is rather low.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
I think I just have a correction, I think, on the table on table 1.3 on page 5. I think that that ordinance adoption, second reading is August 13th, right? That's the next council meeting. Okay. All right, I'll open the public hearing this item. Anybody have anything? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion, council?
I'll move to recommended action.
Second.
I think I need to read.
We have to read the title of the ordinance, everyone.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Before Megan tells us.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending section 7.24.030, maintenance of property, and 7.24050, Nuisance Abatement Authority of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code to further regulate property maintenance within the city and determining the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines, section 15301.
Thank you. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's 5-0. All right, that takes us to our regular order. First item of business is number 15, placement of the sewer service fees as a special assessment on the county tax roll. Does anybody need a staff report on this item? Council, anybody? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item? Okay, no, I'll close the public hearing. Any further comment on this or?
No, I think this is just implementing our, the next in our 5-year plan, right? Next step in our 5-year plan. So I'd move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
okay. Okay, that takes us to item 16. And this is the Parking and Transportation Demand Management Report. Michael, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Michael Litchie, Director of Transit and Community Services. Give me just one moment to get this PowerPoint pulled up. Okay. Good evening again, City Council. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm here to speak about the Parking and Transportation Demand Management Report and provide an update on implementation of some of the strategies in that plan over the last year. So as I'm sure you recall, back in June of 2023, the City Council accepted our Parking and Transportation Demand Management Report, which was about a 15-month study effort led by multiple departments throughout the city, as well as Mayor Kempf and Councilmember Whalen, who served on the subcommittee at the time and assisted with the work of putting this report together. The study really had an overall goal of looking at opportunities to make parking within the city more convenient, improve mobility and reduce traffic congestion issues, alleviate some of the parking impacts in residential neighborhoods, and leverage technology to improve the parking experience for visitors, residents, and those who work within the city. So that process included about 3 public meetings where we got a lot of great input from the community about parking issues and options to help resolve those, and a deep dive into the parking data that we have at the city for many of our public parking spaces to really quantify what the existing conditions were and the demand for parking within the city, both during the summer and then outside of the summer season. So that resulted in a report that had a list of a few different strategies, a few different ways that we were looking at trying to improve the parking situation in town. That includes about 25 short-term strategies that the council directed us to look at moving forward on. Many of those are transportation demand management strategies, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. There are also some updates to parking codes and parking regulations, changes to some of the pricing on our parking passes that we offer to different groups within the community. And then finally, a few infrastructure projects that council asked staff to take a further look at. And council also asked us to come back with annual updates, and this is the first of those updates. So in terms of what we've been doing in the past 12 months, we have moved forward on a number of the 25 short-term strategies that were identified in the plan. First of those that we completed in February of this year was we updated parking permit pricing and also introduced some new parking permit types within the city. So many of our parking permits, as we outlined in the plan when it came to council, the pricing had not been updated in 10 or 20 years. So we looked at updating that pricing to be closer to market rates And we also looked at the validity of those passes. So we changed some of the business parking options that we had to provide passes that were valid in other areas of the city where they previously weren't. Previously, we only had passes for employees working in the downtown area. We expanded that program, so now employees who can park in the Aliso Beach Inland Lot, along Glen area, and in a few other areas of the city where those business passes weren't previously valid. On the technology side, we looked at some opportunities to improve how people find available parking. So one of those is pictured on the left in the slide, and that's a electronic parking availability sign that actually is going to go into service this week. We've had a couple delays, but this is in front of lot 16, the Act 5 parking lot. So as people come into town, it will show the number of spaces that are available on that lot. And the hope there is that we're going to pull people away and have them park in this lot, which is less expensive, has free trolley service, and prevent them from driving further into downtown and contributing to the congestion in the downtown area. We also had a couple transit projects that were identified in the plan. One of those was expanding our popular Laguna Local on-demand service beyond the existing service area, which goes from North Laguna down to just south of Mission Hospital. We received a lot of comments from the community during this project that they would like to see the Laguna Local service expanded out the canyon to serve those neighborhoods, and then also out to the areas of the city that are off of El Toro Road. So we did apply in January with OCTA for a grant to complete that service expansion. We're expecting to hear in August the results of that grant application. The signs we've gotten so far from OCTA are favorable, but we'll know in early August the outcome of that grant application, and we'll report back to council on next steps. We also looked, at least took the first steps in looking at an inventory of private parking lots near the downtown area that may be underutilized or could be repurposed during certain hours of the day or days of the week to provide additional public parking. So we went out and had staff basically walk around the downtown and take an inventory of those lots, how they're currently being used. Some of them do already offer private parking services at rates that aren't managed by the city. They have a valet or parking attendant. Others don't offer that and have space that's unused at night. So the inventory was the first step in looking at, are there areas where we could partner with these private businesses to provide additional public parking, paid public parking that would expand the parking capacity already available in the city lots and meters throughout the downtown area as a start, and then extending further outside of downtown. We also worked to, on a similar issue to what I just mentioned with the library parking lot. Now that the city owns the library building, we just, again, this week, today actually it went live, installed a new city pay station. So after the library is closed, patrons can come and pay at our city pay station for parking at that lot, and it's managed by the city. The city receives all the revenue as opposed to the prior system, which was utilizing a contract valet firm that was contracted with the Friends of the Library, and they did not offer parking every day of the week. It was a little more hit and miss. So this gives the city more control, and also importantly, all of the revenue from the parking in that very key lot in the downtown area when it's not being used for library patrons during the hours that the library is closed. We've also worked with local businesses, with the chamber, to promote the peripheral parking lots and reduce parking passes we have available for the summer season. And on the community development side, they completed the adding a new condition of approval for non-residential projects that ensures that employers are encouraging their employees to use sustainable or alternative modes of transportation to get to work. Staff has also worked on a couple of infrastructure projects that were identified in the plan. Two that I want to highlight here are the discussion of potentially adding a partial deck to the existing Glen area parking structure. So Public Works staff has worked on a structural concept review of adding that partial deck, as well as preparing an RFP for preliminary design. And then Public Works staff has also contracted with DLR Group to begin preliminary design and geotechnical analysis for a new parking structure in the village entrance area. And estimated completion of that phase and time to come back to City Council is sometime in the fall of 2024. So I should mention, as part of your staff report, there is a detailed matrix that was presented with the original transportation demand management report. So that has a status on each of the items that were originally included in the plan and approved by council for further study. And I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the specifics of each of those items. But the recommendation tonight is to receive and file the update, direct staff to return with a progress report in a year from now. And there is another recommendation that was added in response to discussion at prior council meetings regarding adding a strategy to the short-term action list that would look at the feasibility of creating new paid public parking areas along Coast Highway or other areas of South Laguna. So if you decide to move forward with that, that would add an item and would ask staff to look at those potential impacts, including impacts on residential neighborhoods, potential revenue, and providing a little bit more detail around how such a transition might occur in that area of the city. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Good report, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor, a couple of questions if I could.
Yeah.
So on the inventory of underutilized public or private parking lots, 630 parking spaces identified. Some are already, you know, as you pointed out, being utilized for parking. But what's the next step there? What's the timeline for, you know, do you have the staff resources to engage and negotiate with these property owners? Can you flesh that out a little bit?
Sure. Yes, Councilmember Whalen. So, so you're correct that that inventory includes some lots like the Wells Fargo lot where there is existing staff that's provided by the private property owner that makes parking available at a fixed fee. It also includes places that don't do that, such as I think during the process, you and the mayor both noted the business, I think it's Loma Place, the one right next to the Suzy Q, that is kind of an underground garage that does not have, is not making parking available to the public right now. So, so what's included in the plan is that we would move forward starting this fall and trying to reach out to a couple of those property owners with the goal before next summer of having 3 to 5 leases negotiated. That could be a combination of working with people who aren't doing anything right now and the city taking over the sales of those spaces, similar to what we've done at the library, or it could be working with someone like Wells Fargo if they wanted to continue to keep the revenue, that we would work with them to try to make more consistent signage and help them advertise the availability of those spaces more than just the A-frame sign they have outside the lot right now. But the goal would be before next summer to have 3 to 5 of those lots in use and agreements in place.
Michael, I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Bob,
Sue.
you have a question?
I had a couple more, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
So just a question on the, you know, the Glenary potential third story, which I think is roughly 37 spaces on, you know, a very preliminary concept we saw. And this may not be your bailiwick, but is there a timing? I know we just engaged a structural engineer. Do we have any idea when they're going to have something back? I don't think your colleagues are here.
I think Mark McAvoy may run over from across the street and he'd be better able to answer that question.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then a couple other things that you know, I think will, and I don't know, maybe this is for the city manager. You know, we heard and we had conversation, I guess we'll have a little more conversation in the item 17, but the concept of fully updating our parking rates, you know, going back to Coastal Commission with updated rates, perhaps we expanded zones. I mean, I guess all of that maybe is covered by 2, but do we need formal council action to sort of direct staff to start working on that? Because I think we have another year of rate increase next summer, but just takes so long to get through coastal.
I felt like, personally, appreciate the question, Councilmember Whalen. I felt like you folks gave us that authorization with the budget action that we adopted last month, because I did have a section in there about parking.
I wasn't here for that, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and then the other question I have, and again, that maybe this is a Mark McAvoy question, so I can hold to see if he comes, but you know, just on parking generally, I've had several conversations with the staff, and I'm not quite sure where it stands, but I believe there's direction and it's moving ahead, which is we've got to look at some parking alternatives and solutions down at the Laguna Beach Community Recreation Center, because we've got constraints on the use there. So maybe in the context of this, we can get an update on where we're at with that. So those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Yeah, along those lines, I was going to ask you, Michael. So we had a couple things. Well, we had that discussion about using parking at the Aliso Beach, at the Aliso parking center. And I was able to get, Dave's also been working on this with me, but we've been trying to get a hold of the property owner there. So we got the management company, and they reached out to me because we had a conversation back and forth, and then also Dave's kind of looped in too. So they might have some additional parking there. And so they sent me a note today saying they'd be interested in working with us. Maybe we can look into that. I don't know if you've heard anything about that, but there's no news on Gelson's, but they have the preponderance of the shopping center they manage there. So maybe we can look at that. I don't know if you've done that yet, or I know because Bob and I, when we were on the subcommittee, reason I bring this up, we're interested in looking at the parking structure below Gelson's, because it doesn't looks not very utilized. I think you gave me the example when you had a meeting over there. There's no place to park except for, so there's that. And then we had a pretty good deal going on with the Monarch Terrace, the parking lot below Monarch Terrace.
Laguna Terrace.
Laguna Terrace, I'm sorry. Yeah. So we working on that. We had a pretty good deal. It kind of got derailed, but can we get that kind of back on track and throw this into the mix here? Because I think we had a pretty good deal, and we could be getting a lot of revenue. And I've heard from a lot of people, like, why is that still sitting there? I hear that all the time, particularly in the summer. So anyway, maybe we can throw that in the mix. And then the last thing I was going to say was, the question is along the, so along where we put the sidewalk on Aliso Beach, I think we got a email today that showed a picture of it has a red curb. Does it have a red curb there? Do you know? Because people were parking there.
Yes, Mayor, I know there were some issues that were brought up a couple weeks ago that Public Works was following up with Caltrans on.
Yeah, that was on the other side, inland side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about on the coastal side?
On the coastal side, I
southbound
couldn't
side?
tell from the picture if it was a red tag or not, because the woman that wrote to us said, how come we're not ticketing these people? And it looked like the curb right next to the new sidewalk was red. I don't know if it was, but she was asking about, so I sent that. I think I sent that to somebody in the city to take a look at.
Yeah, I know Public Works is following up with Caltrans. There initially, when they finished the project, there were some areas that were not striped correctly or curbs that were not painted correctly. So I know they are following up with Caltrans on that.
Okay, I think that's go ahead, Alex.
Following up on Bob's questions, it's my understanding that, so we have the Laguna Drug parking right now. A couple of those spaces are, you have to have the shopper's permit to park there. And that's only legal because of it's a lease, right? It's not city property.
Yes, correct, Mayor Pro Tem Rinaldi. So we have a lease with the owner of that property to provide 7 parking spaces that are valid for resident permits.
So hypothetically, as we're going about doing these, looking at lease agreements, some of those parking spaces could be designated for shopper permit individuals only.
I believe so. I mean, we'd have to defer to legal counsel and make sure that there were no issues with that. But that lot you're referring to, Laguna Drug, it is open for paid public parking. It's just not managed by the city.
Yeah.
We'd have to look at that, I
And
think.
perhaps it could be even structured in a way where it's to make it more legal cost recovery for the, the cost that the residents put into this the resident parking permit, that could be used to pay for a portion of these leases. I think that's just something to look into, because on some of these summer days, the idea of making it so residents can come downtown, that seems like something that everyone would be in favor of. And then I wonder if the city has, if we've looked into like partnering with a third party to manage some of this, some of these partnerships with existing lots. That could be an easier approach, where we just have a third party where we get a percentage of it and they come in and like economies of scale, instead of being like right now, some of these private lots have to hire one person in this arrangement. So maybe that's something to look into, because I really do feel like that's low hanging fruit, is to utilize private parking lots. So I'm hoping that we can do more than just 3 to 5 lease agreements. I think it's sort of a win-win opportunity if the liabilities and everything are worked out with the property owners. And then the thing I hear like almost on a regular basis about is parking enforcement. And so I'm going to go and on a ride along with one of our parking enforcement officers at some point, I think next weekend. But I think I hear so much, a lot from residents about that. So I believe that was as part of the budget discussion. That was looking at alternative ways for how we do parking enforcement. That was something that we brought up. So I'm trying, was that your understanding, or is that something that we should add to this if there's council support for looking into our approach to parking enforcement?
I've had that conversation with the chief, the police chief, to make sure that we're dealing with that appropriately. And I'd like to report back on that with you, but I think the message is kind of loud and clear from the council, the community, that we need to be fairly aggressive about that.
Perfect. And then the final questions for the city attorney. I think we haven't updated our ticket prices in a long time. You mentioned that under California law, I think we're able to do something about the fees. So can you speak about that briefly?
Sure. So the city can set its own fines for parking. I think we need to review sort of the bail schedule to see what that currently is, and we can report back on that. I will say within reason is we can't have a $10,000 violation for illegal parking or something, but it gives us the ability to increase beyond what we currently are at.
I think it's been $43 forever.
I feel like it's been $43 for 10 years. I don't know. 20. Okay. CPI adjustment.
So we'll come back with a report on that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Megan, while you're looking at the resident parking issue, can you also look into employee parking? For years, we've talked about potential employee parking, including that into the parking management strategies. And I just want to make sure that there's not going to be any roadblocks in the event that we go down that path.
Understood. We'll look at that too.
And Michael, as far as you have here estimated completion in fall of 2024 for the village entrance and the Glen parking options. Will you at that time also have how some of these parking strategies will fit into that if we were to add supply?
Councilmember Orgel, you mean in terms of how the technology would
just in general, whether it's through technology or, for instance, I just mentioned the employee, would one of these structures accommodate an employee management plan? I'm just wondering if you're going to come back with some options that adding capacity might accommodate.
Definitely, yeah. We'd look at how to best utilize the additional capacity for the various groups that need it.
Thank you.
Michael, I have a few questions for you on pricing. Have we looked at, some of the lots like Neighborhood Congregational Church was charging $25 for all-day parking? Is that a model that would work for the city in any shape, manner, or form for high yield or high interest lots that we know of?
Councilmember Royce, in terms of working for the city to take over management of those lots or
No,
having
but-
pricing at that
But
level?
having pricing, we have 3-hour limit on most of them, and then 4 hour, as I think Jim mentioned before. So a lot of people who come in all day and want to pay the whole $25 or maybe.
Yeah, so Councilmember Royce, the current model we have is mainly, as Jim mentioned earlier, 3-hour limits in not residential, in the commercial areas. And that's really to encourage turnover so that people can go shopping, go out to eat, but then those parking spaces can turn over. We do have flat rate all day lots more on the periphery of town. So the lots right here around City Hall, lots 10, 11, and the employee lot in the evening and on weekends are flat rate lots. So you can park all day for a flat fee. This time of year, it's $20 a day.
I'm thinking about Aliso, those lots. I don't know if they're constrained because they were a state park or state county. What's the rates there that could you have an all-day rate there that would be viable?
Yes, you could set an all-day rate at the Aliso lot. The Aliso lots do have a longer
use
time limit, so you can stay up to, I believe it's 8 hours in those lots.
Okay.
But it is still at an hourly rate currently, and that's really just mirroring off what the county did before and what our metered rates are in other areas. But we could look at doing a flat rate for that lot as well. That's similar to what State Parks does. There's a flat rate for most of their lots.
I would leave that up to you. You mentioned 3 to 5 locations for leasing these 600 and some spaces, or is this for the out of town lots that next year you might have 3 to 5 leases in place?
So the goal was for the lots in the downtown area that we identified as part of our inventory to have 3 to 5 leases in place for those lots. However, there is another mention in the goal of looking at other areas outside of downtown, for example, the Laguna Terrace lot that we've discussed, and the Gelson's Aliso Center that the mayor mentioned. So there are other areas outside of downtown. We focused our initial inventory on the downtown area just because that's where there's a lot of.
And how many are there of this 630 divided by how many lots?
There are about 23 lots that we identified in the downtown, and they range from, most of them are on the smaller side. I mean, 20 or fewer spaces. There are a couple of slightly larger ones. But we can provide the detailed list to the council if you're interested in seeing it.
The other question I have is on the, we have a newly instituted pass for people who work here. And to Mark's point about adding more, I'm not sure about that. We have 500 that have been approved. How many are being used? How many have been applied for?
So of the new business parking permits, there's 2 different tiers. There's a standard and a premier, so they have slightly different validity. But overall, so far, we've sold about 130 of those passes.
So only 130 out of the 500 that would be allowable on the 2 tiers.
Right.
Well, how do you account for that?
That's a great question.
We want to add more.
I mean, we could do more promotion of it. I think at the outset, we didn't do a lot of promotion. We wanted to see what the demand was. A lot of people who had the previous passes that we were selling did switch over to this new pass. So I think, that's an area where we could work more closely with the chamber to promote that even further to businesses. The price point, while it is much lower than if you were to pay for parking on a daily basis, particularly in the summer, for some workers, it is still a fairly high price point. And so that may be deterring some people who are then deciding to try to find parking elsewhere.
Neighborhood instead and park for free.
Right.
I mean, places, and parking the public lots if they can. I don't know how they do that in Glen Eyrie, for example. They don't. I mean, you have 15 people working at one little restaurant, that I don't know where they park. And I suppose they just park in the neighborhood. That's Nick's. I've counted the number of employees inside Nick's in a busy day, and it's 15. So I don't know where they park, but I think that's all my questions. Thanks for this report. I think you're doing really good work on the parking. It's an impossible job.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this item?
I encourage a huge increase for parking tickets. right across the street from us, there is a no parking tow away zone. When you're northbound on PCH right at 10th, when a car parks in that no parking zone, it is a real safety hazard. And constantly parking enforcement is out there. It needs to have some real teeth. $300. It needs to stop. And the cars actually need to be towed. It happens daily. And that's what's changed in the 29 years that I've lived at that address. It's notorious.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Chris Katsamanis. I wasn't going to comment on this until I heard this Glen Eyrie potential, another story for 37 or 35 parking spaces. But I look at it and I say, what is going on? Here we are, we're having a problem with finances. So what do? We destroy 47, at least 47 parking spaces in the prime area to build a promenade at the cost of 5 million plus. We also have given all of these parklets away, and now we're going to spend money on putting 37 parking spaces. For one thing, that addition has to meet the new earthquake standards, and who knows what the base is, whether it will do that or whether it will have to be reinforced. I think, you guys are, in my view, need to take a look at your fiduciary responsibility and do the right thing. If you have to tell no to the residents and the business interests that the promenade is just not in the cards right now, so be it, but you have to have the fortitude to do that. So please look at your fiduciary responsibility to us. The residents pay the majority of the taxes here, and we get nothing. All we get is more crowds and more expenditures. And I think there's 37, parking spaces when you destroyed how many. And by the way, on the lumberyard parking lot, I did an analysis on that. The average cost per month is $58. The average meal at the Drape with a drink is probably $75. So here you're giving away these parking spaces for less than a monthly dining out at the Drake. Something has to change. You have to look at your fiduciary responsibility and do the right thing.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I'm president of the Top of the World Neighborhood Association. I'd like to share with you that our group very much wants you to enforce the law. So we had a board member take a photo of a motorcycle policeman on Alta Laguna Boulevard. He pulled over somebody. We don't know what for. But as far as the board members, it was the first time we ever saw anybody pulled over on Alta Laguna Boulevard, and we were quite excited about it. We were a little bit misinformed. We thought the city could solve its finances by, charging, speeding, and going through stoplights and things like that. I shared this photo and information with Chief Calvert, and he explained that now I understand in the parking tickets is discretionary and the city gets almost all the money. But when you have a moving violation, almost all the money goes to the courts. And if I could speak as an individual, I put my money in for the shopper's permit quite a long time ago. I haven't received my shopper's permit, and it's almost August 1st. I'm getting a little nervous. In this whole discussion, I want to make sure everyone knows at the town hall meeting, Jim Danziger and John Thomas talked about having paid parking in the neighborhoods, maybe up to the five or six blocks, where the shopper permits would be good, but visitors would be paying. So if we had like paid parking on South Laguna on Coast Highway, instead of going into the neighborhoods, and they would still have to pay unless they went way up the hills. But I would, and this would have a lot of revenue come to the city. So I support that idea. Not this year, let's do it next year or something like that. We're gonna be talking the next agenda item on how to tax the visitors. But the parking fund receives a lot of money right now. People should pay more. It should receive more money. But I would suggest changing the name of the fund to the Resident Mitigation Fund. We don't want to collect parking money and then build parking structures to encourage more tourists to come into town. We want parking money to be, it's discretionary. And of course, the existing parking fund has been used over the years for transfers to transit, to fund police positions, fire positions, to purchase open space, and for open space management. The city owns a lot of parcels of open space. They have no source of funding to manage the open space. And so the Resident Mitigation Fund for that purpose would be great. And as an individual, although I'll probably get ticketed, please, not $300, but increase that $43, please.
Thanks.
My name is Aaron Peluso, and I wanted to echo some of the sentiments of this prior gentleman. As we're installing more metered parking along the roads, I think it's patently obvious that a lot of these people, on the busiest days, it's completely parked out in South Laguna, so it doesn't really matter. But on all those flex days, what's going to happen is you're going to have largely empty spaces on the street, and then everybody's going to be moving up into the neighborhoods to park there for free in order to go to Thousand Steps or any of these beautiful beaches down there. So I just think we need to be paying attention to that. It's not necessarily that I'm completely against it, but it's an important factor that needs to be considered. I also wanted to just speak, we're adding more and more and more parking, but the roads aren't getting any wider. The beaches aren't getting any bigger. I think that we have a capacity. I don't know what that capacity is, but we can't just add more parking spaces ad infinitum. As to the employees, it seems to me that a lot of the employees are parking in the neighborhoods. I just wanted to, I heard at the town hall we had recently, Tony Eisman had an idea. I think she's stated it before, which is to have some of these employees required to park back out at Act 5 and take the trolley in. And I think that idea, it's really hard to get tourists to park in the canyon and take a trolley, but if it becomes mandatory for the employees who work downtown, that could be an idea worth exploring. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani, once again. I want to echo what Aaron just said about adding more spaces and more opportunity for more tourists and people. It's going to increase the amount of trash that's directly going into our MPA. I've seen it day in, day in and out. And I think that increasing the red zone parking tickets would be very sufficient. I witnessed someone see their ticket on the red zone. It was $63. They went, oh, that's fine. No big deal. And they didn't move their car. So that would be something to look at. And then also, maybe, I don't know if there's going to be a permitted parking for residents in neighborhoods, but we're witnessing that all over. The more that the parking meters increase on long PCH, they just go up into the residence area and it's becoming a nightmare. So I know it's an impossible issue, but you guys can make it happen. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public. I just want to make a few comments about about parking in the neighborhoods and that. So Mark and I talked to Megan and Pat, I don't know his last name, from BB&K. Yeah, we talked about parking, a couple things. One is talked about how Coastal Commission is viewing parking, and a recent event in Hermosa Beach where so one of the things the Coastal Commission is, I think, being more interested in is, so if you have cheap parking, people can park, let's say they park for $3, and the spaces aren't getting turned over because the parking's cheap. So one of the ideas was, and I think with Hermosa, they might've been successful or working on this, is really a lot higher pricing for the paid parking. And so that it was surprising for me, but so we'd get more revenue, but we'd turn those spaces over more quickly because you have the inventory tied up for longer periods of time. And if people get a $43 ticket, like somebody said, I can't remember who said that. Well, yeah, okay, Greg, big, it was like big deal. So we are talking about that. The other thing we talked to them about was, so we were having a conversation about how to go about with this with Coastal. And one of the things we also talked about was could we park into the neighborhoods a little bit farther? And would we get, could we get that past Coastal? I don't know. So it's one of the things we have to talk about. Coastal has a stance with us that there's no permit parking in the neighborhood. When we had the permit parking that was back behind, we had that quiet zone back behind Mozambique. The Coastal Commission told us that's it, and they put it in our LCP. And so when Bob and I talked with them about that, it was around the time of the backside of the pandemic when we were having all those visitors, remember all that? We talked to them and they were pretty firm, like, you're not getting permit parking, it's in your LCP. So anyway, I just wanted to give a little bit of information on that, but we are working and thinking about it.
Yeah, I think, to follow up on that a little bit, we have for several years, and these are good suggestions, right? And they came out at the town hall as well, which is limited to residential parking only or permit parking, resident permit parking only. The Coastal Commission's a hard no on that. That doesn't mean we can't try again, and we will try again. But then, we haven't really approached them with the concept of additional metered parking into the neighborhoods, which came up at the town hall, and I think is a good idea. And I'm actually going to be suggesting here in recommendation number 2 that we change that to read not just other areas of South Laguna, but other residential areas throughout the city, because you might want to look at it in North Laguna, along Woods Cove, wherever. So we should look at that citywide. But I'll just, another kind of reminder to folks who are listening, to give you a sense of where Coastal has been, at least on parking, and maybe they're, in light of the recent conversations you've had with them, maybe they're morphing a little bit. I mean, it took us 2 tries to get our parking rates increased. We increased them what I thought was a good rate with, escalation over a period of time, and Coastal Commission threw it out. They said, no, go back and do it again. So we went back a second time, council went back a second time with lower rates and a shorter period of time, only 5 years, which is coming up the end of next year, I think. And we got that through. So unfortunately, we're not masters of our own fate when it comes to parking. But we just got to keep, pushing and doing what we can with Coastal. And I think we'll take another run at it for sure. So that's just a bit more context on what you were talking about.
I agree with a lot of what you said, Bob. I think adding more parking meters in the neighborhoods as well. And anywhere we can along South Coast Highway. I had a number of inquiries from people saying, why aren't we metering South Coast Highway? And I think you're saying we will. That's going to happen, but over time. So I think that's something we can do to get more revenue from the day trippers that are coming into town.
But that's all, it's still all subject to Coastal.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, but we have to try again and again, and you don't take no for an answer. They were flexible on losing the parking for the promenade. We didn't necessarily have to replace it. And they've been pretty flexible on parklets as well around coastal cities. So maybe they've changed it a little bit.
I have a question for Mike. Can we, do we have control over the meters, not the pay stations? Well, maybe the pay stations as well, as far as dynamic pricing. Can that just change with the flip of a switch, or does that have to be reprogrammed meter by meter? How does that work?
Yes, Councilmember Orgill, from a technology standpoint, we have control over the pricing. From a statutory standpoint, we need Coastal Commission approval, but
Right.
the meters and the pay stations both have the technology to have dynamic pricing in terms of time of day or day of week. We can't have true dynamic pricing based on congestion levels at this point because the meters aren't tied directly to the parking sensors. But if, for example, you wanted to have higher rates on Saturdays and Sundays than Monday through Friday, or higher rates in the afternoon hours and the morning hours, the meters could be set to price in that way.
My question is related to Aaron's comment regarding if we do add meters on South Coast Highway, South Laguna, and when they're not used during midweek, for instance, if they're the weekend pricing, then the people are just going to go up into the neighborhoods midweek. But if they were dynamic and the price dropped, then it might solve that problem, is why I ask. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Maybe just a question for the city manager. Obviously there's been a lot of discussion tonight about the parking rate ticket number. I'm not sure what kind of process we have to go through, but any ballpark on how long it would take to evaluate that and
I was just doing some Google searching around whether the cities charge, and they look like they can be significantly higher than ours. So I think I'd work with Michael and with Megan about what process it might take to change that.
And
how
the other,
quickly.
thank you. And the other question I had for you is, you've already said you're going to ramp up the enforcement, but in order to ramp up enforcement, it takes people, right, to accomplish that. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to be accomplished without adding bodies, or maybe it's through overtime, but I think it would be worth, whenever you devise a plan, if you could kind of report back to us and the public as to what the plan, what the plan is, as
Happy
to
to
how
do
it's
that.
going to be,
Yeah.
how it's going to be ramped up.
I think there could be a shorter term plan, maybe with overtime again. I can't speak for the chief, but that we'd look at that and see what we can do, like as almost on a surge.
Yeah.
And then see what longer term happens maybe after October, November when.
Yeah, surge enforcement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Parking robots.
Citizens Academy.
Okay, are we ready for a motion up here?
I would move the recommended action with the change to item 2 to just have it read, other residential areas throughout the city.
Second.
And I would just also add to look at those other areas I mentioned, Michael. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just thinking out loud here too. Did you want to add a 3 that talks about, is that okay? It talks about authorizing staff to review increasing
Parking
citation
rates.
penalties.
Yes, yes.
Citation penalties.
Citation
Yes.
penalties, all right.
Yeah.
So I amend my motion to add item 3 for what the city manager just said, to direct staff to investigate increasing citation rates.
Well, second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes. Yeah. 17, which is a transient occupancy tax and business license tax ballot measure. And I'll turn this over to Gavin Curran, our Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. And the item before you tonight is the consideration for a transient occupancy tax measure and or a business license tax measure. And so just real quickly, just an overview. So tonight I'll be kind of walking through, and I apologize, there'll be some detailed slides, but I'll be walking through consideration and some details about a transient occupancy tax measure. This is increasing the TOT tax from 12 to 13% and doing some additional things in the ordinance, clarifying the definition of rent and some other things, which I'll talk about later in the presentation. There's also consideration for a business license tax measure, and we really put together two options. Option A is creating a group 4 we'll call it, for bars and restaurants, and increasing the minimum and maximum of CPI for your first 3 groups prospectively by CPI. And then option B really is the same thing as option A. It's kind of an option A plus. It really looks at doubling, I say, the minimum and maximum. So if you, and I'll get to that get to it a little later, but a minimum is $60, the maximum is $16.50. So it's doubling that, effectively making up for that CPI growth from 1996 forward to today. And the council could also consider taking no action. And I just wanted to mention it's a 2/3 vote or affirmative votes is required to place a measure on the ballot for this year. So just real quickly, a timeline. The city council initiated a community survey to determine the interest in a sales tax measure, a transient occupancy tax measure, a business license tax ballot measure. On June 11th, the city council kind of reviewed the survey results and directed an ad hoc committee of Councilman Whalen and Councilman Orgill to work with staff in developing a TOT measure. And then on July 9th, the city council then also authorized the ad hoc committee to kind of explore the business license tax measure as well. And then on July 11th, the city had a town hall meeting. About 70 to 80 residents did attend that, discussing revenue needs and potential ballot measures. Topics included, of course, the TOT measure for hotels, the impact from visitors and tourism, managing open spaces, noise, traffic, and parking impacts. A lot of the themes you heard as well tonight. And then support for increasing business license tax on bars and restaurants. And so that kind of what started the discussion on the business license ballot measure that you'll see tonight. So why is the city looking for new revenue sources? And this is something we went through the town hall. Just on the left there, we're projecting modest revenue growth, 2 to 5%. We are dealing with rising costs for labor, maintenance, contract services, and construction. Everyone's being impacted by inflation, and we're the same. And then we just needed new revenue to pursue programs and services. And kind of those programs and services are your public safety programs, enhanced fire protection. You had the standards of cover report, kind of BWOC. We have a grant for that that's going to go away. So if that is going to continue, the city needs to come up with funding for that. Facility improvements, new fire stations, facility master plan will come back, the seismic retrofit that we heard about this evening, those kind of impacts, infrastructure improvements on Laguna Canyon Road, affordable housing for seniors, local workers, climate action and adaptation, the electrification of our fleet, wildfire mitigation. These are all things that we have a need for, and that's why we're asking for additional revenue sources. So first, to go over the transient occupancy tax potential ballot measure. Just some city data to start. So the last time we changed the TOT was in 2006 with Measure LL. We increased the TOT from 10% to 12%. We currently get approximately $21 million from all TOT revenue, both hotels and short-term. And that we have revenue going into our general fund, our capital improvement fund, and of course, our Measure LL. And the table on the right is the percentage or tax rate for TOT for the various cities just in Orange County. And you can see Laguna is at 12, and for example, Garden Grove is at 14.5, and Anaheim's at 15. And of course, this does not include any additional rates that a city may charge for tourism marketing districts. So the proposal or the ballot measure that's here before you tonight is really to increase the TOT rate. Your current rate's at 12. So the proposed rate will go to 13%, and that's effective July 1st, 2026. And extending that date out to 2026 was really in response to some comments we received from some of the hotels about the impact it may have to implement that early, say in 2025 or January 1st of 2025. So there was a thought to extend that out to July 1st, 2026, kind of get past this first year and a half. The estimated revenue is $1,750,000 annually. And of course, other changes we made, and it's included the ordinance, you'll see is expanded definition of rent. So we wanted to include parking, we want to include service charges, and a number of other things that a hotel may assess or charge a fee for. We want to make sure that's included in our definition of rent. And then we did do some additional things, kind of clarifying the online travel and how the tax is imposed on that. So you'll see language in the ordinance as well. And on the right, you'll see the ballot question, and that's, I just want to, I won't read it. I just want to highlight, you can see it goes from 12 to 13%, and it talks about the fiscal impact, which is the 1,750,000. But I won't go through and read that ballot question, but that would be the ballot question that voters would see, and they could vote yes or no to that question. So the business license tax, this one, a little more complicated, so I'll walk through a number of slides with this. So the first one is kind of walking through what the city currently provides in a business license tax. So you can see, if you look on the left, we really have two categories. We have a gross receipts category and a flat tax category. And so in gross receipts, we break our gross receipts up into three groups: Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. Group 3 is your retail, wholesale, and manufacturing. That's currently where your bars and restaurants are in. That's about 44 cents per thousand. Group 2, professional services, entertainment, renting a personal property. Those are 88 cents per thousand for gross receipts. And then in Group 3 is your profession or practice of professions. That's $1.10 per thousand of gross receipts. There's a minimum tax of $60 we assess, and then a maximum tax of $1,650. So no matter your gross receipts, if your calculation goes beyond $1,650, that's the cap for those businesses. We also have a flat tax. For this example, for real estate broker, real estate insurance brokers, $226 a year. Your general contractors and subcontractors are also flat tax. That's kind of probably the majority of what you'll see in that category. And then on the right there, you'll see some business license requirements. We have approximately 3,200 licenses. About 55% of those are gross receipts. About 45% are flat taxes. All businesses must have a business license tax to operate in the city of Laguna Beach. It's renewed annually. And right now we get about $1 million in revenue for our business license. Just some historical context. The business license ordinance was last modified in 1996 by the city council. The flat tax itself was set in 1996 and has been adjusted every year by CPI. One that hasn't been adjusted is the minimum and maximum tax for gross receipts. So that was approved for $60 in 1996, and the max was approved at $16.50 in 1996, and that hasn't changed since that date. So this is just a table just showing the average revenue per business to kind of give the council some comparison of where we are today compared to other cities. And you can see this is the average we get. We get about 375 average per business. And you can see where other cities kind of come in. If you look all the way to the left, you have Carlsbad. If you look farther, it goes from Manhattan Beach to Newport Beach to Oceanside, Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Hermosa. San Clemente's right next to us, a little bit less. And then Port Hainini, if I pronounce that correctly. So the two options are option A and option B. Option A looks at first increasing the minimum and maximum tax, the $60 and the $16.50 I talked about. This would impact groups 1 and 3. So it talks about increasing those by CPA prospectively and not to exceed 5%. So we would look going forward at those rates and then increase them just by the growth in CPI for that year. And I kind of just roughly estimated that change would it would give you about $5,000 to $10,000 in additional revenue. There would also be a category for new, a Group 4. So we break out the bars and restaurants that are in your Group 1 that I talked about, put them into a Group 4. There'd be no cap on this category. If you make from $0 to $1 million, you'd be assessed $1 per thousand. Over $1 million, we actually increase that rate each year. So you start at $675 per thousand, $8 per thousand, $9 per thousand, 10, and 11. And the estimated revenue for that's $2,028,000. And I'll show in a table a little bit later how that impacts kind of a business at $1 million, $2 million, and $5 million, and $10 million. So the option B is really the same option as A, as I mentioned. The only difference is all the same rates, except for we increase the minimum maximum immediately from that 60 to 100, 60 goes to 120, and the 1650 goes to 330. So that's kind of making up for the CPI basically that hadn't been in place since 1996 to today. So really just doubling that minimum maximum tax. And so again, the new group 4 bars and restaurants, the rates you see on the left are the same in both options A and B. So no cap, 0 to 1 million, $1 per thousand. And then you see the rates for those over those years and over $1 million. And the estimated revenue here on this option B is 2,206,000. And this is in the 5th year, and I'll show you that in a little bit. And really, it tells me that making that single change adds about $178,000 to the revenue source. So if you just do a prospective on the increases in the minimum maximum, it gets you to about $2 million. If you kind of adjust for the CPI from 1996 forward on those minimum and maximums, it generates about $178,000 more. So this table really is the same what I showed or just described in the last. It just kind of more highlights what the current rates are in the various detailed rows and what the option A and option B is. And really, I'll bring down my slide, bring my little highlighter here. But if you look, really the change is here. And there's no change in any other category. And I just wanted to show this slide to kind of let the council know kind of what the differences were in the option A and option B. And it really is in that minimum tax and maximum tax category. So some city data, I talked about this a little earlier, but I just want to go back through it again. There's approximately 3,200 businesses, 55% for gross receipts, 45% for pay flat tax. Number of bars and restaurants, approximately 92 in the city. And I kind of broke them down into these various groupings. So you have about 37 or 40% are in your 0 to 1 million mark. About 25 or 27% are in that $1 million to 2 million gross receipts area. And then about 30 or 30% are gross receipts over 2 million. And again, the last change for the business license was in 1996. And the current revenue we earn is about $1 million. And so this next table kind of does, again, it compares the two options and the revenue that you'll get from those. And so again, if you look at just this table here, the first, it goes by year 1 through 5, but the first is total revenue. So option A and total revenue for option B. And here it just says what you get in total. So if we earn $1 million right now on the current, it would go up to $2 million or 2.1 million or almost 2.2 million. So again, that difference, you noted I said in year 5 was 178. It kind of breaks it down a little bit more year by year 1, 2, and 3. But if you think all the way over to the right, this is really the new revenue you generate. So in year 1 under option A, it would get you $1 million in new revenue. By year 5, you'd be earning about 2 million. And the same goes for option B. It's a little bit more in year 1 because you're doing that CPI adjustment to the minimum and the maximum. It gets you from 1.1 or 1.1 million 62 up to 2.26. So this is the kind of, this is also in your report, but it kind of shows, okay, what if scenarios? What if I have gross receipts of $1 million? What if I have gross receipts of 2 million, 5 million, and 10 million? And what this tries to show is under the current tax, for example, on over $1 million, you pay $440. If you go under the current approach or the new approach, either model, you would pay $1,000 each year for the first $1 million. If I made $2 million in gross receipts, my business license tax right now is $880. Under the option A or B, you would then now be paying $7,750 up to $12,000. And if you earn $5 million in gross receipts, you're capped at $1,650. It would increase to $28,000, $33,000, up to $45,000 by year 5. And $10 million, again, you're capped under the current business license tax, but you'd pay from $61,000 up to $100,000 by year 5. And then all the way to the right just shows a comparison of license tax as a percentage of gross receipts. So for example, if you make $1 million, you're paying, 0.1% of your gross receipts. At $2 million, you're paying about 0.6%. At $5 million, you're paying 9%. And at $10 million, you're paying 1% of your gross receipts, just to give you some perspective of how much the business license is compared to that gross receipts figure. And so here are the two ballot questions. They're both basically identical. The only difference is the dollar. It's 2 million, as I mentioned, because of the versus 2.2, and that really is the difference of CPI. And this actually is a little bit different than what you see in the resolution. In the resolution, the ballot question had total revenue. And after talking to the city attorney I've been working with, it was decided it was better to just include the change or net increase in revenue, not the total revenue. So in that, for example, if in year 5 revenues were going to increase by 2 million, but we already get 1 million, so total revenue would be 3 million. But I'm reflecting here in this just the 2 million of new revenue for voters. So when voters look at this question, this will be what will be on the ballot, and they'll have an yes or no. And I won't read through the text, but this is a yes or no question. And really the only difference is that dollar amount that's highlighted there. And then I know we've received a couple of comparative proposals. And this is really for example only, just for the council to get some perspective and the public to understand kind of what the dollar figures would be on these comparative proposals. This is for an example only, not something we're proposing, but just for comparative purposes. But some of the proposals we've seen or have come across is, for example, no impact on groups 1 through 3. Create the new group for bars and restaurants. You can see on the right with no cap. But really the big change, so it kind of mirrors what we had proposed, but the big change is really the rates. So from $1 to 250,000, 250 to 500,000, 500 to 750, 750 to $1 million, and over $1 million. You can see the rates and the percentage, and over $1 million, you can see it goes from 1%, 2% up to 5% by year 5. And so we did some costing just for comparisons. And I apologize, this table is probably a little difficult to see, but the table on top is the city proposal. That was what I just walked through for the $1 million, the 2 million, the 5 million, the 10 million. And that is what I just walked through. But if you look below, this is what the cost would be if you went with that comparator proposal. And you can see the differences in dollars do get a little bit more significant. For example, if you make $1 million, you're paying 25,000 by year 5. If you make 2 million, you're paying 75 versus 12. 5 million, it's 225,000. Up to 10 million, it's 475,000. And that's just there's just no cap. So it just continues to grow with whatever your gross receipts are in the percentage at 1% above $1 million, up to 5%. And so this next slide is just now timelines, which are important. So we need to submit all the ballot text, direct arguments, and I will go through this. So tonight, obviously, the first one is we're approving the ballot measure. The ballot measures or ballot resolutions are adopted tonight if the council wants to move forward. The date that's really important here is when to submit the ballot text and direct arguments and the city attorney's impartial analysis. It has to be completed by August 9th. So there's obviously tonight's council meeting. So if the council wants to move forward with the ballot measure, we could do that. If the council wants more discussion on future ballot measure, on discussion of the ballot measures, and they can't make a decision tonight, but they still want a ballot measure to go forward in some version of it, we may have to have another meeting to try to meet this deadline because the next council meeting is not until August 13th. And so that's the kind of the date I just wanted to point out. Once the ballot measure text and direct arguments are submitted, there's 10 days to submit a rebuttal. And then you'll see that along on election day with the ballot booklet. So the recommendations tonight are to consider adopting a resolution, if the council so deems so, on a transient occupancy tax ballot measure, moving it from 12 to 13%, effective July 1st, 2026, or consider adopting a resolution for a business license tax measure, either option A or option B. If either of the ballot, both measures, either or both measures are called, consider authorizing 1 or 2 council members on their own time to arguments in favor. These are those direct arguments in favor of the ballot measure and rebuttal arguments on behalf of the city council. And the city council could always take no action on the proposed ballot measures going forward. So with that, concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And just for the council's benefit, I do have Rob, and I'm probably going to bludgeon his last name, Kroninke, here with us. He's from Grassroots. He's been helping us with the public outreach and working through the ballot proposals with us as well. But he's here to answer any questions the council may have as well.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Who has a question? Go ahead, Alan.
Who are you with? What's Grassroots? Oh, so what's your role?
You want to come up to the microphone up here?
Thanks, Mayor. Rob Karinke here from Grassroots Lab. I was hired to consult with the city on the development of the measures and for public information.
Oh, okay, cool. So I guess my question for you would be, we did the survey on the polling on voters about how likely they were to vote on a business license tax. I think the uninformed vote was it 57% against the
Yeah, I reviewed that before the meeting. That's approximately my recollection.
and then
Yes.
the informed vote I don't think got to a majority.
It was on the bubble.
So how, given that polling reality, what is your professional recommendation about and forecast about how a ballot initiative like a business license tax, how could that prevail?
Sure. Well, I think a couple things. The measures that were tested in that survey preceded any public information that was done by the city, as well as tested a measure that is maybe a little bit materially different from what we're coming to the council with tonight. There's more specificity around it. The development of additional tiers. So it is a bit of a different measure than was initially conceived. And maybe one that aligns more with community priorities. That's for the council to decide. But I think ultimately also you have to feel any public opinion survey months before the election is probably not an oracle, right? And so it's a guide star towards what are the issues that matter in the community and what are the different components of a measure that are important.
I have a question for Gavin.
I have a question about generally, these are taxes, and do other cities always charge taxes, Megan? Or are they fees, like a community development fee on building a home? Why do we call this a tax?
So,
And can we change that to a fee?
so fees, taxes are revenue raising. So the goal with the tax is that you're going to, so for the business license tax, you're going to increase the tax amount and put more money into the city's coffers for its general use. Fees are, so for example, our community development fees, those are cost recovery fees. The goal with those fees is just that we cover the costs, and I don't know that we do, but the goal is to cover the costs of staff and related associated costs. So that's
Okay.
the difference. And that's why they are implemented differently. One requires a vote of the people and the other is the mitigation,
Okay.
a fee process.
So it's a legal definition, and other cities do not charge a fee. So they charge a tax. So every time they have to change that, they have to go to the ballot.
Are you talking about for business licenses specifically?
Yeah, related to that, anything that's associated with that, yeah.
There are two types really of business licenses that we talk about. There's a regulatory concept, which is just for really the processing of the license itself, which is usually very de minimis.
right.
And then there is the revenue raising, and different cities do it differently. Some don't have revenue raising a business license tax and some do. So it's a bit of a mixed bag as to how different cities do it, but
But they all have to go to a ballot initiative
for a tax.
for a
That's correct.
tax, but a fee, you can't charge anything but recovery.
Yeah, so
And in our case, the recovery here being proposed is recovering of impacts from tourists.
it's more the hard costs for a fee. So staff works for a half an hour to process a business license that costs the city $50. The effect that the city sees as a result of whatever is those are services that we are providing. So if we increase our police services, our public safety, whatever, we need more general fund, or I guess you could do a special tax and have a special fund, but you need more funds to pay for that. That's not the correlation for cost recovery.
Okay, that's a legal definition again?
This is all really comes from Proposition 218 and Proposition 26.
Okay.
At the end, like when Proposition 13 went into effect, the sort of solution for local government was to try to create taxes in order to pay for things. And so as a response to that, California's voters put into place Prop 218, which then created the mechanism by which you needed to go to the ballot to impose a a tax, and then Prop 26 more clearly defined what a tax is for purposes of city fees, taxes, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it.
Gavin, I just have one question. I think I've asked you this before, but we don't know, I think I asked this in the last council meeting. We don't know what, do we have a good list of what fees are included in our TOT? Like, remember Anaheim had those list of 22 different fees that they charged against, I'm like parking and I don't know. Room upgrades, there's a bunch of them. Do you know, do you know what we actually charge for?
I don't. What we've done here in the proposal or in the ordinance is expand the definition of rent to capture a lot of those, to clearly capture those extra fees or services they charge. How much additional revenue we get from that, I can't answer that question. I don't know.
So that goes back to the question we talked about last time is those aren't fees. That's the definition of those as rent, right?
The definition of rent is.
It's backward. I said it backwards.
Yes. Well, so the expanded definition of rent is intended to capture a wider base, which creates an increase in the fee. So, or an increase in the tax revenue. So I think that the more broadly we define rent.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, anybody else?
I just have one more question about the TOT, and that is this, if you're adding in the fees for parking, let's say, and all other events, weddings, bar mitzvahs, whatever, that happen at the site, that can be up to 30% of the revenue that comes in from rooms, maybe more. I don't know about big events. Have you calculated that into the increases? No, you have no way of knowing, right? And nobody
way-
told, yeah. okay.
Right. No way of knowing exactly what that number is. So I
But
can't
if it's
include-
30%, if it's an industry standard that you could look up, you could project it. I don't know what that would be. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, open the public hearing. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I've been asked to read the first page of a letter from John Thomas and Jim Danziger. Many Laguna residents are frustrated knowing that the city government and residents are spending more than $20 million every year to cover costs due to visitors. $20 million beyond the revenue that those visitors provide to the city. We support option A, targeting those visitors by passing a charge onto those visitors administered by Laguna bars and restaurants, but phasing in at least a 3% fee, not the low rate in the proposal. Here's why. City leaders have been aware of this subsidy problem for years, but have come up with nothing except a small increase in pay parking. So we support a strategy for gaining significant revenue from the 95% of the visitors who don't stay in our hotels and who contribute very little to cover the costs they create for the city. The 4% who stay in hotels already pay a steep hotel tax, which is why we are not keen on raising the TOT. The strategy we residents came up with is to focus on the antiquated business license fee system that has not been touched for nearly 30 years. And in particular, we propose creating a specific category of bars and restaurants. Why? About 80% of the spending in bars and restaurants is by non-residents. And it is a substantial amount of money. So it is about the best place for the city to capture revenue largely from visitors.
Thank you, Gene.
Okay, now I've tied myself up in knots, getting my mask off. Hello.
Take your time, John. It's kind of hot. It's kind of hot in here too,
I
by the
tied
way.
myself. Yeah, well, if I talk with that, I'll sound like this. Okay, we propose phasing in a fee charge on restaurant sales reaching 3% after 5 years. It would generate millions of dollars for the city, but city leaders have been timid. The proposal presented by staff tonight maxes out in 5 years at 1%. And we are very concerned that a council minority will not even let us vote on any proposal. We ask that 4 members of the council allow residents to vote on an effective proposal rather than continuing to delay. Our proposal would finally be a policy by our city to capture a meaningful amount of revenue from the 95% of visitors who currently generate almost no revenue for the city, but who create huge cost. When most residents hear about this idea, they are supportive. They want visitors to cover their fair share of the costs they create and to reduce the 20 million subsidy. But we have heard that some of those running multi-million-dollar bars and restaurants are mistakenly complaining to council members that they will now have to pay more than the fee of a few $100s per year that they have been paying. That is not correct. The intent is that the bars and restaurants themselves will pay nothing. It is the visitors to those restaurants who will pay the fee. Yet some council members might see this complaint as a way to justify a weak charge or no charge at all. There are two critical facts. First, this fee is not intended to be a cost to the bars and restaurants. It is clearly intended to be passed through to the customers. It should not impact either menus or profits. A recent state law allows bars and restaurants to add fees like this to the bottom of the bill, just as if this were a sales tax. The bar or restaurant is merely acting as an agent of the city to collect revenue for our city government. These are examples of the kinds of things the restaurants are doing anyway, adding little charges to their bills. So the second point is the city council will retain complete control of the program. This is a major point. You will continue 100% to control the program. The ordinance allows the city council majority to pause, reduce, or even eliminate fee increases without a citizen vote at any time. Wow. But the benefit is that this provision makes it far better and more logical to approve a phased-in 3% structure now because it can be amended later by council if there are demonstrable negative impacts. However, if we set the rate too low today and the ballot measure passes, we're stuck. The only way to increase the fees would be through a future ballot measure, which is unlikely for a long time. And I do have one question. We had a technical question in the letter we sent about the number of bars and restaurants. Gavin's presentation showed 90. We believe there's 141. So we need to be clear on the definition of what a bar or restaurant is or why there's that difference. Thanks.
John, I have a question for you. So at a 3% rate, if we increase 3%, what is the impact on an average bill, let's say $100 at a restaurant?
Yeah, $3.
What is the actual average fee that would be charged?
It'd literally be at the end, at full implementation.
Yeah, full
5 years,
implementation.
3 years, $3. You go out and spend $100 on dinner and it's $3. If you use the schedule you've got, if you go to one of the under $1 million revenue restaurants, which is still a pretty good sized restaurant, it's $1 per thousand. $100 dinner bill, I would have a 10-cent tax.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's not going to move the needle.
No, and yours would have what impact on
We
a
would go
$100?
$1, $2, $3 on a $100 bill phased in over a period of
Okay,
time.
depending on the revenue of the
And
restaurant.
you have control. So
Yeah.
if you try it the first year at 1% and they're dropping like flies, the businesses are in complaining, I'm going out of business. You can kill the program without coming back to the voters. You could pause it or kill it or lower the rate.
Okay.
Just 3 votes.
So in full implementation of the 3%, you say
$3.
it's going to be $1, $2, $3, depending on the revenue of the restaurant, the gross revenue.
No, and that if it were ours at full implementation, when it's at full bore, you spend $100 in a restaurant, there'll be a $3 charge. You'll pay 7 3/4 sales tax, and there'll be another $3 that goes to the city.
And the highest it would be is $3,
$3.
is what you're saying? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, John.
So I'm part 3, Jim Danziger. 21 states allow some of their local governments to levy a special tax in addition to sales tax at bars and restaurants. They often call it a meal tax. It has a variety of different names, as John suggested when he showed you some of the kinds of taxes that different cities in California use at the bottom of their bill. It's below the revenue that they generate from their menu, so the menu costs don't change. Their profits don't change. They become an agent of city government, collecting a fee that goes towards whatever name you give it. So for example, in Denver, it's a 4% tax, but we have a number of examples in California as well. And slowly increases, phased in over 5 years, so the impact is even slower. And that important piece of the ordinance, which I discovered, which allows the city council at any point without a vote to modify, reduce, or even temporarily or permanently stop the tax, you have total power to do that without a ballot. So the current proposal is so modest that we're arguing and encouraging you to consider a more aggressive approach so that we come a little closer to targeting that 95% of visitors who don't pay very much right now and cost us a lot. We're subsidizing them 20 million. We'll keep repeating that. The city manager recognizes there's a revenue crunch coming, and we ask the council to put residents first on this one and help by using this fee that the restaurants would administer without costing them a cent, except maybe a little technical money so that they got it on their bill and then paid the city. You don't have to agree with this to put it on the ballot, but do agree to place a strong measure on the ballot. Let the groups in Laguna decide on this. Let them debate this. Let all of the stakeholders suggest that they're either for or against it. And everybody who's a citizen can listen and assess, and ultimately they vote. And if most vote, because we certainly saw when Dave Kiff asked for a raise of hands among a group that was not just all the usual subjects, they were very responsive that this would be a good idea because they're fed up with the extent we allow all of these visitors, 95% of them, to float through town, create enormous costs, and generate virtually no revenue at all. It's fair. It will generate substantial revenue if we do the 3% phased in. You control it. The restaurants and bars just have to administer it, and we'll all be better off. It would be a shame if two of you on the council say, we don't want to let the citizens of Laguna for the first time in a long time assess a measure that substantially affects the revenue that we generate in our city from the 95% of people who don't pay TOT.
Thanks, Jim.
Hi, Kirk Bjorkman with the Ranch at Laguna Beach. Mayor Pro Tem Council, thanks for listening. Thanks for your partnership. I'm here representing the hotel community today, and through our communications and discussions, obviously, you know, we don't support the TOT increase for many reasons. I think the main reason is it creates a dynamic where we're not competitive, especially with some of our neighbors to the south. And even to the north, and also out of market, out of other states have highly competitive TOT rates as well. We do support some of the other options. Very intrigued by the one we just heard, and I've been talking about that for a while as well. And that's me talking, not the hotel community, though. But we do prefer other options like business license increase or a more creative approach to like a similar TOT for restaurants and bars. So I think that makes a lot of sense. In January, we had a conversation with Bob and Mark from the hotel community in Visit Laguna Beach. And I know a lot of us in the room, we all share the same passion for this beautiful city we have and the benefits we have of being here. And we've been moving toward a stewardship model with Visit Laguna Beach for a while. I've been proud to champion some of those things, like our relationship with Leave No Trace, which we're working on. We're the first seaside destination to have a Leave No Trace agreement. So we're working toward making that, implementing that in a stronger way. But we came away with an agreement to where Visit Laguna Beach, through the funds that they receive from the hotels, will contribute to the city in an amount that will be about $500,000 a year That's about 2/3 of the entire budget of Visit Laguna Beach based on our current revenue streams. That amount would be used at the city's discretion with an understanding it would be used to help improve the city, the infrastructure, whatever is needed to make the resident and visitor experience better. And we would phase that over some dates. The first payment coming in next year in July of I think $300,000, followed up by a $200,000 payment, and then annually after that for the next 10 years, as long as our bid is renewed, that payment would stay in place. And so we've memorialized that in a letter that you've all received and signed by Joanna Bear, GM of Surf and Sand, myself, and Rachel, CEO and president of Visit Laguna Beach. And I can say that other properties, Montage, who's here, also support that letter.
Thank you, Kurt.
Absolutely.
And Jerome Pudwill. Actually, I'm kind of shocked and embarrassed for the city council. Jim and John have been presenting this proposal for years, and they've been consistently ignored and dismissed. And yet, this is really a substantial change. The $20 million taxpayers have to spend on visitor services has been dramatically impacted by the pro-business and pro-tourism protection and promotion by City Hall. That $20 million is roughly 15% of Laguna's total budget. Tonight's proposals will not produce enough to offset that $20 million. In essence, it continues to make taxpayers pick up the tab for the lion's share of the expenses. At the city's recent town hall meeting for increasing town funding, the idea was proposed to put an additional escalating 1% to 5% tax on food and beverage tabs. Those funds would be paid by customers and passed along to the city at no cost to operators. Some studies show out-of-towners are responsible for 80% of the restaurants and bars' revenues. Based on the $200 million plus revenue that restaurants and bars took in 2016, according to a city study, a 3% tax as proposed by John and Jim would increase and generate over $6 million per year for Laguna. That's a good, almost a third of what we need to offset those expenses. The proposal that was enthusiastically received by residents at the town hall meeting. Council members Orgel and Wayland were both there to hear those responses. Just looking at the majority of letters sent to the city council regarding this proposal, I know that you are aware of these ideas. Yet, those letters were ignored, and only the two options tonight were proposed, which I think is a shame. There are insufficient proposals. These are insufficient proposals that don't make the millions of visitors start paying for themselves. As you can see from tonight's turnout, residents are getting tired of subsidizing businesses and tourism. They're fed up not having realistic solutions that impact the businesses and the out-of-town visitors who benefit at our expense. I asked the council to put a proposal for this food and beverage tax on the ballot. It's time for visitors to seriously start paying their way instead of continuing to burden residents with this $20 million tab. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Cohen, 230 Forest Avenue, operating partner. We've been here for 30 years. I keep hearing over and over again that 80% of the guests come from other places. I can tell you we wouldn't be here for 30 years if 80% of our customers didn't come from the city of Laguna Beach. That's where we hang our hat. That's the work that we do year in and year out. The people that we hear from do not want this measure to go through and feel that it would have an adverse effect on the locals that dine in our restaurants, that they would go out less, that they would utilize the businesses less often. And I truly believe that this could have the wrong effect and could actually lower overall tax revenue in general if we see this go through. Also, just so you know, if you add a 3% service charge, that's different than a tax, then that 3% also has to be taxed. right? So if you say it's $103, you spend 100, there's a 3% service charge, that's $3. That's not really true. Then that $3 would also have to be taxed on top of that. It's not just a flat fee. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Just a question on that. So you mean 103, then you pay the sales tax on 103?
Yeah, you have to pay
Yeah.
sales tax on
Okay.
everything, right?
Yeah.
So if you do a tax and another tax, that's different. But if you do a service charge has to be taxed.
Oh, but we're talking about a tax here.
So you'd have two taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Hi there. It's Kerry Redfern. I'm a local resident as well as an owner of two businesses, Lumberyard Restaurant and Slice Pizza. I can pretty much echo everything that Mark said. Our business, the ratio as far as residents versus tourists, 75% of our business is locals. That's what my wife and I set out to do, is to create a restaurant that was about community. And I'm talking about Laguna Beach community. During the 10 months of the year that go from September all the way to June, I can walk sometimes through my restaurant and I would know every single person in the restaurant. Other times I might know 80%, 75%, but it's local business that supports us. If we didn't have the local business, we would be out of business. The proposal is to use restaurants and bars to collect this money that the city needs. I would say that there's other ways to do it besides having the restaurants do it. I want to tell you that I lowered my prices just before summer. I was looking at my menu that I've had to raise prices throughout this last year or 2 years because of COVID and the effects, increased costs, all that sort of thing. And I looked at it and I was disgusted. That's the last thing I want to do, is to raise prices. So for me to add an extra charge either at the bottom of the check as a service fee, or to raise my prices in order to pay for this, which is substantial, I would have to raise my prices again. And it's something I just don't want to have to do. So for me, the difference would be, instead of paying $1,700 business license fee, the first year, next year, I'd be paying $23,000. Year 5, I'd be paying $37,000. And that's if my sales stayed flat. If they go up, I'd be paying more. If the cost of living increases, I would pay more. So I would suggest perhaps maybe you should look at increasing the sales tax, which you have the ability to do. And then that way everybody would be paying. So, but it is true, like Mark said, that if we raised a $3 fee or whatever at the bottom, that does get sales tax. So anyway, thank you.
So Carrie, let me ask you a question. So you have your bill and at the bottom it says whatever we call the tax. I don't know what it is. Restaurant tax or business, I don't know. City business tax or something. So you pay the bill, and so I pay like food. So I'm the customer. I pay the food and whatever, food bar, city business tax. But the city business tax, I think the idea is it's paid by the customer. So it's on the customer. So
the customer is going to pay this.
Yeah.
Let's say it's $3.
Yeah.
The customer pays the $3.
Yeah.
I have to pay sales tax, 7.75% on that $3.
Okay.
I just looked it up. I mean,
Yeah.
any charge, if I put a mandatory 20% gratuity on checks, which we do for large groups, which fortunately the state of California is now allowing us to do, I pay sales tax on that.
Carrie, let me ask you just kind of a general business question. So I think I asked Mark Cohen this because I called some of the restaurants to find out kind of like, what's your ratio, residents
Sure.
versus visitors. And it was the same story pretty much every place I called. Sapphire, Solani, La Serena, I can't remember all the places I called, but it was pretty much always the same, 75%, 70-30. Wine Gallery, I asked Chris Olson about it. It's pretty much 70-30. But do you get a lot of people like, I come to your restaurant quite a bit, but you get a lot of people saying like, wow, it's getting pretty expensive. Do they comment on it?
Many people, people do comment on it, but it's their new habits. So instead of ordering a halibut for themselves, they order a halibut for two and split it.
Yeah.
Instead of ordering a hamburger, they're splitting it. I was talking to Mark about this. He's dealing with the same thing too. So we're getting half the revenue from individuals in many cases. I worked tonight, all night, and I can't tell you how many times that we were splitting plates. You know, and it's a factor of cost. I get it. You know, it's expensive to eat out these days. And the last thing I want to do, like I said, is to raise prices. COVID's had some major effects on the restaurant business, and it changed people's habits tremendously. So our business is being very much affected by this. I just don't want one more thing to land on our shoulders that we're responsible for.
Carrie, just to be clear, when you say that you pay the sales tax, do you mean you would collect the sales tax on the additional 3%, or are you saying that you would pay the sales tax out of your own pocket?
It's looked at as revenue by the state. It's not a tax. The state didn't impose the tax.
The fee, the $3
It's a fee is what it is.
But then
Exactly.
you're
It's not
saying
a tax.
you collect sales tax.
I'm collecting it, but then I have to pay sales tax on it, just like Mark said.
Thank you.
Carrie, so I read online, and there's different sources for this, but like the average restaurant has an 8 or 9% profit margin. Is that far off? Is that accurate? What do you think of that number?
Well, the average restaurant, or 80% of them go out of business in 5 years.
Okay.
But the restaurants that stick around, like mine, fortunately, and I hope for a lot longer. Yeah, that used to be a good number.
That's
Boy,
a
if you
good
could do 10%, you were really, you're doing great. There was a day when you could do 15%. Those days are gone.
So what would you, if you had to make a ballpark estimate about what the margins are for the restaurant?
Oh,
business?
I'd say now it's more likely between 5 and 8%.
So a 3
for a restaurant that's making money.
So a 3% gross receipts tax would be.
I'm not going to tell you exactly what my sales are, but yeah.
No, I know, but 3%, that's a significant portion of what those margins are, which are very small.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's all an add-on. These are all add-on fees. So
because if you could increase your prices and still get the same demand for your product,
which I don't believe that I can.
But you would, right? That's how the market works. But you can't, because the market's not going to support that.
Correct.
So this idea that this tax is, I mean, I love the idea of a free lunch, right? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Someone's going to pay for it.
Correct.
And so it wouldn't necessarily just get passed on to the customer. You would have to potentially lower your prices, or else you wouldn't be competitive.
Exactly.
Got it.
Thank you, Carrie.
You
That's
bet.
good.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Hi, Aaron Peluso
I
again.
haven't seen prices lowered in restaurants in Laguna. They've been going up and up and up, and the drinks too.
Yeah, well, it's pretty expensive. I didn't plan to speak on this. I have no business interest whatsoever in regards to any of these issues. I just wanted to add that as a resident here, family of 4, we eat out in Laguna almost every single day, sometimes twice a day. And that would affect us. Doesn't even necessarily, I think the proposals are intriguing. So I'm not even necessarily taking a stand on it, but I did have a thought that may be worth consideration, or maybe could just be discarded, which is, you tax things that you don't want more of. And it seems to me that if there could be some sort of segregation between bar tabs and restaurant tabs, that would be something, maybe some people who live in Laguna are out there drinking every day. Maybe they shouldn't be if they are. But, people who are here for the day and on vacation, they're often having an appetizer and drinks, probably more so than sitting down to a fancy meal. Maybe. But if you're going to take a $14 margarita, and I don't know if you could even do it as a $1 charge, but if you could add a $1 fee on it or a $2 fee and it hits you at the end, the out-of-town visitors aren't even going to know about it in the first place. And it comes at the end and they have to pay it. So that's a thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hi, Judy Mancuso. I think it would be great data to have if we knew exactly who were eating at the restaurants, and if the restaurants are against this, maybe they should be able to give you documentation on truly how many people are from out of town versus in town that are eating at their restaurants, because you're basing this definitely on a hypothetical situation. I would think that, you know, the drinking and driving on our roads and all the DUIs that happen weekly are probably drinking at our local establishments. So, and they do live out of town for the most part. So I would say, you know, show me the data. And for Carrie to just say, oh, it's locals, well, prove that, you know, because obviously the restaurants don't want to have this on their back. So it's easy to say, but I think they should be forthright, and I think you should ask for the data. I mentioned this before that, you know, when I left here, the last city council meeting, I went looking for food and there wasn't any after 9 o'clock, all down Forest, but you could sit down and keep drinking, you know? So, I mean, they are contributing directly to our DUIs. And if they want to proactively do something about that because they don't want to add this tax on to the folks that are drinking and driving, then, you know, put the breathalyzers at the door, do something. But you can't just keep passing the buck on to the residents to be spending all this, our taxpayer dollars, on all these extra services for the 6 million, 10 million, how many ever million we're at people that do come in every year. Thank you.
Wait, Judy. So just to clarify, what are you asking us to do?
Get the data.
So, but what are you saying that we should support? So the question is,
If truly, if Carrie says 70% of the people are Laguna Beach,
got it.
I don't believe that. I think that it's probably more, but if it is out of town, then yes, you are directing that tax directly at the folks that everybody wants you to direct that tax at.
So you're supportive of the tax?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I'm supportive of knowing the data to back the tax. Yes, I'm supportive of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Michelle Monda. I actually agree with what Judy said. I don't believe that 70% of his business is locals. I was in a store today and a woman was raving about her lunch. Well, I asked her, I said, where'd you go? She said, lumberyard. Okay, it's tourist season, but I totally agree. Alex, you're always talking about being data driven. Before you make a decision and say, well, you know, we shouldn't be taxing the hotel, the bars and restaurants. I think you need to have some hard data that says, no, it's really locals and you'd be hurting the locals. I, for one, am totally fed up with paying the $20 million a year for the visitors. And I think that anything we can do to defray those costs from us, we need to do. I understand it's a tough business environment, but I wanted to ask each one of those guys that spoke against don't tax me. I mean, so that's sort of NIMBY, right? Don't tax me. Well, what would you like us to do? How would you like it so that me and the rest of the residents in this room are not paying full freight? I totally agree with your efforts here. And I also agree with John Thomas. Let's go for the 3% because 1% probably really isn't going to do much. And as John said, if it's not, if we don't have to make it a ballot measure and you guys control it that way, do that. Try it for a year. Let's see how it affects their bottom line. Let the residents, and if you're going to just do something and it's going to be a ballot measure, let the residents have a say here. Because literally, you were all here earlier. We are all fed up. Something has to change. And like I said, I want to ask those three guys, okay, then what do you want to do? How do you want to help us recapture the money that these out-of-towners are costing we, the residents? Thank you.
Jacob Cherub. I thought I was going to have the night off. But watching this discussion, I want to bring us back to John Thomas's and Jim Danziger's proposal. And I'm kind of surprised that you spent a lot of time talking to the couple of business owners and didn't query them, because let's reiterate. One, at the maximum, as they're proposing, $3 per 100. That's a $100 meal, cost you $3. And while it's true that you're going to do a sales tax on top of that, that's going to be less than 30 cents that's going to be collected for sales tax on top of that $3. So doing the math, I think you've got the least objectionable suggestion. Now, the Councilmember Orgo and the Councilmember Whalen were at the town hall meeting where somebody said it was 80. It was full capacity. That room is over 100. And Councilmember Whalen, I was appreciative because when the meeting was closed and you guys were sitting there for the whole time, listening to everybody, you know, you weren't given an opportunity to comment, but when at the very end, Councilmember Whalen, you stood up and you said, how many of you agree with the proposal? Every hand shot up. I mean, it was a vociferous outpouring of agreement. And I think the reason is because if you just add a sales tax, then every resident who buys anything in this town will have to pay. And when it's limited to restaurants and bars, and let's underline bars, it's not that kind of a number. And as a resident, I don't like paying more taxes, but I think a fee like that or something that goes on top of that at $3 per 100 will generate very large revenue with a very specific population. And if their numbers are correct, not done anecdotally, that's going to be the way to hoover up most of the residents, I'm sorry, most of the visitors. And if they want to have a beer, they should pay for it, and they should pay for it in their tax. So please, if you have any other questions about it, ask them because they've done the research.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Jacob, thank you. Thank you for your comment. I can't take credit though. It was actually the city manager who asked for hands to go up, not me, but so he gets the credit. I did. I invited everybody to come tonight. Yeah.
So I haven't really dissected this, you know, and I know all about it. I kind of follow things loosely, but what I find interesting about this is the proposal gives you the power. Okay, so you put it on the ballot measure, but you are city council that the residents continue to vote for. You have the power. So if it is $3, 3%, whatever, and it falls flat, you have the power to change that next year. You don't have to go back in front of a ballot measure if what I'm hearing is correct. But here's the other thing that I'm going to say. We have an incredibly gifted population of incredible citizens with knowledge, intellect, experience, practice. And these guys are free. They didn't bill you 1 red cent for this report. My husband's been on that train as well. We have incredible talent in this town, and you need to jump on board and start utilizing that. I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It seems as though this isn't just about generating revenue. It's about cutting costs too. One of the issues that I've never understood is we get the information of when DUIs are pulled over. And I know John Thomas and I have chased that data to try to find out what it costs the city per DUI. This is something that's near and dear to my heart as co-chair of the Pedestrian Driver Safety Committee. This is an important thing for our community. I've never really understood why there isn't any why don't take the data that's collected and actually go to the actual entity and find out. And I know that it's, I believe, you know, better that we can actually do this, but say, hey, you know what? Two of the DUIs we pulled over in the last 3 days came from your facility. So they're actually also causing the expense. There's no way to, I mean, if anybody knows this number, it would take it off of John Thomas and I trying to figure it out. But let's say it's a large number of what it cost us to take 2 officers per DUI off the road. And it's not only that, it's public safety that becomes the factor then. You have 2 DUIs, you only have 4 on at night. Who's minding the store when we do that? And yet, I don't want to, it's not so much I want to penalize the restaurants and the bars, but for heaven's sakes, if they're the one, if they walk out and they get that DUI coming out of that establishment, something should be done about that. That's almost criminal, but they should be warned and there should be some sort of a penalty. And I don't know if it's a fine. I don't know what it is, but if that stops DUIs, it also cuts our cost to the bottom line. And it puts more of our police officers back on the street, not having to deal with DUIs. Because let's face it, once they're in jail, that revenue doesn't come to us. But we're the ones who, our city is putting out all of the resources and the financial wherewithal to do it. Again, don't know what the number is, but you got to imagine it's pretty high. So I think we should look at how we can generate revenue, but how can we decrease it? This will help solve a lot of problems for our community. Once we start dealing with the DUIs, in this case, it's a cost. It's going to help cut costs, but it's also going to make our community safer. And I think that's something that we all appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it to council. Who'd like to start? Go ahead, Bob.
I'll
Bob,
go.
ahead.
I just wanted to start just to give a little perspective on some of the work the ad hoc committee did, and then we can get into more detail. But you know, we spent, I guess you guys appointed us in February, and we spent a fair amount of time looking at alternatives, and we boiled it down to what came back here tonight. But overall, you know, I think it's been a good process. It's been a very interesting process to go through, and I think a productive one in terms of bringing out a lot of input from the community, which has been good. Several of the speakers tonight referenced the town hall. There were maybe 90 or 100 people there. You know, we've gotten a lot of emails in on this item from residents. We had a number of meetings with Visit Laguna to talk to them about the possible TOT, got input from them, which resulted in their offer of this arrangement that Kurt just mentioned. And we had a number of discussions with the chamber trying to talk to them about the business license tax. And while I don't know as though they're supportive of the proposal here tonight or the proposal we're talking about, particularly, I think they generally were supportive of the notion of increasing business license taxes to some degree because they haven't been touched for 28 years, which is a long time. So, you know, I think there were some really good outcomes here. You know, we've all had a good conversation about the increasing visitor impacts. We get some focus on efforts that we can do here at the city to better enforce existing laws. We talked about some of that earlier. We talked about additional parking revenues. We talked about the need to work more closely, you know, with Visit Laguna to produce a stewardship program instead of to help sort of mitigate some of the negative impacts that we're experiencing. So, you know, the clear message that came through from all all the conversations, all the emails, all the town hall, all the one-off conversations that we've had with people is desire to get more money from the people who come here daily. The visit Laguna, the hotel guests who are, I don't know, somewhere between 300,000 and 400,000 a year. We're already getting $20 to $21 million out of that group, which is a significant contribution. There is no perfect vehicle to capture money from the day trippers unless, we could set up a gate on each of the roads coming in and charge them a fee, which we haven't quite figured out how to do that. But I believe that the business license tax proposal on bars and restaurants is perhaps the most efficient way of capturing money from visitors that is available to us, and something I think we need to look at tonight. We've, the bars and the restaurants, it's hard to say. Clearly, there are locals who live there. If we really wanted to do a deep dive on the data of what the percentage breakdown is, we aren't going to get that tonight. And really, if we're going to move forward on something tonight, we need to make a decision if we're going to get something on the ballot this year. And if we don't get it on the ballot, we have to wait 2 years because we can only put these types of measures on at general elections. So we'd have to wait till 2026. I'm going to be supporting, I want to talk a little bit more about the rates, but I'm going to be supporting moving forward to put a business license tax measure on the ballot. Spent a lot of time talking with John Thomas yesterday and hearing some of the input tonight. Gavin, if we were to, based on restaurant sales, if we were to put a 1% tax on, didn't we think total sales were, do you have an estimate of what that would generate?
Just give me a minute. I can get close.
Okay, well, you can take a look at that, and I can.
You can call John up, he knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just
can.
give Gavin some time.
Okay.
So
here's the answer.
So I'm going to be supportive of moving forward a business license tax. We can, if there's support for that, we can talk further about the rates, and Gavin can think about that, but I will let others on the council weigh in.
Yeah, I'll go next. I want to mention something about the TOT. I think that, as Bob mentioned, that's $21 million a year. And the hotel guests do not cause the kind of disruptions or the kind of impacts that the 6.5 million visitors do. So I think it's unfair to tax that population. We already get $21 million from that population already. So there's not a direct connection. And I feel Bob is right about the restaurant bar tax. It does have a direct connection with the day trippers. So I do support that. And I would go with the 3% that John has recommended. I don't think that's a ton of money. $6 million a year, I think it would generate something like that. So it's just a third of what less than a third of what the hotel guests pay. And we're finally getting some money out of the tourist that comes in. I'm going to give you an anecdote. And about 4 years ago, I was involved in building Park Plaza, which is a small area behind the library used as a plaza. Put furniture out there. It was open for about 4 months. And I think Sam Goldstein came and it was closed at 10, enforced by the police. Sam said, well, you know what? Why don't you keep it open until 1 in the morning? I've got a lot of people coming out of the loft that need to sit down somewhere before to find their cars. And we did. So I go, what? Why do you let them get drunk in the first place? But we used that place, and I don't know how much it was used because I don't go out at that hour. But I think the DUIs are impactful. In 2014, in August, there were, I think there were, in that summer, in August, I remember there were 102, 48 were from locals and 52 were from residents. No, 48 from locals, 52 from out of towners, and I think that number has increased. That's a real safety risk too, and that's what bars and restaurants cause, and it's almost impossible to stop people from buying another drink. You know, they get mad. So I don't mind that tax. I don't think it's burdensome. And if it's on me too, I'll accept it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Go ahead, Alex.
I have a question for the city attorney. So help me understand, it takes, just to step back, it takes 4 votes to get this on because it's a general tax? Or why is it that it requires 2/3?
Yeah, so the Mayor Pro Tem, the government code in section 53720, that chapter, that article, is voter approval of taxes. And the section that talks about general tax says that a general tax requires a majority vote of the voters. And then the next provision requires that no tax subject to the vote requirement prescribed by the section for general tax shall be presented at an election unless 2/3 of the vote of all members of the legislative body vote for it. So it's cross-referencing the general tax provision.
So a special tax would be the same thing?
So no, I think that the special tax is not cross-referenced by that section. So I don't think it requires a majority vote as I read the statute.
Okay, that's interesting. So I think the idea of taxing visitors and not having our residents bear the burden for a tax is something that is a no-brainer and to me. And at the last meeting that we had on this issue, to me, the question of TOT tax came down to price elasticity, was the extent to which our hotels could be competitive and still bring in, and so we have high occupancy rates, because as George pointed out, hotel guests really are not the problem that we're dealing with here. I mean, it sounds like there's not support for anything involving the TOT, and I understand that. I think Kurt made a persuasive point there. To me, the business license tax, so I guess I want to step back again. If we shut down all the bars and restaurants in town and put them all out of business during these summer days, we would still have gridlock, and it's because of the beach. Ultimately, that's the cause of the gridlock that we face and that frustrates all of us during the summer months, especially. And so, to me, what I'm concerned about is, are we trying to solve a problem by taking? I mean, because there's this point about that people who are going to restaurants and bars, I guess, are not paying their fair share. They're paying sales taxes, right? They're paying, what's the sales tax rate in our city? Is it 7.5?
7.75.
So they're paying sales tax, and I think that we should be looking at ways to bring in more revenue. I think parking meters, that's the best way that you are able to get revenue from people who are not paying any other taxes. Because if you're just going to the beach, and that's what I see, at least, is people going to the beach bringing food from outside of Laguna. They have McDonald's, and we don't have McDonald's here, so it's obviously they do not pay sales tax for that here. Parking meters, I think, are the better way to capture it. The problem that I see here is that this is a tax that is going to affect residents, and I get that that there was support at this one town hall, but we have to look at the bigger picture, because I think what's always interesting in politics is that it's really the people who are sitting at home who are just trying to pay the bills to live in Laguna Beach, who are raising their kids. They're the ones who ultimately we work for, and it's really easy to have a loud minority of people who are in favor of something. And I respect all the people here who are in favor of this. I had a good talk with John Thomas yesterday, but the residents don't, from the data that we did in our survey, and just when I'm talking to people on a daily basis, that's the cool part of living in Laguna Beach, is going to places like the Lumberyard, going to places like Wig Sandwiches, and so what I worry about is that one of two things can happen when you have a, let's say we go with the 3% gross receipts tax. One of two things can happen. Residents are going to pay. And I get that John's argument that residents are going to pay at, the burden will be more felt by visitors than it'll be felt by residents, but residents are still going to pay an increased tax, or the tax is going to be absorbed by the restaurants. And in an environment where you have rising labor costs, you have, inflation, food costs more, insurance costs more, everything costs more. Nobody wants to open. It's not a way to make, I hear about revenue as, but that's not really the right metric for how you evaluate a business. You look at profitability. You could have a lot of revenue, but if your costs are as high as your revenue, or you have I don't know, let's say if we go on Carrie's, or if we just go on the average that I saw online, 8% profit margin, at a certain point, it's like, if we want to be a town where we don't have cool local restaurants, that's one thing, but I don't think that the majority of residents want that. And so I think that I'm opposed to the business license tax, because I think residents are going to have to pay more.
Guys, he's trying to talk. Let him talk.
Or the businesses or the small businesses are going to suffer. And I think, and so that's where I am on this. I don't think it's going to pass, because I think the survey clearly showed that this is not something that the residents support, but that's where I'm at.
Do you want me to go, Mark, or? Sure. Okay, or do you want to go?
No, you can.
Yeah, so first of all, I think this is really a good piece of work that was done. Mark and Bob always do very good, high caliber work, and this is another good piece of work. And I think this is a good process. This, not only this discussion, but the discussion that we've been having, not just at the council meeting, but kind of behind the scenes, the council members talking among ourselves about the impacts of visitors, talking to Dave Kiff about it. So for me, when something comes before the council, I try to always do my homework, and I went and talked to some of the restaurants, and they all told me the same story. And it kind of bothers me that someone would dispute Carrie, because Carrie Redfern, if you go in there, and I go in there, you go in there in the off season, like you go in there in September, he does know everybody. He walks around, talks to everybody. So when he says that, you don't need the numbers. He knows, and they all know. So that's one thing. I think, we have a hard economy here, because I think what Alex said and Bob to a certain point is we're never going to collect money from the day trippers. I've really been watching this summer, watching these people come down with their carts and stuff and go to the beach, and you're not spending money. If the visitors spent a lot of money at the restaurants in the summer, the restaurants would be killing it. And you wouldn't have Carrie. He did drop his prices. And you wouldn't have people doing that. And it's worrisome. He told me he didn't say that here. He said he's had the worst year he's ever had. And this guy's been here a long time, and he's a good operator. So we're in this inflationary period where everyone's kind of I think when I go out to dinner, and I think Mark Cohen said this when I asked him, he said, we're getting business, but they're not spending as much money. And people are more conscious of that, because we're in this weird inflationary environment. People don't know what's going to happen. So I think, the best way to tag residents is or visitors, is what the visitors truly pay for. The residents, so we're trying to recoup money for us from the visitors. And if you're also going to tax the residents, then you're really taxing the residents for a visitor problem, which is something we're trying to get away from. So this is one of the things that's perplexing to me, is we don't have a really easy way to collect a lot of money. We've gotten a lot of money from the hotels. I spent a lot of time talking to the hotels. I talked to Kirk. I talked to Joanna Baer, and I talked to Mary Rogers at the Montage. We had a long talk. She said, I've never seen so many people at the beach below the Montage as I have this year. She says, absolutely packed. Those people aren't staying at the Montage. Those people are coming. I can tell you right how they get there, because I've watched them. They go in Aliso and they come down. That's what they do with their carts. And they park up in Aaron's neighborhood. So, but so this is kind of where I am. I think we need to, so I like the discussion about this, and I'd like to have a further discussion about how to go about, on a larger scale, how to address our impacts, what we can do and what we can't do. But I'd like to, and I'm also interested in talking to Visit Laguna, but this is kind of where I am. I'm kind of agreeing with Alex is, I'd like to get money purely from the tourists wherever we can. So those are my comments.
Let me ask a question here. I just want to say, we haven't seen very many restaurants go out of business in this town. I know we had Harley's and, we had one that always goes out of business. It used to be the rug merchant and was Big Dog. I mean, there's a few places where just restaurants don't seem to work, but most of them have a lot of staying power. Is that because they're not making any money? I don't think so.
Mark?
So Gavin, Bob, I really appreciate working with you all and on this. It's been quite a ride and I've learned a lot thanks to our friend, Mr. Bob Whalen over here. He's been through this before and I thought it was going to be a little simpler than it was. I have to be honest with you. We keep hearing a couple of different topics brought up. One, the reference to Visit Laguna and visitors' impacts, and that's what happened along the way. And as I was out talking and interviewing members of the community, including John and Jim, there was this sense of anxiety and that kept coming up, and I kept trying to keep the conversation focused on revenue enhancement concepts. And there just was a lot of other things that were coming up. And during that time, the parking kept coming up, and that obviously is a great alternative because I think it does target the day trippers, and I think that there's, but that all that ties into kind of the stewardship and the management, right, of what we're talking about. So it just starts to get kind of blurry when you put all the pieces together. So with that said, and I think that the businesses have some anxiety right now. We had this inflation, which is just insane. And, coming out of COVID, we have the inflation and also the raise in minimum wage. And to be honest with you, when I was in business, if I was hit with those costs at this time and had to deal with it, I wouldn't have enjoyed it. But when I sold my businesses in 2017, I had gone through that wave of workers' comp going and healthcare going through the roof. And it was hard to keep up with that at the time. So I think between some of the other, issues that people are faced with and anxieties in town and the restaurants, and I shared some of my concerns with Megan a while back, and she was telling me about an issue that they had in Goleta, and where they were actually, their issue was sales tax, and they proposed it and they polled for it, and it polled terribly. And then they spent the next year working with the community, having the community understands their needs and where the money would be deployed and how it could benefit the community, and the different interests came together. And this was a sales tax that passed by 70%. And that was because of communication and education. And, when we were at that town hall, when I shared this with Dave, I was really impressed with the results of that town hall. And I suggested to Dave that I would like to start doing more of those as soon as possible. So at the end of the day, what I would support is, and I do think that there's merit to what John and Jim worked at. I just think it's a matter of education. And I know that this means that this whole idea could be 2 years off. But I think it would be worth waiting and doing the work, education, and bringing the community in and letting them have a voice in the whole effort. I think it's important to understand that at the end of the day, you want success, right? So if this goes on the ballot, you want it to pass. And when we started this conversation, Alex made a good point. His point was that it didn't poll well. Now, did we ask the right questions? Maybe not, but it didn't poll well. And I'm just suggesting that if we did education, I think that we could just get more support for the whole concept, and maybe even get to a higher number that would, something like what John and Jim was talking about. Maybe that higher number would be something that the community would support and go along with. So anyway, that would be my recommendation.
Well, I just want to offer a couple, I mean, clearly there's not support, not going to be 4 votes to move forward with this tonight. I'd just like to offer a couple of observations. One is, we're in the midst of doing this facilities master plan that's going to come back with an enormous number for facilities needs. We've heard from the community, they want us to ramp up enforcement. That's going to cost money to create the personnel to enforce this. So I think it's a mistake if I'm hearing, I think it would be a mistake for council to say increasing parking revenues is the only vehicle we should be pursuing in order to get more fees out of visitors. I mean, frankly, as I said early on, there's no perfect solution here, but I do believe, and there's examples here that we were furnished tonight, and I'm sure there's others throughout the state where you just put at the bottom of the bill. It's not going to be paid by the restaurant owner. It's going to be at the bottom of the bill as a city tax. So I just think it's a mistake to leave this conversation thinking, somehow increasing the parking revenues is going to be the solution to all this. There won't be enough money there to do it. And so, Marks, if we want to continue to pursue it, we can continue to pursue it. But my view on this, from what I've heard overall, would be, I mean, Alex, if we were imposing a fee or a charge that a resident was going to have to pay, I agree with you. I mean, I think that, we'd really have to think hard about it. But putting it to the voters is a different question, because the voters are going to decide, and they're the ones that would, have input as to whether they're going to go to the restaurant and be willing to pay it or not. So I think it's a little different, I think, when you're talking about putting something to the voters. But we just need to keep if we're not going to do anything tonight, which disappoints me a lot, we're going to have to keep our options open. We shouldn't be narrowing down tonight to say, we can only tap into the visitors by, increasing parking rates, because that's not going to be a long-term solution. So
I think we're missing an opportunity too. And I think, I don't know if it's 50-50, 80-20, whatever it is. I think residents have already mentioned that group are willing to pay. I think the survey was flawed in the way they asked the questions. That was obvious from an analysis of a very professional survey research person that summarized the survey. But I also want to say we missed an opportunity to tax an audience that won't mind and isn't here, and that's the people with vacant homes. There's 2,000 of them. They don't live here. They park their money here to invest in Laguna. One for $60 million who's a hedge fund billionaire in New York. I don't think he's going to miss a few $100 or even a few thousand taxed on his assessment of his home to be used for housing and for offsetting costs for public safety. We missed an opportunity there, but maybe next time. I don't think there's the stomach to do anything tonight, so be it.
I may suggest and I do agree with you, Bob, I don't think that there's going to be the votes. And I mean, I believe you were out of town when I asked for this issue to be back on the agenda. And I do think that it has merit, and I do think that there's an opportunity to make something of it. I'm just not sure that, I just think that we need to do some education and try to, rally the community behind it and so what I would suggest is that the council allow the ad hoc committee to stay, you and I to stay working on this and see if we can't work out the solution. And
I'd be open to that. I mean, I think more town halls along the way with the community would be beneficial. And then maybe we, follow it up down the road somewhere with an additional survey to see
That's a 2-year commitment, Bob. You're running.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm good till November.
Okay, I have a question. Megan, what do we need to do here?
Well, you don't need to take a vote given where you are. So I think you can just take no action onto these items if you want to, unless you want to call for the question.
Well, do we need to could we just, following Mark's, did we just make a recommendation to continue the ad hoc committee to
Yeah.
explore revenue
Absolutely. You
options?
can absolutely do that.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion, Mark?
Make a motion to continue the revenue enhancement ad hoc committee
Ongoing.
ongoing.
Yeah. I'll second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Why not? Ready, Bob? Okay, and we're back. So we have an item to dispense with here. Appeal A is 1560 Sunset Ridge. Apparently they want to continue. I thought it was going to be, they wanted a continuation until October. I think I saw an email from them. Is it? So I saw, Dave, I saw a recent email from them that said they wanted it October. I sent them a note, both of these guys, Coratani and Larry. I think I copied you and asked them, can you guys please try to resolve this because it's ongoing on our agenda. So anyway. So this is just a continuance to, I think, October 8th, was it? Or later.
Yeah, I apologize. Let me pull, has anybody else pulled up that email?
Let me see if I can find it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was like the 20 something.
It was the second meeting for one of them for the
I
appellant.
think it is because,
And the applicant wanted to stay with September.
Oh,
yeah.
They don't agree.
But the appellant is requesting October.
Correct. But the applicant wants September.
What are we supposed to do about
So
that?
Megan,
What are we supposed to do about that?
Well, did they say, I'm sorry, I'm not privy to this email. So did they say why? Are they unavailable? We
Yeah.
try not to do that where, we try to just schedule it so that we don't have a game of availability.
here you go, Megan, if you want to peek at it.
I don't see it now. It's just. Oh, here's the request.
It came in at 2:20 PM.
Yeah, that's the one, Dave.
Tuesday.
That's the one. I think the appellant, the homeowner is on this email.
Is it a
I don't-
single appellant?
What's that?
Is it a single appellant or are there multiple appellants?
It's a neighborhood group, but I think it's one main appellant.
I think the name on this email is the appellant.
Is it the Buchholz?
Yes.
Yes.
It's at your discretion, Mayor or council, what date you would like to pick if you'd like to continue it to the October meeting.
Well, I mean, we can put it on the October meeting, I guess, October 22nd. They're not going to be here, so I don't know how we're going to work around that.
Who's not going to be here?
The appellant.
I think the appellant will be here in October.
I haven't seen anything saying the appellant won't be here in October.
Says will be
The appellant
postponed
didn't
from the
want to be-
current date, September 24th to October 22nd, 2024. We'll be out of town on the 24th of September.
So I think you could continue to October 22nd. We don't have any reason to believe that the applicant's unavailable at that time. They just, it's just, it's longer.
It's an ongoing. Yeah.
If that is the appellant, if you want to continue to that date, that you could, but we should just pick a date and stick to it and agree to no further continuances.
Is there can you run on the clock on continuances? Like, can they just keep continuing and I mean.
We don't have a policy or a provision in our code related to that, but the effect is that the applicant can't proceed with their project.
Okay, why don't we just set it for October 22nd? I mean, I don't know what else to do.
I think that's fine.
Is it okay?
That's fine.
The council, you okay? with
Was that a motion?
Yeah, but I have to open the public hearing. Does anybody want to talk on this move appeal hearing? Because we're going to continue it. Anybody? Oh, okay, I'll close the public hearing. Okay. Can I have a motion, council?
Move that we continue it to October
22nd.
22nd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to do one quick item because Mark is not going to be able to participate in the last item. So we are going to have one, we're going to skip ahead just for Mark's, accommodate Mark, and that is on the council member item request.
Right. And that was just, would like to formalize what I spoke about earlier regarding subcommittee to work with Visit Laguna on the stewardship program.
Yeah. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, Mark, I guess you have to make a statement about why you can't participate on Appeal
Oh,
B.
So now my statement, my
Yeah.
recusal statement.
Yeah.
So I am recusing myself from participating in this item tonight due to potential conflict of interest since I previously worked and had a contractual relationship related to this property. And because my wife also currently works for the applicant, as a result, the applicant is a source of income to me and impacts my personal finances. I will leave the dais now. Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Can I just clarify that your subcommittee is the
Mark.
two of you?
Mhm.
Okay.
You have
Yeah.
to come back to end the program then. Yeah, you do. Say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, I will turn this over. So this is an appeal. This is an appeal, Planning Commission approval of design review 22-2304 variance 24-0690 and CEQA categorical exemption for Hotel Laguna, 425 South Coast Highway, the Central Bluffs District. Okay, I will turn this over to Martina. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp. Good
Mayor,
evening.
sorry to
Okay, what?
interrupt. Do you want to do ex parte disclosures?
Oh, yeah. Any disclosures on this item?
Yeah.
Anybody meet with anybody, talk to
I-
anybody?
I had a three-way phone call with Christine Miller, Danielle Wilson, and Juan Munoz. But there was nothing that we went over their appeal, and there's no new facts that were discussed in my conversation.
Okay.
Okay, I had a telephone call with Mark Fudge, and I also talked to Dennis Bogle in person about this item.
Okay, and I have no disclosures. Bob, do you have any?
I just talked to city attorney.
Okay. Go ahead, Martina. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp. Good evening, Council. I'm Martina Carone, Principal Planner. I'll be presenting this appeal this evening. The project site is located within the Central Bluffs District in the downtown Pacific Plan area. The site is situated at the corner of Laguna Avenue and South Coast Highway and is developed with a 68-room hotel with restaurant and retail uses. The surrounding use consists of other similar retail and restaurant uses. In a historic assessment prepared by Chattel Incorporated in 2020, a detailed history was provided for the property. The memo details that the hotel was constructed in 1930 for the Laguna Beach Hotel Company. The building was designed in the Mission Revival style by master architect Gilbert Stanley Underwood. The hotel opened on August 11th, 1930, and the final cost of construction was $450,000. The banquet room and dining room two-story addition were constructed in 1950. During the 50s, the building also received other alterations, including new storage area and a lobby remodel in 1955. Until in March 1985, Clayson and Georgia Anderson leased the property and ran the business until the end of 2017. In 2019, a Part 1 evaluation of significance historic preservation certification application for the subject property was also prepared and certified by the National Park Service. This official determination of eligibility for the listing in the National Register of Historic Places is an automatic listing in the California Register, and as such, the subject property is a historic resource for the purposes of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The property was taken over by the current management team in March 29th, 2023. On March 6, 2024, the Planning Commission reviewed a comprehensive proposal that was submitted by the current tenant. It's also considered the recommendations of the Heritage Committee at that time. During the discussion, the Planning Commission provided comments and direction that the applicant incorporate additional items and exterior changes to restore the building, and the project was continued. A revised project returned to the Planning Commission for review on May 15th, 2024, and after holding a public hearing, the Planning Commission approved at a 4-0 vote design review for exterior changes and a variance to reconstruct the spire atop the cupola. The Planning Commission also found the entire project exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines sections 15301 and 15331. It's important to note that because the scope of the project was revised to include a variance request for the spire, prior to that hearing, the project description was updated and new notices were sent for the project. The May or the May Planning Commission staff report is attached to the council staff report as attachment 2. The staff report details the project specifics that were approved by the Planning Commission, which primarily included exterior changes, which are repainting of the building with revised paint and trim colors, replacement of the guest room doors and windows with fiberglass systems, replacement of the fire escapes and access ways, restoration of the rooftop spire above the cupola, and a facade restoration, which includes installing new awnings, restoring archways, storefront fenestration systems, and other historic details, and stucco repair and replacement, and improvements within the rose garden facade. As part of the Planning Commission's review, it also approved a Class 1 and a Class 31 exemption for the project. The California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, defines a project as the whole of an action that may result in either the direct physical environmental change or the reasonable foreseeable indirect change. As part of its review, the commission reviewed a project description that not only included the exterior changes noted by the design review and variance applications, but also all known pending projects, which included renovations to the existing hotel rooms, including updated lighting, wall coverings, finishes, bathrooms, and air conditioning, interior remodel work, which included the remodeling of the second and third floor guest rooms, including hallways, the lobby area, reception, retail spaces, and the corner cafe, structural repairs and upgrades throughout, which is known as the structural work, replacement of the flat roof above the hotel, and installation of 2 vertical blade signs, which are pending future projects. At this time, staff has no concepts or applications beyond what is discussed in the staff report that's provided to the City Council. On May 29th, 2024, Christine Miller, on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, which is the appellant, filed an appeal of the Commission's approval of the design review, variance, and coastal development permit exemption, as well as the CEQA exemptions. The appellant provides 3 contentions for the appeal. The first contention is that the Planning Commission approved the project's categorical exemption is improper due to the cumulative impacts from successive or piecemeal projects at the hotel site. The staff report does provide a detailed response to this contention, but in summary, the Planning Commission appropriately determined that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 31 exemptions, and the project description also included all known projects and piecemealing has not occurred. Additionally, the project is not a major remodel, and the known foreseeable projects will not result in a major remodel. Therefore, there's no cumulative impact. The second appeal contention states that the Planning Commission CDP exemption determination seems improper. The staff report provides a detailed response to this contention, but in summary, appeals of any determinations regarding coastal development permit processing, exemptions, determinations are only appealable to the Coastal Commission under the Laguna Beach Municipal Code. Therefore, the City Council will not review the Community Development Director or the department's decision on the CDP exemption. The third appeal contention states that the project's inconsistency with the LCP or the local coastal program conflicts with the city's general plan and infects the code-related findings for entitlements. The required findings may lack adequate substantial evidence. The staff report provides further detail about this contention, but in summary, all decisions regarding design review and variances may be appealed to the City Council by an applicant or an owner within 300 feet of the subject property or a tenant within 100 feet of the subject property. Here, the city only received 1 appeal submitted by Christine Miller on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, which is not a qualified appellant for the purposes of the city decision on the design review or variance permits. Therefore, the City Council will not review the Planning Commission's action on the design review for the exterior changes or the variance for the rooftop spire. So as just described, the scope of this appeal is limited solely to the Planning Commission CEQA determination as to the Class 1 and 31 categorical exemptions. The appeal is not a review of the Planning Commission's decision or the merits of the approval of the project entitlements, which includes design review, variance, and the coastal development permit exemption. Based on the facts and findings in the staff report, it's recommended that the City Council adopt the resolution which is attached as attachment 4, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's finding that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the Class 1 and 31 exemptions. And it's also important to note that we've received public correspondence, both in support and denial of the appeal. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Martina. Questions for Martina, anybody?
I'll ask him after the testimony for the applicants and Ballot.
Alex, you have any questions? Okay. How many people want to speak on this item? Okay. Do we need any interpreters? Does anybody need? Okay. Okay, so, all right, so we'll open the public hearing. Come on up. Oh, wait a minute, let me ask a question. Sorry about this. Who is, Christine Miller is the appellant?
Correct.
Okay, we gotta, let me just get a little bit straightened out here. The appellant will have 5 minutes. Are you representing Christine Miller?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so you can speak, the appellant will have 5 minutes. Everybody else will have 3 minutes, okay? And then we'll go to the other side, the applicant. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. As you heard, my name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a land use seeker attorney representing the appellant Christine Miller in Local 11. As you saw in the staff report, you're being asked to review the Planning Commission's CEQA determination, that this project is exempt under or categorically exempt from CEQA. At the outset, it's important to note a couple of key points. First, under your code, this is a de novo hearing and you have independent judgment. That means you can disagree with the Planning Commission's determination. It's also important to understand that you have the discretion to grant the CEQA appeal if there's substantial evidence that the project involves significant potential impacts related to A, cumulative impacts, or B, unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances can be demonstrated through substantial evidence that there could be significant impacts, including inconsistency with land use policies. Here, context is critical. Back in 2021, this hotel site was subject to a coastal appeal, as you heard, by Mr. Mark Fudge. There, the Coastal Commission found a substantial issue with this project as it related to various Coastal Commission policies, including whether or not the project at that time constituted a major remodel. Additionally, there was other policies at issue that was warranted a finding of substantial issue, including bluff-related development, as well as other coastal policies. 3 years later, the appeal is still pending. The applicant has not attempted to resolve those issues and instead has submitted several other applications and more cumulative redevelopment project approvals. This likely exacerbates those substantial issues. Respectfully, the staff report does not address this key issue, and nor does the staff report's very quick presentation of what the staff report stated. Instead, they say that the major remodel calculations provided by the applicant is supported. That's what the staff report tries to do, and respectfully, we disagree. I want to highlight just a couple of issues with it. I want to bring your attention to staff report page 13 to 14. This is their calculations. Unfortunately, this calculation has substantial issues with their determination of whether or not this project qualifies as a major remodel. First, the calculation excludes a variety of proposed alterations. If you look at your land use element definition of what is a major remodel, it's broadly defined. It includes many things, including any major alterations to multiple structural elements, such as foundations, roof elements, exterior walls, etc. Additionally, coastal staff has determined and has also considered other factors, such as changing out windows, changing out doors, interior remodels. They've also considered you've also stated that just because a project doesn't meet that 50% threshold, it can still constitute a major remodel. Here, staff page report, page 1 through 9, outlines numerous alterations that were not considered in these calculations, including removal of all the guest rooms, replacement of all the guest rooms, renovations of all guest rooms on the second and third floors. Again, structural retrofits that are not provided in the staff report. These all fall within the broad, plain language of the broad definition of major remodel. Second, the calculation relies on a city interpretation of what major remodel is. However, buried in the staff report and attachment 6, which is on page 297, the city's own policy acknowledges there's no certified language in the municipal code that further specifies the meaning of major remodel. Quote, city staff has different interpretations of that term as compared to the Coastal Commission staff. Specifically, commission staff interpretation of what elements count towards that what counts as demolition. There is inconsistency here, and that is not described in the staff report. Third, you look at these calculations, they're based on pending remodel structural retrofits. However, neither the planning commission nor your council report includes the actual plans detailing what areas are going to be removed, where the retrofit's going to happen. This is relevant to coastal determinations. Fourth, there has been no determination whether or not the applicant's calculations have been verified by the city building department. Fifth, the calculations do not account for the 20% modification that was identified in the substantial issue finding back in 2021. And lastly, there's been no consideration of development that's prior to 2020. These are all relevant factors based off of coastal prior decisions, including applications 190171 Astophanos, 200050 Dornan, and also 210023 Honaker, which is this site. I thank you for your time. There's substantial evidence for you to grant the appeal. Thank
Okay,
you so much.
thank you. Who's next supporting the appellant?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jonah Breslau, and I urge you to sustain the appeal before you and deny the project as it is currently proposed. A categorical exemption is inappropriate for this site because the full scope of development at the project site since 2020 has been piecemealed in past, current, and potential future applications. If the full scope of development was analyzed as required under CEQA, the project would be considered a major remodel under the local coastal plan. This type of piecemeal approval may have masked inconsistencies with the city's LCP, including the potential loss of affordable overnight accommodations and impacts on the bluff face. This was one of several substantial issues found by the California Coastal Commission back in 2020 when considering a CDP appeal on a prior proposal at this project site. The Coastal Commission staff pointed out a, quote, valid concern regarding the potential of successive minor projects to cumulatively trigger the major remodel definition, end quote. We are concerned with what we see as a pattern in this city at this project site and others as it impacts our members who work at luxury coastal resorts throughout the coastal zone but cannot afford to stay overnight in these same communities. Please uphold the appeal and reject the proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Andrea Martínez y trabajo en el Pacific Edge en Laguna Beach. El informe del personal describe numerosos proyectos pasados y futuros en el hotel, incluyendo nueva pintura, reemplazo de ventanas, reparación exteriores y reemplazo del techo. De hecho, el hotel lleva varios años fuera de operación. A pesar de la naturaleza extensa de estos trabajos, el reporte de la ciudad no considera si estos proyectos califican acumulativamente como una remodelación significativa. Este descuido podría significar que las renovaciones se están realizando poco a poco para eludir la clasificación de renovaciones significantes, lo que requeriría el cumplimiento con la ley costera y las políticas del programa costero local. No podemos permitir que tales maniobras pongan en peligro nuestra costa y que se limite el acceso accesible para las familias. Por favor, opóngase a este artículo que se aborda estas cuestiones. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I am Andrea Martinez, and I work at the Pacific Edge in Laguna Beach. The staff report outlines numerous past and future projects at the hotel, including painting, window replacement, exterior repairs, and roof replacement. Indeed, the hotel has been out of operation for multiple years. Despite the extensive nature of these works, the Planning Commission report failed to consider whether these projects cumulatively qualify as a major remodel. This oversight could mean the renovations are being piecemealed to circumvent the major renovation classification, which would require compliance with the Coastal Act and local coastal program policies. We cannot allow such maneuvers to jeopardize our coast. Please oppose this project and sustain the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, concejal. Mi nombre es Jessica, soy housekeeper de Pacific Edge de Laguna Beach. Por favor, confirme la apelación y rechace este proyecto tal como se propone actualmente. El desarrollo pasado, futuro y actual del sitio no ha sido analizado adecuadamente según SICUA. Este tipo de aprobación gradual puede haber escondido inconsistencias con el plan costero local de la ciudad, incluida la posible pérdida de alojamiento de bajo costo para pasar la noche y los impactos en el acantilado. Tener acceso permite a los trabajadores como yo relajarse y mejorar nuestra salud mental. Trabajamos mucho para poder disfrutar de nuestra costa. Por favor, no la descuiden y confirmen la apelación. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jessica, and I work at the Pacific Edge as a housekeeper in Laguna Beach. Please uphold the appeal and deny this project as it is currently proposed. Past, future, and current development on this site has not been properly analyzed under CEQA. This type of piecemeal approval may have masked inconsistencies with the city's local coastal plan, including the potential loss of affordable overnight accommodations and impacts on the bluff face. I am concerned about this because it's very difficult for me to access the coast, and having coastal access will allow people like myself, workers like myself, who enjoy relaxing and bettering our mental health, coastal access. We work really hard to be able to enjoy these kinds of things. So we please ask of you to not let this go by and confirm the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, concejal. Mi nombre es Javier Galván y trabajo en Pacific Edge Hotel en Laguna Beach. Por favor, confirme la apelación y rechace este proyecto tal como se propone actualmente. El desarrollo pasado, futuro y actual del sitio no ha sido analizado adecuadamente según SECUA. Este tipo de aprobación gradual puede haber escondido inconsistencias con el plan costero local de la ciudad, incluida la posible pérdida de alojamiento de bajo costo para pasar la noche y los impactos en el acantilado. Esto me preocupa porque la costa debería ser accesible para todos y deberíamos considerar los impactos potenciales en el acantilado y las playas de arena, que son nuestro recurso más preciado. Como mención, yo trabajé en el Hotel Laguna durante 7 años y ahora trabajo en Pacific Edge y conozco lo que es trabajar aquí durante mucho tiempo. Es importante que todos nuestros hoteles sigan las reglas y hagan lo correcto. Por favor, rechace este proyecto tal como se propone actualmente y gracias.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Javier, and I work at the Pacific Edge in Laguna Beach. Please uphold the appeal and deny the project as it is currently proposed. Past, future, and current development on the site has not been properly analyzed under CEQA. This type of piecemeal approval may have masked inconsistencies with the city's local coastal plan, including the potential loss of affordable overnight accommodations and impacts on the bluff face. I am concerned about this because the coast should be accessible to everyone. We should consider the potential impacts on the bluff face and sandy beaches, which are our most precious resource. I myself have worked in the Hotel Laguna for 7 years, like a houseman, and now I work at Pacific Edge, and I know firsthand what it means to work here for a very long time. It's important that our hotels follow these rules and do everything the correct way. please, please reject this, sorry, let me go back. Please uphold the appeal and deny this project as it is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on behalf of the appellant? No? Yes? Come on up. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes. Who's representing the applicant? One of you guys.
Hello, council members. My name is Michael Kluchin. It's good to see you again. It's been a while. Hope everybody's well. I represent the ownership of Hotel Laguna. We spent an extensive amount of time putting together a proposal for the city planning commission. We engaged professionals, professional architects, engineers, and went deep into detail to work to put together a proposal for the exterior remodel of the hotel. And we worked hand in hand with the city and the planning department to find a solution that will work to meet city code and to meet city codes, and to also represent something that is a staple of this community and has been for a long time, which is Hotel Laguna, and tried to bring that back to life and rehabilitate it so that it can open as an operating hotel business. And in that time, we made sure that we were using our best efforts to accommodate the city as well as all of its planning and code requirements. And we believe we've done that. And we've done that in a very thorough and detailed manner. Not once, but twice we were in front of the planning commission. We met with the planning commissioners, discussed in detail the work that we were going to do to ensure that it would be appropriate. And we believe we have accomplished that. And then not only in March, but then in May of 2024, we came in front of the Planning Commission, and we did receive approval. And so I ask that you uphold our approval and allow us to continue forward so that we can restore Hotel Laguna to its beauty and open it as a great place of business in the city of Laguna Beach. I will also, if you have any words. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking on behalf of the applicant?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Michelle Manda. First one is, who's Christine Miller? What's the, who's Christine Miller? But
don't
no,
know.
it's not Christine Miller.
No, I know. We've had this ongoing joke back and forth.
But
No, I don't.
But this is sort of like, who's John Galt? I mean, what's the interest that she has in this? Well, I think you have to look at who the union is. And you have to look, I mean, because to me, it's always about motives here. The motive for the union is clearly that they want to have a foot in the door when the hotel is up and running. And they're doing this appeal to put a clinker in the whole works. I am flabbergasted that they had all these people. They had at one point, I think 15 people here. They fed them all outside, sandwiches, and they had them all sitting in here. And as the hour got late, they all left, except for the few who spoke here. But again, what ore in the water do they have here? I don't understand it. There's no real rhyme or reason to have workers at Pacific Edge come in and say, that all this stuff has gone wrong at the Hotel Laguna. And also let me remind you that all the things they're talking about happened under Mo Honecker. That was the previous operator. That's not this operator. We're talking apples and oranges. I know because I've seen it myself. I lived through that whole Mo thing. That probably was piecemealing it. They were doing all sorts of illegal stuff. Mom has inherited that. This is not their fault. They came in and they are actually going to do something about solving the problem with this hotel. There's not one person I talk to in the street that says, yeah, let's keep the hotel closed. Everyone, you all know I do the art walks once a month. Everyone loves it. They're so happy to be back. We want to see the hotel back up and running as a hotel, as a functioning part of the fabric of Laguna. This is just self-serving obstructionism, in my opinion. And I hope you don't listen to any of this gobbledygook and listen to what the new operators are willing to do. I was at the planning commissions. I saw how they bent over backwards to accommodate what they were asked to do, and they've done it. Planning commission gave them the approval. So I beg you, please deny this appeal and uphold what the planning commission ruled on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, not the person who filed the appeal.
Will the real Christine Miller please
She
step forward?
is, she's actually absent, which is amazing to me. I don't know why she's not here. What I want to talk about is the fact that I've worked with this organization for a year and a half, and we've really gotten to know them, and they're wonderful operators. They just want to do right by the property. They want to do whatever they need to do. They're they're willing to invest the money. They have the right goals. They have the right desires. We have a wonderful staff who has spent a credible amount of time. The planning commissioners worked very hard with them, went to the hotel, and great communications to get to a point where everybody's comfortable. You want wood windows downstairs? Okay, we'll do that. We're still learning whatever you need. We want to do this. What is this really about? It's about money. It's about trying to force an organization into a union. Now, I didn't know this happened in California, but evidently it does. It's really irrelevant because the property will be managed by Surf and Sand. They're not hotel operators, but what they did was sign an agreement with one of the best hotel operators in the city. What else how else can they show that they really want to do the right thing? We have an organization who wants to make this work, bring this hotel back. Let's support them. Let's support our staff. Let's support our planning commissioners who've worked so hard that we should all be proud of. And let's not uphold that appeal. And if she filed it, she should be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, the appellant has 3 minutes. Do you have any rebuttal?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me try to dispel some of the fears and some of the commotion or the concerns raised. First and foremost, Christine Miller is a real person, and she cared so much about it. She ensured that many of her members of Unite Here came out here. The folks that had to leave were hardworking folks. These were folks that work very hard and came out here and had to get back on a public transit to get back to their homes, and that's why all of them cannot appear and stay for the entire night. First, you heard about what more can this applicant do? I think it's important to remember that this applicant takes the property subject to the condition that it purchased it. That includes the long, hairy history of this case. What more can they do? What you didn't hear is that there was no application for consideration of a CDP for their pending structural improvements. In fact, during the planning commission and during the two planning commission hearings, you heard that they were very careful to avoid triggering any substantial or major renovation, major remodel. That was the goal. Unfortunately, here, the project and all the project approvals all interrelate. They all come back to the same inevitable fact that was clear back in 2021 and is even more clear today. The hotel's been closed since 2017. All these projects have a singular goal: redevelop it, bring it back to operations. The developments back in 2020 and 2021 all relate to that. The new application, including the variance and the design review, as well as the new pending structural improvements that were applied in December of 2023, which is being segmented from your review. And none of the plans are before you or the planning commission. Why aren't those considered collectively? Additionally, if I'm not mistaken, the applicant took the property in 2023. I don't know, why not address the outstanding substantial issue with coastal? That seems to be the most prudent step, and looking at this entire project holistically and consistent with past coastal interpretation, not trying to find shortcuts. Respectfully, unions do have standing to raise these CEQA issues. Case law is very clear on that. And furthermore, Local 11 its members are impacted by projects that do not follow the proper land use and CEQA rules. That includes consistency with applicable coastal policies, whether it's bluff determinations and lower cost accommodations. Furthermore, they have members who are constituents and stakeholders of this community. They live and breathe and are members of this community. They're just as much entitled to advocate and lobby this elected body just as much as any other resident and stakeholder in this community. And they most definitely have standing. The issues here are legitimate, they've not been addressed, and there is substantial evidence before you that gives you the discretion to find that the project does involve cumulative impacts and unusual circumstances, and you could grant this appeal. Thank you so much for your time, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question for you if I could.
Please.
So you, on your first remarks opening up, you talked about different interpretation by coastal of major remodel versus our interpretation. Ours, under our code, it's in the relevant piece here, the building's not being expanded. So the relevant piece is the demolition, removal, replacement, and or reconstruction of 50% or more of the existing structure. Have you done any calculations that show you that more than 50% of the structure is undergoing those types of improvements? Or are you just saying we haven't done the analysis?
Well, before you, there is not substantial evidence that the calculations are below that. And moreover,
Well, we have evidence in the staff report. I'm asking you whether you have any evidence to the contrary that shows that more than 50% of the structure has been replaced or renovated, or is proposed to be replaced or renovated under.
well, in fact, the staff report does acknowledge it and does outline a numerous amount of alterations to this project that potentially qualifies and should be included in that calculation, including on pages 5 through 9. These are outlined on actually pages 1 and 5 of the staff report. It's this one right here. Again, it's grabbed right from the staff report. Those acknowledge about 5 different categories of project approvals. Let's read some of those and see what they include. Remodeling of all 68 guest rooms on the and hallways on the 2nd and 3rd floor. The entire floors. That's almost the entire interior renovations. Additionally, structural repairs and upgrades. Where are those plans? Oh, they don't provide it. It's not before the planning commission or the staff report for the city council. Additionally, replacement and upgrade of various systems, including mechanical, electrical, plumbing, upgrades to utilities, and foundation updates to retrofit the structure. These are all substantial evidence of major alterations. Now, while we may be able to discuss difference of interpretation, what should be guiding is their land use element. And that's what's before you right here. What the applicant has used in that report, again identified on page 13 and 14, Honorable Council Member. This is the applicant's calculations. And it relies on not the land use element definition, but rather the city's non-LCP certified guideline, which again, even the city's own guidelines acknowledges there is discrepancy between what city staff believes is included as a major remodel and what coastal does. And until that LCP language is certified, your guideline is again, this broad language and land use element. I think the substantial evidence is in the staff report does demonstrate more than likely, more than 50%. But the last point I'll put on this is that the Coastal Commission staff has indicated that even if you don't reach that 50% threshold, does not necessarily mean it does not qualify as a major remodel as it's concerned with the coastal policies that warrant bringing yourself back into conformity to all coastal policies. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Whelan?
Well, partly. I think you're telling me you don't have any calculations that show it's in excess of 50%. You just say there's a bunch of words here that sound like they might aggregate up to more than 50%. And I hear you on your other point. I just would correct you on one thing, because the staff report says on page 13, the city has calculated the percentages. These are not the applicant's numbers. These are city staff has calculated these percentages for us. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. You know, I have a, are you done, Bob? So this is a technical discussion, right?
Madam Mayor, was that for me or?
No, no,
Oh,
I'm done.
apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, close the public hearing. Yeah, so this is a technical discussion. And as I look at this in the responses to the issues raised on appeal, first one is the planning commission approval of the project's categorical exemption is improper due to cumulative impacts from successive or piecemeal projects at the hotel site. This is kind of, I think, what Bob, you were getting at. So when I look at this, when I look at the table, first of all, the table doesn't show, we're not even close to a major remodel. So that's number one. And I don't see any proper, I mean, I read this whole staff report a number of times. I don't see any improper piecemealing here. It actually says in here, they didn't engage in any piecemealing. So, and I agree with that. It's not a major remodel, does not meet the definition of a major remodel. Number two, the planning commission CDP exemption determination seems improper. But the community development director sent the CDP to the coastal commission, and that was on May 23rd of this year. The appeal period ended on June 7th, 2024. On that same day, United Here Local 11 submitted an appeal to the coastal commission. The coastal commission is currently processing it. Therefore, the city council will not review the community development director or designee's decision on the CDP exemption. And then the third, along the same lines, it says the project's inconsistency with the LCP conflicts with the city's general plan and infects the code required findings for entitlements. The required findings may lack adequate substantial evidence. There's some language in here, but it's still the same. It's still the same thing as I repeated before, as I mentioned before. The city did, and a little bit different though. The city did not receive any appeal filed by the applicant, Hotel Laguna, or any owner of property within 300 feet of 425 South Coast Highway, as discussed above. The city only received one appeal submitted by Christine Miller on behalf of United 11 Local 9, which is not a qualified appellant for purposes of the city's decision on the design review and variance permits. Therefore, the city council will not review the planning commission's action on design review for the exterior changes and variance for the rooftop spire.
So I think we do have, or do you want to, I wanted to go back to the CEQA thing, but
That's where I was going to go ahead.
yeah. So, I mean, I think we do have a technical issue. I think really it comes down, we don't have, the other issues we don't have jurisdiction over, right? So it really comes down to the CEQA determination and whether or not the categorical exemption is proper. So I have a question for staff or the city attorney. I mean, we heard testimony from the appellant that coastal has a much broader definition of major remodel than we do. We're calculating it wrong. You know, we don't have the plans to make the determination. Could somebody comment on that testimony?
I'd be happy to, and I'll work with staff on that. If I could just step back and set the stage a little bit to where that goes in this analysis, that question. So the piecemealing is a discrete issue or discrete legal issue under CEQA. Piecemealing occurs when a lead agency takes a larger project and chops it into smaller pieces for purposes of evading environmental review. An agency can't examine parts of a project in isolation of the whole action. So it must examine all components of a project collectively. A project consists of a whole of an action. The whole of the action includes governmental approvals that are interconnected and dependent upon or foreseeable consequences of each other. So as a result, not all actions on every piece of property are necessarily part of a larger project. And what I want to get to is that this argument that's being made about cumulative impacts is going to have two prongs to it. It's going to have cumulative and then it's going to have significant. And the major remodel discussion is part of the significant analysis. Before we get there, I want to be clear about the cumulative piece though. So like here, it's possible that a property owner could request a permit or approval for some activity on a property that might be completely separate and independent of another permit or approval from that applicant on the same property. In these situations where activities are separate and independent, where they have separate and independent utility, meaning that one approval is not dependent upon another approval, then the approvals are not interconnected to such a degree that they are part of the whole action. So I think what we want to initially be clear about what the project is before you today, which is it's listed in your staff report. Those are, as described, those are the project. That is the project. There is reference to the 2021 coastal issue that is pending. That is an independent project of separate utility. They don't interconnect. And so to begin with, just because there's an argument being put forward that as I understand it, that because this is all happening on one piece of property, it must be a larger project. And so we need to dispel of that we need to be clear about what the legal requirements are for a project under CEQA. So that gets to the cumulative analysis. And so at the time that the city issued the prior approvals for Hotel Laguna, the city appropriately looked at the whole of the action as requiring those separate and independent approvals as the project was proposed at that time. So the city could not have considered the project as it is today because it did not know of that project. And CEQA does not require the city to speculate. Then we get to today, and none of the approvals that are issued today are reasonably foreseeable consequences of the prior approvals. So that's the cumulative analysis. So even all of those, if we look at, so that's cumulative. Then we have the secondary issue of significant, which gets to the major remodel question, which is Councilmember Whalen's question. And so if we even take all of those pieces together for the sake of argument as a single project, the cumulative impacts are not being put forward into the record. The appellant is saying that addressing its concern that all these improvements will add up to the definition of a major remodel, which is increasing the square footage of existing building by 50% or more, demolishing, removing, replacing 50% or more of the existing structure. The chart that's in the staff report is a calculation from staff where staff looked at the plans and made that calculation, and staff can speak more to that issue. As to the determination about the use of major remodel. So CEQA doesn't require us to use major remodel, but we as the city have the ability to set the threshold for what we're going to establish as significant. And we are given deference by the courts in that evaluation. And so we are relying on the major remodel definition for CEQA purposes for evaluating whether or not there is a major remodel. And we don't have evidence, as Councilmember Whalen was asking the appellant, evidence that the calculations are wrong. Staff can testify as to the calculations that were achieved in the staff report. And so the substantial evidence test will apply to the city's use of the major remodel standard by establishing its threshold for whether those impacts are significant, even assuming in the first place that they're cumulative. And so I don't.
Could you repeat that? Can hear that. I'd like to approve this, and I think Mom has good intentions with this hotel, and we've had it empty for 7 years or more. I do have some concerns that structural elements of this were done, and there's a number of pending appeals in Coastal Commission. So if we approve this tonight, Council may say, we don't care about CEQA. We just think these cumulative effects, it's now a major remodel under our terms. And they're going to, somebody will appeal it, and the appeal will stick, whether it's Mark Fudge or somebody else. What do you say to that?
So Coastal has before it, as referenced, the 2021 appeal, and then it has the appeal for the CDP exemption for the project that is defined in your staff report tonight. And that path for coastal purposes, for the Coastal Act and compliance with the Coastal Act is before Coastal. That is a different question than the CEQA question that's before you tonight.
Of course it is.
And so what Coastal's actions are sort of, it's out of our hands in front of Coastal now. And so we have to wait.
It is and it isn't. Isn't it a fact that we could, let's say we approve the project, but we would like the applicant to mitigate address the number of Coastal Act concerns, the Coastal Commission has violations of both permits, building structural permits. They dug out the Club Laguna, removed all the lobby, some of which a lot of this is done without permits. The lobby areas, the gift stores, the outside Rose Garden can only have 49 people because they don't have a certified entrance exits for that. So those are all violations that have occurred over time that were recorded by the building department. I don't know if you know anything about those.
I'm not familiar. I'm going to look
Okay,
to
look-
staff to address those.
Let me ask David, did you consult with the head building official in this analysis at all? I mean, he was he was there every day when a lot of the work was going on, and typically, Mr. Harnaker would get a permit and then do double the amount of work and not covered by the permit. That was just the case. I mean, people know that. And unfortunately, Mom's inherited that situation, both the good and the bad.
Let me defer to Martina. Martina prepared the analysis that went into the planning commission's consideration. But I can tell you that she worked closely with the building division.
Well, who at the building division did she work closely with? I'm asking that question.
Correct. So let me turn it over, and you
All
can
right.
continue with your
Okay.
questions. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Yes, so the review that staff did, we relied heavily upon the building department to help us with our interpretations of especially the pending structural work to make sure that that is addressing some of the outstanding issues that you bring up here. So the building division, as I understand it, is reviewing the project to make sure that the outstanding code enforcement issues are addressed. So they're not happening in a vacuum over here and they're proposing something else that doesn't address these concerns.
Okay,
So-
well, yeah. I mean, I talked to Dennis Bogle, I met with him and I said, based on your experience as a building official, could this be considered a major remodel? And he said, yes. Based on the cumulative work that was done prior with or without permits and all the pending work and what's future that's going to be done, shear walls, structural members that are being put in that previously.
There's a couple of points that I want to make, especially in regards to the major remodel. So maybe to take one step back, we currently have an implementation policy to use when we're reviewing projects for a major remodel. This was derived with many discussions with the Coastal Commission. Ultimately, they weren't able to provide us with a sign off on it, but this was as close as we could come up with that was consistent with the way that they are currently applying the major remodel status to projects. So if you took a step back prior to 2020, when this was implemented, we used to take the calculations of the full exterior wall, the square footage of those things. One of these things came to light with the Coast Inn. So when the Coast Inn was reviewed, staff looked at it under our old definition for major remodel that took the cumulative square footage of exterior walls. We didn't account for interior walls at the time. And then when that was appealed to the Coastal Commission, that calculation was revised. They required linear footage of the walls to be calculated and also linear footage of structural walls to be calculated to provide for the entire existing structural footprint. So it depends on the structure, but primarily it is more conservative than what we used to do. So the current implementation policy takes basically the same methodology that was done for the Coast Inn project and applies it now for our projects moving forward.
Which project?
The Coast Inn project on Mountain Road.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this was all around the same time that the section on our municipal code, it was not certified and we've redacted that section. So we are applying this policy consistently with what the Coastal Commission, I believe, will do when they review this project. The calculations that we came up with, as we noted, were well below the major remodel thresholds. And it takes into account the structural changes throughout the entire hotel for all of the known projects, and also the project that is pending with the appeal in that basement area. cumulatively
that makes
for the
total
project.
sense.
I'm just saying, you didn't talk to the head building official who said this probably
No,
triggers a major
we-
remodel. Let me continue. Just, the second and third floors were completely gutted. How did that calculate into the 14% here you have here? Total percentage 14.17, floor area, and 11% if the whole 2 floors were gutted. How does that work?
So the calculation takes into account the structural walls and the linear footage of the structural wall. So not every interior wall is a load-bearing structural wall. And so we worked through with the applicant and verified that any of the structural walls under that definition that were modified are taken into account in the calculation.
So you talked to the building department, but you didn't get an analysis from them on this, like Bogle would have done that for you. He's the head building official. And, you know, the similar thing came up 7 years ago with 11 Lagunitas, where the city determined it was a minor remodel. And it turned out to be a major remodel and all the way to Supreme Court. Mr. Bogle and the Coastal Commission said it was a major remodel. The city zoning manager says it wasn't. So I have I just have some, convince me. I'm trying to be convinced here to approve this. And I'm not convinced. Wouldn't it be better to have all of these coastal violations handled before we approve another project? I mean, it's just, isn't that?
Those are, I would say we need to segregate the issues on that because we get an application, right? We have to act on the application. And so that's what this is. This is the various applications that we've received. We've packaged them up and we've said, this is the project.
We don't have to act on it. We can say it doesn't qualify, or we need this, or these qualifications don't meet. We don't have to act on it.
Well, if they qualify, then we
Yeah,
have to act.
right.
And so
We judge they qualify.
the planning department has determined that the application, there's a process that goes into reviewing an application, and they go through sort of like several rounds on the application to make sure that it does in fact qualify for what's being applied for before it can proceed.
Sure.
So I think that that is separate than if there are code enforcement issues that need remediation, which I think is what you're talking about, as I understand it. And I think those are separate issues that require remediation and require a process, and those are separately being handled.
I understand, but what you're saying is we can do incrementalism, get a permit, do double the work, get code enforcement in, pay the fines, get another permit, do double the work, pay code enforcement, get the fines, and continue that process, which has happened here. And the reason those appeals are in Coastal Commission, a
Well,
lot of them. We also don't have any plans for those structural elements at all. I don't know how many structural elements, how many shear walls, how much of that has been put in or going to be put in. I don't know. I'm still confused.
I will just say, to the extent that remediation on a code enforcement issue requires, say there's a remediation issue that requires discretionary review, right? And so that'll be an application to fix it. Staff will then require a CEQA analysis and will require cumulative impacts analysis for that action, and looking at where we are today in light of this project. So if it relates to this project, that will be part of, if that is a foreseeable consequence, what's being remediated of this project and requires CEQA review, there will be a cumulative impacts analysis to evaluate CEQA at that moment. So I don't think that they're not fixing anything without, if CEQA is required, there will be analysis required to remediate the code enforcement issue.
The previous approval, the previous work you're talking about, or this current?
So we have this project, and say that there's a code enforcement issue, and the code enforcement issue requires design review. Like they did something and they should, hypothetically, they did something and they shouldn't have done it. And so design review is required.
I don't think they're going to do that. This is Mom. Previous owner was Mo, who violated every condition of every permit he got.
I think we're going on the wrong track here. So I think,
Can I ask a question?
yeah, go ahead. I think we're just going down a rat hole here.
It's-
I don't want to argue this one with the attorney all day. So go ahead.
So it seems like the planning commission found that there was a category, there was
Categorical exemption.
Yeah, categorical
Yeah,
exemption. And
yeah.
the question kind of before us is, there seems to be two arguments. One is that the exception, that two potential exceptions could apply. The first, there will be no, would be the cumulative impact argument. And I think the staff report persuasively makes the case that, just because it's on the same, the law is that just because it's on the same property doesn't necessarily mean, that it's a cumulative impact for the purposes of CEQA, because the standard, as I see it, is for it to be a foreseeable consequence of the other. So, when there were permits issued for, so when we look at what the past permits were, the permanent bar, and, other issues worked on in the marine room, including restoration of the 3 covered windows, all those aren't for the standard. What we would have to demonstrate for these to be cumulative impact would be that they were that this approval before us was a foreseeable consequence of a project, the previous project related to a bar, right?
Correct. The question is it a foreseeable consequence of the prior approval? Or looking back, is the prior approval a foreseeable consequence of this action? And the question is, are those two activities, are they separate and distinct so that one can proceed without the other? And if the answer to that question is yes, which is the argument that's presented for council consideration, then they're separate and distinct projects so that they're not cumulative.
And then, so we look at all the past prior structural work, replacement of the flat roof above the hotel. And then the only future approval that we're aware of is 2 vertical blade signs. And so again, we apply that analysis, and you can't, it's the argument that there's a cumulative impact is just hard to make. These are separate and independent projects. Yes, on the same property, but that's not what the standard is.
Yeah, the question is cumulative effects resulting from successive projects of the same type in the same place? And we don't have evidence of that. So the standard for cumulative impacts under categorical exemptions, which is where is that narrow? And so that's the initial question. And then the second part of that question is the significant impacts.
And here we have a staff analysis that demonstrates that the threshold for 50% for our major remodel, which is how we define significant, that's not met.
Correct.
So it seems to me that given the and I appreciate all the testimony, but given the facts in front of us and the record and the resolution and the staff report, it seems very clear that that we can, on a de novo basis, make the findings for the categorical exemption for this project.
Bob, do you have anything?
No, I think that's a great summary that Alex just came up with. I did set a question for staff. So when you calculated the pending remodel structural retrofit percentages, or you worked with the building department to do it, what were you looking at to arrive at those percentages? They're pretty precise.
The linear square footage of so there's 3 categories really. It's the roof framing systems, the exterior walls and interior structural walls, and then also additions
So
or
you had
square
some
footage.
plans to look at.
We did.
But
We
only
do, yes.
load-bearing interior walls.
Load-bearing.
Only
interior.
load-bearing, okay.
Only
So-
load-bearing, that's correct.
So I think Alex summarized it well, and I think that's where we should end up. I mean, I kind of get from just a layperson's perspective, you kind of get the concern, right? Because they come in 2021 for some permits, then they're back in for more permits in 24, right? Or late 23, early 24. And people say, well, that's piecemealing. Well, it's, as I understand it from talking to the city attorney, if you look at that initial project, as you were saying, Alex, and it stands on its own, and it's the next project is not a reasonable consequence of the prior project, it's not piecemealing from a legal perspective. It may look like it to the ordinary citizen because you say, well, look, they're getting sequential permits here, but that's not the test. So I think you summarized it correctly. I think there is no, the exception, the cumulative impact exception doesn't apply. And I think on the basis of the evidence, there's the significant effect doesn't apply. A significant impact exception doesn't, is not met either because we're so far below a major remodel standard, even what staff says applying the coastal, what we believe to be the coastal interpretation of major remodel. So I
Let me
would
remind you,
support
in
denying it.
1921, Mark Weiner wrote a letter to Mr. Honecker saying, we will not accept any more applications until we get a whole plan, a comprehensive plan to remodel this hotel. And then he just dropped that. And was,
But I don't know if that was a legal request because
I'm not saying it was
Yeah.
or it wasn't. I'm just saying he did that because he wanted to see all of the impacts of
Yeah.
all of the work that was being done. He made that request, and I imagine Phil Cohn would have reviewed it.
I don't know, but it
You know,
just
I
seems
would,
like
you
if
know,
you
but
have
we know that letter was written. I have a copy of it.
Well, now we've got it. We've got the full set of proposal for interior and exterior remodel.
Okay,
Right?
let's-
It's here.
Let's get a motion.
Well, let's
here.
vote on it and
Let's get a
go
motion.
home.
Can I make one recommendation to a modification or an amendment to the resolution, the city council resolution on page 86 of the packet or the staff or this item, I should say, which is and specifically section 4 of the resolution. I just asked that at the end of the, as reflected in Planning Commission Resolution 22-2304, we put comma incorporated herein by this reference, including all conditions there too. So that we're incorporating the conditions from the Planning Commission clearly.
Okay, so I would move that we adopt the resolution that's in the staff report as attachment 4 with the additional language the city attorney just read into the record.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned until August 13th, 4 o'clock.